up? Fresh as our turn, baby.
He sounds like a you problem,
Yeah,
dude.
all right, yeah. Let me okay. So hold the fuck on.
Like, the worst part about music is that it used to be this kind of communal thing that brought us all together. We would
That's dumb.
and
Like,
for
it's
the
dumb if you
moment,
think that.
boundaries melted away and we melded into a celebrant ecstatic mass for the duration. Now, music has become something I do by myself, in my home, alone, in my car, at work, when I'm walking with my headphones in. Something that isolates us from the world, but it used to be something that brought us together and it brought us into the world.
I want to sex you up as a concrete individual, just like I want to talk to you as a concrete individual. And we should be good to go. What's up, everybody? What's happening? Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. I'm Nance.
And this is David McKerracher with Why Us, an imprint of Theory Underground. What's up, everybody? How's it going?
Hi, guys.
Nance, how you doing, man?
Living the dream, man. Living the dream. Got one more day left in 2024, and then it'll be 2025, dude. It's pretty crazy. Can't believe it's been a whole year already.
Dude, you kinda, with your hat and shit you got going on right now, look like a scene
homeless
kid
man.
from like 2008, passed out from like an overdose and woke up.
Woke
like
up in
this time,
2025, dude.
Yeah.
I've been out for fucking like 16 years, and I just woke up and it's the future. What the hell's going on, dude?
Yeah, where are we? What's
This
going
morning,
on?
I was
What's up, everybody? How's it going in the chat?
I was listening to like Misery Signals and like Seven Angels, Seven Plagues, and like just hardcore dancing by myself. So looking like a scene kid from 2008 is very fitting for today.
Good. Dude, that's what it's all about. We dance alone now.
Yeah, we have to. I would love to dance with people, but I'm too old and broke to like go to shows and shit.
All right, everybody. So check it out. Shout out to Ian Cochrane, our
Cochrane.
homie from Wales.
Wales. He's taking a
So
bath.
I'll say a thing about the technical difficulties, because I think the technical difficulties will explain a little bit of why maybe sometimes our audio will lag out and it'll sound like we're interrupting each other when we're not. It's the internet where I am currently is really, 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 really bad. It's not made for producers. It's made for consumers. So download, no upload. And that's okay, because Nance is running the stream off of his machine from Phoenix, which he's done before, but never for an EMSTU. So this is a very special day where I don't have as much stuff to do. I kind of just get to be present, thanks to Nance taking on a bit more of the workload. So everybody give it up for Nance.
Thank you.
That's the sound of my heart.
Yeah. And yeah, it's fun. It's cool. We're doing stuff. We are refusing to accept the limits that might otherwise keep us from being able to do the things that we are determined to do. And that actually kind of came up a little bit in the last episode of Why Left with Benjamin Studebaker. And yeah, I do think I don't know. It's probably very boring and not interesting to people, but for us at an organizational level, I think it's a very important ability that we have, the ability to be agile, the ability to adapt and overcome to the world as it comes at us. It's a strength of Theory Underground, and it's impressive. But I also understand it's probably not interesting. So I do want to know, Bogdan, Ian, anybody in the chat, like if there is anything with the audio, feel free to let us know something's horribly broken. But I think it should be good.
Yeah.
I think we should be pretty good.
Preferably let us know now and not later. You know?
Yeah, not 4 hours from now.
Yeah, and so with that said, this is going to be a special little episode. We have an hour, basically. To talk about 2025 and some of the essential concepts, questions, and problems, not to mention thinkers and fields at Theory Underground. And we're going to start with Nance reading a piece that I'm going to publish to Substack as soon as he's done reading it. I might make some minor additions, corrections, clarifications. This is itself, as Nance told me on the phone, a fun little experiment with the medium. Reading it aloud, live, before publishing it. But I think it provides a good grounding for what we're about to do in today's conversation. Theory Underground is 2 years old. The first part of the 2-year anniversary stream was on December 6th. Now it's December 29th. So we've had 23 days between part 1 and today, which is part 2. And I think the big thing that happened between then and now is that Why Us is the name for this thing that I do with Nance, and What's Right is the thing that I'm doing with Anne. And then, of course, at this point, you should all be familiar enough with Why Left, which I'm doing with Benjamin Studebaker. And then there's a special fourth thing in development, which we'll talk about later. So for right now, yeah, I mean, if you're ready to take it away, man.
Yeah, I'm actually going to pop it up here on screen for people to see. You're not going to see it, Dave, but you have already seen it because you wrote it. But I'm going to make it available for if in case anyone
That's true.
does have eyes on the screen and you want to follow along, you can do so. otherwise, just listen in as we read this quickly and jump right into the conversation this morning. The 2025 year plan at Theory Underground, a new approach for busy people, for parents, for workers with earbuds. The new approach is for people who cannot spend thousands of dollars and immense amounts of time and energy they don't have, but who, despite their constraints, seek to cultivate themselves. TU members access lectures and ongoing research seminars taught by yours truly, Michael Downs of The Dangerous Maybe, Benjamin Studebaker, and Nina Power. 2025 is the year of the basic problems and concepts of Theory Underground, McKerracher, the fault line theory between Zizek and Ljubljana School and Land and CCRU, Downs, 12 essential political theorists, Studebaker, and a 12-part course on the philosophy of nature by Nina Power. These courses will be interwoven with ongoing seminar sessions, not the same as courses, but more like Lacan or Bourdieu's indefinite public seminars and ongoing podcast episodes, Why Left, What's Right, Why Us, and a fourth to be announced soon. And, of course, we will continue to do the EMSTUs like the one that is happening today. Our goal is to make this quality work accessible to working people who want to cultivate their minds. Any one of the courses we are offering in 2025 would, on its own, cost thousands of dollars anywhere else. But we are trying something different. It's a comparatively cheap subscription, and instead of doing it all at once, you simply try to attend weekly throughout the year or binge watch on your own time, because the recordings will be available after the fact. Not only are these courses and ongoing seminars the culmination of decades of effort for each of the instructors, but the way these relate to one another is truly one of a kind, which is why we could say that Theory Underground is an emerging school of thought in the history of philosophy. You get to slipstream us at a reasonable pace. Each of the instructor researchers is teaching once or twice a month, and that's it. Because we are taking turns throughout the month, you will normally have one, if not two, new lectures per week. We are drip feeding this content for busy people, and for those who felt too overwhelmed by the back catalog, have no fear. The Basic Problems and Concepts of Theory Underground series will function as an introduction to everything you missed in the last 2 years. Finally, if you want to get more hands-on than just listening, there are higher tiers for joining in the discussions and undergoing supervisions where you get serious feedback on your writing. A little backstory. When I was burning out on activism in 2020, I had already been getting serious about theory. By getting serious, I mean I literally quit drinking because I could not serve two masters. I realized all the yapping we were doing when tipsy only felt good in the moment, but it didn't amount to much more than that. What started out as drinking with friends to talk ideas had turned into me going straight edge because I was tired of talking ideas and wanted to participate in something more serious. I had also already burnt out on academia in the process of getting my MA in critical theory and alternative educational organizations. My graduate program proving less rigorous than the undergraduate level left me with quite the itch to actually do the thing. The university gave me a dream that it could not fulfill. Not only did I realize that the kind of theory I wanted to do wouldn't be possible at the university, I realized it may even be too late for me. I got involved with a lot of other organizations. I tuned in to various podcasts. Everywhere I looked, it was either political theory, wherein the most important problems and questions were already supposedly answered, or theory, wherein politics hardly played any role at all. The world of philosophy and theory online is either politically dogmatic in an explicit way or in an implicit way. And in both cases, the questions that keep me up at night were not being asked. The questions that motivated the bulk of my conversations with my closest companions were not even on the table. The left dominates the theory scene. On one side, it is militant and wants to force the revolution tomorrow, already supposing itself to have a good enough idea of what the main problems are and what should be done about them. On the other side, it's just Democrats who maybe like a little Marx sprinkled in. I wanted something more. I wanted a place for people who are not like-minded, but who instead want to work through the contradictions that constitute the current scene. I wanted to understand the situation and surround myself with people who care more about that than doing constant deference to the idea of the left. Left had become some kind of thought and movement terminating notion. Why? It's like when people want to do serious philosophy, but they have never suspended and critically interrogated those master signifiers that quilt their entire symbolic field. No serious work reassessing the situation is possible so long as the underlying assumption is that everything we do should cater to pushing Democrats a little further left, or whatever. Theory Underground is not just taking up the old left's critique of the new left, nor the reversal of this move, but also brings into play authors traditionally ostracized from left-coded spaces. What I wouldn't have given in 2020 to have access to what we are making possible in 2025. Mikey unlocks the fault line of the theory scene into stark relief with his amazing ability to explain Lacan and Deleuze, not to mention their predecessors. He is not just some teacher or autodidact, but someone who spent 15 years studying this stuff full time before finding himself in wage labor, where he has continued to refine his ability to communicate these notoriously difficult thinkers and concepts. You will save yourself 30 years of study by following his seminar alone. We each bring something special to the table. Benjamin's 12 Thinkers series will focus on a new thinker per month for the whole year, starting with Plato and ending with Marx. I will give everyone a survey of the basic concepts and problems for further research that have proven absolutely indispensable for thinking seriously about our current situation. And finally, Nina will bring in the philosophy of nature, something the left has, for the most part, neglected and in more recent decades outright repressed. Anywhere else that offers philosophy courses, you could find some element of this or that, but not all of this, and not spread out and braided together for a low-cost subscription. I have to go do the EMSTU Epic Marathon stream at Theory Underground, so this must be closed out. I will do so with a word of caution. Subscribing to the Substack helps fund our publishing work, but it is not the same thing as the Theory Underground membership subscription, which is only available here, and there is a hyperlink that will be in the post. Sincerely, David McKerracher.
Actually, I'll go ahead and share that
In the
link down
in the
there.
live chat. Yeah.
For anybody who's like already like, yeah, no, sign me up right now. I'm in. I'm stoked. I'm gonna do it right now. Well, there you go. Link in the live chat. All right. So that's the piece. Anything need to change before that goes public?
There were a couple like proofreading things, like TU members access lectures and ongoing research seminars taught by yours truly, Michael Downs, and then there's like an open bracket. Like that just needs to be.
I think it might be showing up different for you.
Yeah, it might actually be different in. Well, and I actually changed the zoom too. So let me undo the zoom. Yeah, that's not there.
Because the parentheses there says the dangerous may be on the Substack. Because I think it's hyperlinked. It's like it might not have pasted in.
Any other? There was another
embarrassing moments.
Proofreading thing.
All right,
Mikey
we'll do it next time.
not only locks the fault line of the theory scene, unlocks the fault line into stark relief. Just say brings it into stark relief instead of unlocks. But other than that, I think it's fucking
Mikey
fire.
unlocks the fault line of the theory scene.
And brings it
Unlocks
into stark
the fault
relief.
line of the theory scene, bringing it.
There you go.
Bringing it into stark relief with his amazing ability. Blah, blah. Perfect. All right, everybody. If you want to read it for yourself, it's officially getting blasted out there to everybody. Boom. Done. Good job.
Yeah.
So today we're going to have all of the people you just read about on, as well as Anne. So Benjamin Studebaker will be on for 2 or 3 segments today. Nina Power will be on for 2 segments today. Nance will be here, obviously, all freaking day. I'll be here with you all throughout the day. And then Michael Downs will be joining us for the concluding sort of event, which is a panel, which I'm kind of thinking as it's like the conversation before the contradiction. Now, there might be a lot of those conversations before the contradiction, but basically I want to understand in what ways can Plato work with Lacan as a critique of the New Left and Deleuze, but also which ways can they not work together? Are there some serious
Incongruencies,
irreconcilable
incompatibilities.
differences?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know if there are. I mean, there probably is, but what are they? Right?
Yeah. Well, and I don't even care if there are or are not.
No, for sure.
I care about what Mikey and Benjamin can teach us. Like that's ultimately what it's about. Is like this is like I see this as a way of sort of unlocking a line of access into their work, but also, and then this is where Theory Underground as a school of thought and a project with directionality comes in. What I'm hoping to get from them both is an education that I wish I'd gotten at the university, and especially wish I'd gotten in 2020 when I was burning out on everything. But also, neither one of them has this emphasis on nature.
Yeah.
Nor do either of them have this emphasis on pushing the medium to its limits and doing experiments with the institution building stuff and the kinds of organizational concepts that come out of that work, like time energy, like post-class fractured mass, like gerrymandering Befindlichkeit. These are concepts that come out of a decade of organizing and or trying to while doing theory. And so, yeah, man, I guess that's kind of what I'm hoping to drive through with that piece. And I'm wondering if it's kind of, is it coming through? Does it make sense how these pieces fit together and complement each other? It's like each one of them is a research thread or like a course thread, and they're being braided throughout 2025. And does it make sense that it's these threads being braided? That's kind of what I'm curious about, and what I kind of want to elaborate on here in this episode.
Yeah, I mean, I think so, but I'm also privy to the conversation. So like just saying nature with reference to Nina Power, that's already like metonymous for everything that's kind of going on with that. So I get it, but I also do think it's clear it's in the piece, but I don't know, anyone in the chat I think would be a better judge of if that's getting through. But I do think it's there.
I'll just put it this way. There are 3 N words that the left cannot say and think seriously. And I don't even mean Nina.
Yeah.
She would be the fourth.
Yeah.
No, and obviously, it's just a edgy framing. But no, nature, nurture, and natality. So Anne and I concluded our CMT and CDT seminars for 2024 with a special lecture on nature, natality, nurture, and basically these are domains that are not easily thought with concepts, and that insofar as philosophy has tried, it has often done so for ideologically motivated reasons, to the point where there was a kind of constructivist philosophy that developed that kind of just brackets out nature. And the point is like brackets the thing that you can deny. Nature's the thing that you can deny up until it'll return, right? It'll return and it will teach you a lesson.
Yeah. Bite you in the ass.
Bite you in the ass. Now, of course, there's a lot of wiggle room there. Not everything that returns and bites you in the ass actually is natural. And in some cases, it's being naturalized. So that's something we have to think about. But the point is to think about it seriously and not assume an audience or a group of interlocutors that are so ideologically committed to not thinking seriously about it that you can't have a real conversation, right? And so with the fault line theory, for instance, whether we're talking about the CCRU or we're talking about the Ljubljana School, whether we're talking about Zizek or Land, or anyone else who's doing something, whether it's Haraway or Butler or Lyotard or Badiou, it doesn't matter. They all are kind of in a milieu that did this linguistic turn. Everything signifiers, signifying, signifiers, right? And it's this big semiotic playground, and it's a lot of fun, and it gets at something. But if there is a there with nature, if there is a there with essences, I haven't seen any of these theorists try to make their case that there's not to tribunal zero.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Which would be not just living enemies to your position, but also the history of philosophy. So that's why we need to bring in ancients and Middle Ages and moderns and all the way through to postmoderns in order to even really think about nature. And then, of course, natality and nurture. How do those fit in? Well, that'll be an ongoing sort of question throughout the thing. So, yeah. Can you run the PSA really quick?
Yep.
I've got a technical issue that came up. Everyone, will be right back.
Hold on.
Joy to the world. There we go. Yeah. You can support the free and public work at TU by becoming a patron over at Patreon. But if you would like to get involved and become a member at Theory Underground so that you can listen to special content that is not accessible to anyone else, or if you go up a subscriber level, actually join in the discussions, or at the top level, have us actually read your work, giving constructive feedback, and ultimately paving a way to potentially being a part of what we call the turn, then you'll want to become a subscriber. That's how you will access the ongoing courses and seminars. We've brought together Benjamin Studebaker's experience in political theory in science and philosophy. With my critical social theory, phenomenology, existentialism, critique of political economy, critical media theory approach, combined with Michael Downes's fault line theory, the CCRU versus Ljubljana School, or Žižek versus Land. And of course, how he brings those against one another and then transcends them through other thinkers like Baudrillard, who he'll be teaching an intro course to in 2025. All of us are teaching stuff in 2025 that rhymes or argues or goes together. And so the best way to accelerate your development getting into theory right now is to just become a subscriber at TU. Just go to the website, click get involved, and look, what I'm about to play for you all is a really special moment from our documentary that we're working on. An interview where Benjamin explains why he's supporting Theory Underground and getting involved as a active member here at the core of the teaching team.
Yeah, so the thing that I notice is that a lot of people criticize the university, they criticize the left, they don't build an alternative institution. They will go, the university sucks, but you know what's great? Substack and Patreon and YouTube, and they'll lean into that. But that is a negation, right? You guys don't do that. You guys are interested in sublating the university within the newly emergent media. Or you could frame it the other way, sublating the newly emergent media within the university, right? And so this, of course, will ultimately lead, if you take it where it goes, to a question of institutions and having actual economic, social role possibilities for theorists. This is the critical crisis, which is that there are still some very bright, very well-educated people, but they are not able to replace themselves. And because most of them have university positions, their level of interest in replacing themselves is to some degree compromised.
Yeah.
They don't have to worry that much about themselves. They don't have that much stake in it because they're already set up. However, because you aren't in the underground, you have some potential of being able to actually create an institution or structure which makes it possible for people to do theory in the future. This is something that, as far as I can tell, only you are doing. The thing about freeing Mikey from wage labor, this idea not only that your channel would free you from the Amazon job, but that this could grow in such a way that it could provide spaces for multiple people, and then those multiple people could interact in the way that they would in a monastery or in a university department. This is the revolutionary idea in terms of raising consciousness and making it possible for us to think in such a way that we could return even to the horizons of the tens and talking about things like Medicare for all in a not stupid, not bullshit way, in a serious way. To get to that point, we need to raise our level of ability to think. We need new intellectuals in our generation that are real intellectuals and not people who are running around scared of what the DSA or their university department thinks of them. You have the potential to actually make a real material intervention into not just knowledge production, but in Bildung, into the making of people. Yeah. This is something that we can do. There's a window right now where I am not in the university, and so I have a real reason to think very seriously about, can we do something else? Because I'm annoyed, myself with the whole process of trying to be in that. And I would like there to be something else, something better. I have all my critiques of it that come in part from being at Cambridge, in part from studying ancient thinkers. We could do something better than it. Not just something that is an imitation or steals some things from it and does the best you can with it, but something that actually is better and that produces the kind of theory that in modernity, how do you make a Hegel? How do you make a Marx? We have to reinvent this. It's no longer possible to do that. We've got to, I think, actually institutionalize in a material way, and this is the sense in which I will uphold the kernel of materialism. Actually giving a shit about the structure and what kind of structure is necessary to give rise to a form of life in which this kind of really, really good work can be produced.
Joy to the world. There we go. Yeah. You can support the free and public work at TU by becoming a patron over at Patreon. But if you would like to get involved and become a member at Theory Underground so that you can listen to special content that is not accessible to anyone else.
And we're back.
Boom.
How's everybody doing?
Welcome back, everybody. So we got a serious lag issue with the Zoom call, and it's throwing us both off because like Nance will be talking and then it'll stop, and so I'll start talking and then it'll start playing it again but speed it up. Has it been doing that from the audience's side? Like for me, like when I'm talking, if it's not too much of a distraction, we can continue, but I just wanted to see what we could do. And I was trying to see if I could plug in by Ethernet, but there's no possibility. So
Internet's crazy, man. And internet around the holidays is doubly crazy. I think anywhere that's like densely populated, people are dealing with slower speeds. But then I'm sure there are parts of the country that you could go right now and just have like insanely fast internet because everybody moved away or traveled away. Mikey said it hasn't been a problem.
How about it, folks? Okay.
Mikey,
Cool.
I don't know if you were here for the reading of this piece. Is it up yet? On Substack? What's up, Solowski?
All right, I started a poll so we can get the likes going. Don't forget to like it, guys.
I think
This
I gotta
thing
like it too.
warmed up. We're warming it up for Nina, who will be joining us in a half hour. Cool. So I guess Mikey's listening from work. That's great. Yeah, we're excited to see this. I mean, people even talk, like someone on Substack today was talking about how Hegel does this and that with drive, and I'm like, dude, I'm so tired of people acting like Hegel said everything. He doesn't say anything relatable or interesting about drive. Nothing that actually feels like it has anything to do with my actual life. But if
Hegel,
it's there and I just can't see it, well, then that's great.
make it explicit. Find a way to explain it and actually like break it down instead of just affirming and asserting that he said this and this is what he's doing and this is what he's saying. And he unlocked history and he was the last philosopher. And there are people that say he was even the first philosopher or the first philosopher since the ancients, right? They'll say he was the first and last philosopher. And maybe, I don't know, that could be true. But it seems like the people who say that never support it, never really break it down.
And Zizek would never even say that.
Yeah.
Ian said, I'm happy signing up at Benjamin's lectures. I'm into history, but not sure about writing theory. Love to listen. Anyway, sign me up. And that's a great little tie-in back to what I was just like laying out in that article that Nance read. The point is you can't sign up for a Studebaker lecture as a standalone thing. You can only become a member of Theory Underground and through that access the ongoing courses. There will be a couple standalone courses that you'll be able to buy in 2025. But the course on nature, the course on the political theorists, and my course on the basic concepts, problems, etc. Like I said, these are threads in a braid. And so the reason they're spaced out over time is so that a reasonable person who's busy would be able to get on the same wavelength as us in a year. So, yeah, if you want to sign up for just Mikey's seminar or just my seminar or just the Studebaker seminar, good news. It's just one sign up. You get all three and you get courses that we're spreading out over time. Mike, you'll have a couple standalone courses that aren't in the normal subscriber package, that aren't spread out throughout the whole year, Intro to Baudrillard and Sublime Objective Ideology. But outside of those, everything else is being sort of drip fed and spread out through time.
And that gives you guys, the students, the fellow travelers, the aspiring theorists, that gives you guys time to see how, as this unfolds, how it gets weaved together. So you'll be in a lecture, or you'll be sitting through a talk that Benjamin is giving about Plato, and then you'll get to go and listen to Mikey talk about like postmodernism and post-structuralism, and you'll get to hear Dave come and talk about weaving it all together with Bourdieu and socioanalysis. And then we'll have Nina talking about, well, there's this entire world of theory that's been excluded and even precluded by the signifier of left, and it is verboten. You are not allowed to think about nature. You are not allowed to think about these limits, these types of limits, actually natural limits. They've replaced natural limits with these kind of constructed and fetishized limits that are like always only forward, never looking backward. And when I say they, I mean, the left, quote unquote, the left as such, which is why we've eschewed the signifier.
Except for in our moments of lapse.
Well, and it's
our momentary lapses.
Yeah. I mean, I've even called myself a conservative. Like, I've had a slip, and I've referred to like, and we conservatives will do this, because I do think there are some things about me that would be recognized as conservative. Like, I do believe that the family is a real thing that matters. I think there are some people who would say, oh, that's a conservative position. But yeah, we are also going forward. So the left,
but we don't,
the quote unquote left wants us to do this kind of fetishized forward motion and never look back. Whereas we are trying to move forward, but actually forward though. And sometimes to move forward, you have to take a step back and go around, and then you can go forward again. But give you guys time over the year to see how all these threads unfold and how they weave together ultimately into the ongoing project that is understanding the situation and creating conditions of possibility to do theory, to do philosophy, to have like human thought, human work, rather than like the machinic, algorithmic work that capital kind of locks us all into. Because most of the people on the quote unquote left are trapped in that economically. Either they're precarious and they need to protect their job, so they can't be publicly seen associating with certain people or saying certain words, and it's strictly economic, or it has to do with like prestige and social capital. And why does social capital even matter? Well, that's what we're doing with Bourdieu. That's what we're doing with Why Us, talking about legitimation and talking about social capital and how prestige might be a more precious resource than the dollar bill. Maybe not.
Right. Well, and I guess I've been having this big realization over the last couple of months that even though I've done a lot to sort of lay out why Bourdieu is essential for all of this and how he factors in, I've done a really bad job of making explicit some of my fundamental operating assumptions. And I'll lay out a couple just so you guys have an idea. and then we'll get way more into it, obviously, throughout the year. But basically, prestige and recognition and honor, or time, as Benjamin talked about in his most recent piece on Substack. This prestige or honor factor that supercharges every field with this sense of like serious stakes for winning or losing, you know, a position in that given field. That's real, but it isn't the whole story. Legitimacy from the institution, like an institution with that actual legitimate or a claim to legitimacy, might not work the same way as the kind of legitimacy you can get through street cred. Or, well, I think there was a term you used, Nance, that I liked. Was it street cred or was it something else? Might have been street cred.
It might have been street cred. I mean, there's the quality of being about that life.
Yeah.
Street cred, about that life, standing on business. Like all these are kind of phrases of and in the underclass that get at prestige, that get at legitimacy, but it's a subaltern, you know, language, and it matters,
Yeah.
and it's it might be a more organic form of prestige because it emerges from the scene itself. It hasn't been constructed by these institutions that themselves are resting on legacy legitimacy. Now, at one point in time, these legacy institutions also had to come from the ground up. So that it's not to fetishize and reify the split between the underground and the overground or mainstream or whatever. We don't want to do that. We don't want to celebrate, oh yeah, we're cool because we're not at the institutions. I would be at the institution right now if I had the opportunity. I'm not like, yeah, I love being underclass, underground, underdog. But it is also true that because we are here, it might be a more organic, or at least a more virulent, fertile type of kind of recognition, because there is no institutional backing. Like, it is resting on the actions of the people who are doing the thing itself. So it's like this self-propelled mechanism that is predicated on the thing, which is Theory Underground, but also the context around it. And it's in reference to the context where that legitimacy emerges, like from the difference. Oh, you guys are different. Like that. The difference is what that legitimacy is.
Mm-hmm. Right. And so I wanted to talk about the difference between this sort of organic or street kind of cred versus social capital, which has to be instituted, right? It has to be instituted. So it is different. And then, and we could talk about clout as something that can exist in either of those spheres. But the quality of that clout and the way that it works is it's going to vary depending on the field and the standpoint and the relations of production, not to mention like the function of the field in the maintenance of the relations of production. So like that's all very important. But then there's also real exchange, real human value. So it's like real human value, real human exchange. And not just like, oh, we make it whatever we want, but no, human as in the thing that mediates between gods and worms. Human as a project or a process of becoming that is the mediation of a contradiction that is like a callus constantly being a callus being worn against something, right? Like we're talking about like the part of us that is worms and the part of us that is divine. Like there's like this, and you could take that as literally or as metaphysically or as as figurative as you like. I don't care. I mean to cast a pretty broad net the way I'm talking about it here. But basically, I'm saying that there's something beyond economic exchange. There's something beyond economic value, and that goes beyond use value, and that goes beyond exchange value, and that goes beyond sign value. And we want to theorize that. Now, someone could say, well, you don't really think that that's real. You're just trying to make it so that it's real. And it's like, no, I actually do think it's real. I think I've had a taste of it, and it was never something that fit into these other schemes, these other games. There is something, and Nance has called it soft and squishy in the past, but I would say it's also obstinate and recalcitrant and more real than rocks, right? More real than rocks, more real than objectivity, right? Like that's what we want to get at. But here's the thing, even if theorizing that is possible, even if we could figure out all of that, there's no point undergoing the process of trying to get to the bottom of it without first doing some serious deconstruction and suspension of master signifiers and presuppositions that are taken for granted. And so what that means for me is, as a theorist, you have to think about ressentiment and totalization and jouissance. These are much, much, much more serious and much deeper issues than confirmation bias. And insofar as there is a problem with confirmation bias and cherry picking and sort of pseudoscientific, building out a worldview just to serve your whimsy or to make your necessity into a virtue or whatever, it's because of our need to actually have some control on the world around us, right? So Nietzsche's idea of ressentiment comes out of that realization that we have this need to move things, to make things, to be something. And if we're hindered, if we're obstructed from that, we have to do something. And one of the things that we can do is go for cheap access to pseudo forms of actualization, pseudo forms of intellectual, moral, or aesthetic superiority. That's what ressentiment's about, right? Now, I've expanded on the theory a little bit. I do my own thing with it in my sociology lectures, whatever. I say I have my own theory of ressentiment that kind of says everything I just said and then does a bunch of other stuff with it. And then there's also the way that I tie it into totalization and tie it into what was the other one? Not symbolic capital. The other one, ressentiment, totalization, jouissance. Right. Okay. And tying in jouissance to ressentiment, like this is something that I do. Now, have I done this in a book? Have I done this in a proper lecture? Have I actually shown people what I've presupposed, what operating assumptions I am working under, what my actual sort of plan is for how these thinkers like Nietzsche and Levinas and Lacan fit together for me and how they tie into Bourdieu? No, I haven't done that. But what I'm trying to say right now is just that, first of all, I do have to do that. And second of all, I don't think there's any point even trying to reassess the current situation if you don't work through the motivations that you've internalized that are not your own. Now, I understand desire is always desire of the other. All motivations come from outside in a sort of sense. We can always do that. We can always go there. But what I also want to say that there's a difference between one's own and one's own. Like there's the choices that you've been making before you realize you could make choices that you can take ownership for or maybe change or do something with. And then there's new choices that you can make, right? Insofar as it comes to reassessing the situation, I'm saying yes, I do believe that there's a there, that there's something real in human value, that there's something real in human exchange, that there's something real in the human that goes beyond the simplifications and reductions to worms or reptiles or gods. There's something here, and that we can get to it without doing metaphysics, that we can get to it working within the realm of, hey, any mature adult sitting at the table with a basic sort of reason operative should be able to agree with X, Y, and Z things, and then lay out a case for how this all works. I believe that this is possible, but you can't do it. You can't just rush forward and do that without some serious socioanalysis. Socioanalysis is the key here, meaning you have to, you could go and do psychoanalysis with some analyst, sure, but that wouldn't take the concepts you rely on the most, that you always go back to, all of your habits of thought and the motivations they're wrapped up in, and then subject that to their social incentives. And now I had people in the chat saying that they're not incentivized by social capital. They're not incentivized by symbolic capital. They're not incentivized by these things. They just care about economic capital because they broke. Well, okay, well, you keep coming back with the same screen name. You could just change it every time if you really don't care about symbolic capital. You could make yourself indecipherable. Like, you really could. You don't have to communicate, but in communicating, social capital is already operative. Now, is there a there beyond social capital? Can people have relationships that are not reducible to social? Yes, I do think so. But the way that these forms of capital work is that they don't really work if you say that they are motivations for you. If you say that you're motivated by symbolic capital, it undermines the symbolic capital that is to be gained. And so nobody is going to be honest about this. And then if they are honest about it, it's not about honesty. It's not about admitting something. It's about subjecting your thought to the kind of scrutiny that philosophy is supposed to bring to ideas, to theory.
The legibility and intelligibility, mutual intelligibility, mutually agreed upon grounds, like these are priors that we must have before any human congress can take place. So social capital is like connected to this type of legibility and intelligibility. Like, that's why you need a kind of concrete or at least coherent repeating identity, that like you need that, but that gets turned into social capital. And it's very easy for this kind of logic of value to latch on to language. This is why like, no, social capital is this kind of notion of value that's more powerful than money itself, that's more powerful than the dollar itself. Social capital facilitates exchange. But it's also something necessary to the human experience. Like, you just, like, without language, you're not a human. So we're not going to be able to escape legibility. We shouldn't try. We shouldn't all be anarchists and make ourselves unintelligible or whatever, because then you're going to be Robin Crusoe on an island with a bunch of monkeys and coconuts, and you won't have any fun with anybody. But we need to find a way to, like, put our feet down and say, this is, like, this far, no further. Like, we are going to take back language and communication, and we want to figure out a different way to do exchange. Because if we can figure out a different way to do exchange, we can figure out a different way to do production. We can figure out a different way to do distribution, and we could figure out different social relations. But yeah, like the social capital is currently a necessary thing. So if you want to be the anarchist and if you want to do that, then that's fine, but you will be ultimately meaningless. You will not be able to do theory. You will not be able to do philosophy. These things rely on being able to communicate with other people. But we also, like, we need to problematize it because we're also habituated into the value, and we're habituated into this thing called exchange. And we kind of naturalize exchange and value right along with language. We naturalize language, and I think we have to naturalize language because without language, we wouldn't be humans. We would be weird monkeys. So I think it's okay to naturalize language. I also believe that there's something
Maybe less weird.
pre-linguistic. Yeah. We'd be more normal monkeys, dude.
Yeah.
I do think there's a pre-linguistic subjectivity. And I think you might even be able to approach it with a very small amount of others with whom you share so much shared meaning and shared background that you can just kind of get to it pre-linguistically. But I think it's very few and far between. And ultimately, language is just as much a part of the human as the body itself and reproduction itself and natality and projection and stuff. So I think it's okay to naturalize language, but it's not okay to naturalize value and exchange. And that's what we're trying to get at. Value and exchange is one of these exterior motives that we've all been habituated into that socioanalysis can help us interrogate and help us be critical of. Right along with many, many, many other things like it's a performance, and there's no way to escape the performativity of it all, but it's also important to critique why am I doing this? Why am I performing this? Is this necessary? Is this actually facilitating communication? Or is this facilitating thought? And is this moving something forward? Or is this reifying some old idea of like when I have a slip and I say, and we on the left, or sometimes we conservatives, like am I just letting something slip in without being able to be critical of it? And that's socioanalysis. Yeah, like we're not, I don't know, content to do the psychoanalysis, focus on the individual and be like, oh yeah, the bourgeois subject, that is the ideal model of humanity.
Dude, think about how flat referring to society and power gets when you talk about it in terms of just like the symbolic order, but then of course you use the stand-in of just language. So so it's like yeah, if I've been thinking along this track for a long time with someone, I can get what they're saying. But that's insane. Like language carries these connotations for us that it doesn't carry for most people. Yeah. And it is a shorthand for the symbolic order. And of course, the symbolic order for us includes stuff like habitus and feel. It includes capital and state and church and just like all of these ideological apparatuses and repressive apparatuses. You know, it's like we but the thing is like what I just did was I unflattened it using Bourdieu and Althusser, and I barely even fucking scratched the surface because there's all these other thinkers that do this unflattening. And it's like, no, I mean, I'm as someone deeply influenced by phenomenology, this does not undermine anything innovative in Lacan.
Yeah.
Because he's bracketing out power relations. He's focusing on the clinic. You know, of course there is that power relation, which he is doing something about, he doesn't study Marx in like people will be like, oh, well, he brings up capital in this seminar. Yeah, but he's not thinking with it his whole life, right? Like that's the point. And he never sits there and says, hey, let's tease out the forms of capital and how the rate of exchange between different fields or realms of life activity function. No, he's not losing sleep over such questions. Well, that's great. By bracketing that out, he's able to focus on other things, right? But it's our job to then unbracket or rebracket strategically in a way that brings back and then unflattens the symbolic order itself so that we can map power in the 21st century.
It's like in the army, they will sometimes have you do dumb shit like move a pile of sandbags to one location so you can move it back. So you can move it right back to its original location. And on the surface, that looks like just busy work. And I think most of the time it is just busy work. It's something you tell the privates to do as a punishment, or it's something you tell the new guy to do to fuck with him. Be like, oh yeah, you need to move that over there. And then when he's done, hey, you need to move it right back. And this doesn't only happen in the army. It happens on construction sites. It happens in workplaces all over the world where these kind of meaningless, busy work tasks. And it's like you do the thing just to undo the thing. So nothing actually happened, but something actually did happen. Like a lot of work was done. A lot of like actual physical work was done from the perspective of the subject, of the agent, of the person, of the one doing the work. Like they moved it and they moved it back. So there was all that metabolic energy tied up in it. But also from the perspective of the outside world, those things were moved and those things were moved back. So saying we have to go through and re-bracket or unbracket, or I think it would be unbracket.
Unbracketing is bracketing. I think that's kind of the point.
Yeah. So we're doing this operation where we're taking things that have been flattened and kind of reflattening them to unflatten them out again. And to, I don't know, to someone that might seem a little bit absurd, but it is necessary because everything has already been flattened out. And yeah, I think Lacan does like necessary work with elucidating like some structures in subjectivity and like language, like the spoken language itself, and like that's necessary, but it's also necessary to understand that in the context of capital, in the context of history, and even in the concept of maybe the structure of subjectivity itself has changed over the last 100 years, over the last 400 years. Like
100%.
Like there seem to be a lot of people who want to deny that, who want to say this is the gospel truth and it is unchanging. And they do it with Lacan, they do it with Marx, and they do it with Hegel. Mm-hmm. And I don't know, maybe they do it with some others, but it seems like those three get done. They get deified most often.
A lot.
Yeah. And
yeah.
We want to undeify them so we can actually sanctify them and actually raise their thought to the level of like what it should be and what it was, because they did go through this process. Marx bracketed everybody. Newsflash. Like these guys went through this process of bracketing out and setting up their method and doing their thing and focusing on their side of analysis, because they were contributing to their context. It is not the case that you can just read Lenin and say, this is the way the universe works. And since Lenin read Marx, so I don't have to read Marx, I can read Lenin and I can understand the historical dialectical unfolding of the universe and the necessity of the dictatorship of the proletariat. There are people who, I don't know. It's a very broad approach, and it has to be a very broad approach. Human subjectivity is very broad. The world itself is very broad. It's broad. Far and wide, we have to range.
Far and wide, we have to range. I think that's the perfect quilting point for now. We'll come right back after this PSA with Nina Power. See you all shortly.
Boom, boom, boom.
Make sure to smash that. Let's get it going.
Yeah. You can support the free and public work at TU by becoming a patron over at Patreon. But if you would like to get involved and become a member at Theory Underground so that you can listen to special content,
that is not accessible to anyone else. Or if you go up a subscriber level, actually join in the discussions. Or at the top level, have us actually read your work, giving constructive feedback and ultimately paving a way to potentially being a part of what we call the turn. Then you'll want to become a subscriber. That's how you will access the ongoing courses and seminars. We've brought together Benjamin Studebaker's experience in political theory and science and philosophy with my critical social theory, phenomenology, existentialism, critique of political economy, critical media theory approach, combined with Michael Downes's fault line theory. You know, the CCRU versus Ljubljana School, or Žižek versus Land. And of course, how he brings those against one another and then transcends them through other thinkers like Baudrillard, who he'll be teaching an intro course to in 2025. All of us are teaching stuff in 2025 that rhymes or argues or goes together. And so the best way to accelerate your development getting into theory right now is to just become a subscriber at TU. Just go to the website, click get involved, and I'm gonna look, what I'm about to play for you all is a really special moment from our documentary that we're working on, an interview where Benjamin explains why he's supporting Theory Underground and getting involved as a active member here at the core of the teaching team.
Yeah, so the thing that I notice is that a lot of people criticize the university, they criticize the left, they don't build an alternative institution. They will go, the university sucks, but you know what's great? Substack and Patreon and YouTube, and they'll lean into that. But that is a negation, right? You guys don't do that. You guys are interested in sublating the university within the newly emergent media. Or you could frame it the other way, sublating the newly emergent media within the university, right? And so this, of course, will ultimately lead, if you take it where it goes, to a question of institutions and having actual economic, social role possibilities for theorists. This is the critical crisis, which is that there are still some very bright, very well-educated people, but they are not able to replace themselves. And because most of them have university positions, their level of interest in replacing themselves is to some degree compromised.
Yeah.
They don't have to worry that much about themselves. They don't have that much stake in it because they're already set up. However, because you aren't in the underground, you have some potential of being able to actually create an institution or structure which makes it possible for people to do theory in the future. This is something that, as far as I can tell, only you are doing. The thing about freeing Mikey from wage labor, this idea not only that your channel would free you from the Amazon job, but that this could grow in such a way that it could provide spaces for multiple people, and then those multiple people could interact in the way that they would in a monastery or in a university department. This is the revolutionary idea in terms of raising consciousness and making it possible for us to think in such a way that we could return even to the horizons of the tens and talking about things like Medicare for all in a not stupid, not bullshit way, in a serious way. To get to that point, we need to raise our level of ability to think. We need new intellectuals in our generation that are real intellectuals and not people who are running around scared of what the DSA or their university department thinks of them. You have the potential to actually make a real material intervention into not just knowledge production, but in Bildung, into the making of people. Yeah. This is something that we can do. There's a window right now where I am not in the university, and so I have a real reason to think very seriously about, can we do something else? Because I'm annoyed, myself with the whole process of trying to be in that. And I would like there to be something else, something better. I have all my critiques of it that come in part from being at Cambridge, in part from studying ancient thinkers. We could do something better than it. Not just something that is an imitation or steals some things from it and does the best you can with it, but something that actually is better and that produces the kind of theory that in modernity, how do you make a Hegel? How do you make a Marx? we have to reinvent this. It's no longer possible to do that. We've got to, I think, actually institutionalize in a material way, and this is the sense in which I will uphold the kernel of materialism. You know, actually giving a shit about the structure and what kind of structure is necessary to give rise to a form of life in which this kind of really, really good work can be produced.
Joy to the world. There we go. Yeah. You can support the free and public work.
All right, and we are back. Nina's here. Nina, good to have you. How are you?
Fine. Pretty good.
Awesome.
Great to have you, Nina, and hello to all the people. This may be an episode on why us. This may just be on an EMSTU. Who knows at this point? I don't even know anymore. But what I wanted to say is, Nina, this is the first time that we've had you on since we really actually figured out your schedule and got you like on the plan here at TU. And since Nance and I both started calling the stuff that we're doing why us, and basically in the piece that I wrote this morning, and just so nobody has to go back over what's already been said, I'll just kind of reiterate. I talk a bit about how the main threads or through lines of 2025 at Theory Underground all kind of fit together or complement one another in a certain way. And the way I described your course, I hadn't run this past you really, but maybe you kind of said something that was in this direction. I wonder what you'll think of it. That in a sort of sense, your 12-part course on nature is the return of the repressed. It's that aspect of the theory scene that has not been tarried with, and in fact has been often kind of just thrown out or just oversimplified and reduced to something. What do you think of that framing?
Yeah, I think that's pretty good actually. And it's interesting because I do think, as much as I love psychoanalysis, if one can even say that, or I'm very, very fond of the Slovenian school. I just reviewed Madan Dolar's recent book on rumors, which is excellent, by the way, in that great series, whose name I forget, but there's a fantastic series, I think edited by Laurent de Sutter or something. Helen Rollins has a book in the series. Anyway, that's not the point. The point is that there's almost I'm very interested in things that people don't want to discuss. Not so much the reasons why they don't want to discuss them, but the things that they don't want to discuss, right? So particular concepts. And it's been very obvious, I think, the inherited wisdom, even in the 90s when I was studying philosophy, was that you can't directly talk about nature. Like, it's almost gauche. Like it's everything's mediated through language. Everything is, human beings have altered nature to such an extent that we can't really refer to something there. And okay, we can talk about ontology and we can talk about concepts of matter and substance, and so on. And this is all well and good, and Spinoza will be on the course. I'm a huge fan of Spinoza. I think Spinoza is one of the most, fantastic minds that has ever existed. But there's a kind of flattening and a virtualizing of some of these questions, and particularly around questions of essentialism. So the big critique of Aristotle that's constantly kind of ongoing. People are sort of battling these supposed demons, which are all sort of, the critiques are all about people making claims that seem to pin something down in a way that people don't want to be pinned down. If you say that it's of the nature of something that they are this, and therefore you must be saying an is an ought or something like this, right? So, if you're this kind of creature, then you must behave in these particular kinds of ways. And the liberal and Benjamin Studebaker actually had a fantastic piece, I think, published maybe on your site or his, about Deleuze and his critique of Deleuze that he was doing with you guys.
Yep.
In which he was very much criticizing this model of desire in a way, like, which is really compatible and coterminous with a sort of liberal individualism. And I don't think that Deleuze and Guattari meant that. And indeed, in what is philosophy, they seem to fall back, and they're very, very kind of upset in a way that a lot of their philosophy seems to be almost made for advertising campaigns, and the perennial exploitation of desire to sell you things, which we knew about since Freud and Edward Bernays, who was Freud's nephew. The Adam Curtis series, Century of the Self, makes it very clear that those psychoanalytic ideas were basically hijacked and used to sell things. And the surrealists were also making adverts for Shell, and they were tapping into this idea of a kind of free flow of libido and imagination and so on. And I think it's clear that liberal individualism, or that even the kind of edgy philosophical version of that, we sort of live, I think, in the confused, maybe almost aftermath of where that's gone. Like, we've gone as far as we possibly can, chasing the flows of desire, and perhaps there is a kind of return or an interest in questions of limits and essences and types and kinds. But more than that, I suppose, I'm first and foremost interested in what the Greeks were interested in. And this question, where the course is going to begin with this idea of phusis, which is quite hard to translate, but we might think of it in terms of growth. That if you think about a world in which we don't already have these kind of categories or disciplines of science and philosophy, and the separation of these sorts of worldviews or modes, frames, ways of looking at things, and you're simply observing the difference between different kinds of things. And here are some things that are alive and grow, and here are other things that were alive and are now dead, and here are some other things that were never alive at all, or in any meaningful way that we can understand, right? So these kind of separations about that relate to questions of growth, cycles. Like, if you spend time thinking about plants, it's very obvious that there's something going on here, and it's quite hard to keep plants alive, actually. It's always very good when one does so, but even then, one is kind of perhaps pruning little bits of dead plants, and how does removing the dead plant part of the plant contribute to the overall health of the plant, right? Very interesting questions. So, like, these very, very basic questions, really, and observations about life, about cycles, about what a thing is, whether a thing is alive or whether it is dead, or what we mean by alive and what we mean by dead, and what we mean by nature, including our own nature. What role, what participation do we have? I mean, this is a very pressing question, it seems to me. That we have kind of often very anxious versions. We have often very anxious answers to that question. When we think about the Anthropocene and panic around climate change and the environment and those kinds of things, where the idea is that human beings have irreparably changed the earth. And I'm not making a judgment on that claim. I'm not particularly interested in whether that's true or false. In a sense, I think what I am interested in are the kind of concepts and the metaphysics that underpin our understanding of how we are part of this thing called nature, or if we are. Some people would argue that we're not, that we are fundamentally in in many ways perhaps opposed to nature, or that there are our capacity to build and construct and create artifice and so on of all kinds has fundamentally and irreparably damaged our participation or changed our participation in nature, such that we can only talk about kind of second nature, or the idea that even the concept or the construct of the idea of nature is an imposition. People will make this argument often in relation to domestic animals, that our intervention into breeding has in a way removed the possibility of access to whatever came first. Like, the cow is not the cow. The cow is whatever human beings have made of the cow, but I'm still fundamentally interested in this, what comes first and what we've forgotten about nature in that basic Greek sense. And this is clearly something that Heidegger returns to, but also perhaps more dramatically in a more controversial way, somebody like Pentti-Linkola, who's very, very, very controversial, kind of anti-humanist environmentalist, we might say. He's very interested in the biosphere, but you know, there's a branch of a kind of deep ecology or a green movement which becomes extremely anti-human, right? And I definitely am not kind of defending that, but I think it's worth absolutely looking at these, where some of these ideas take you as regard non-human nature. There's also the manifest bomb in the history of thinking about nature in the form of Darwinism, and which really places us back in the kind of species question. And when, for example, Nietzsche, who has this complex relation to Darwin, starts talking about the human animal, there's a very obvious and domestication and all of those things, like you know, breeding and so on, and things that are kind of quite unpalatable to any kind of moral conception of the human. But he's, you know, cleverly unpicking all of those pretensions. We have this ongoing question, I think, about who or what we are, what is our nature, is there any such thing as human nature, what are we making an appeal to when we appeal to that. Also the question of sexes is often covered over in the name of a sort of generic humanism, or the idea that there is a generic human who is sort of neither male nor female but somehow both, or neither. But this thing called the human, you know, which on some level we might also want to defend. It's a very complicated question when, you know, what we mean when we refer to the human, and then our role or our participation in nature. And again, we're back to some of the Spinoza questions, we're back to the Greeks, we're also back to German Romanticism, something I'm very interested in. People thinkers like Schelling, very difficult, some of which is really difficult, but extremely interesting. And trying to point to this, you know, connection, this almost ineffable participation that we have in growth, in life, in being, and I suppose, yeah, all of these grand but very very old questions, I guess.
I'm not sure if my whistle came through with the noise suppression, but I'm impressed. That was, I guess I want to highlight some of the words you've used. For starters, limits, types, kinds, separations. Some of those limits being natural or necessary, that which of course brings in other limits being somewhat contingent, though they could, even if a lot of those limits are technically contingent, they can become necessary in practical terms. The limits has sort of raised its head in the theory scene, mostly through the Lacanians. I see it's the Lacanians who talk about the name of the father, the no. They're thinking about castration, which is like something they get from Nietzsche ultimately. Like Freud was influenced by Nietzsche, right? We're talking about the domesticated animal, the animal that gets socialized and told you can't do whatever you want. And so there's like this repressed part that gnaws against the bars of the cage, so to speak. I mean, that's how he talks about it. But the Lacanians today will talk about the no, and then we'll have, you know, theorists, famous ones, saying things like, you know, people, the no and prohibition, that's lost its force, and so it's resulting in a rise in a sort of generalized psychotic culture. Or to shout out Sean, who is the first person on the turn here. His piece was about the loss of that no with permissive parenting, and how that leads to a generalized narcissism. So he's focusing on the sort of narcissistic aspect of it. And at the end, I made a joke that was like, whenever I hear you Lacanians talk about this, I always just think that's a lot of words to say conservatives were right about something, right? Like you're basically saying that that the sort of the socially constructed, perhaps maybe somewhat arbitrary role of the no giver is still necessary in development. And then, of course, there's like this tendency that goes, no, but we're postmodern now and we don't need that. And there's some new way. But I think what we're discovering is that there are limits that we run up against, and those don't just go away because we want to wish them away. And in a lot of cases, youth can help a person overcome or push their way past those sort of natural consequences for a while, but eventually it comes back around and bites you in the ass, right? So that's kind of how I'm thinking about it. And so I really liked your focus on limits and types and kinds and separations. And I want to ask about, since you kind of brought up the doxa, you know, especially with like, you know, when you were studying theory in the 90s at Warwick, it was like uncool to talk about nature. Like there's a there. And I'm curious, how, like, what was that like? And how much has that changed? And if that's changed, in what ways? And then maybe later we can get into some questions about like the thinkers that you want to focus on over the next year.
Yeah, no, brilliant. Very good. And just on the no thing, I mean, it is interesting if one is somebody and if one is a woman who has publicly said no to certain things. I mean, the opprobrium is massive. You know, so there is a sense, both I agree in this, that the no is lacking. We're in this paradoxical situation where people still witter on about patriarchy, but at the same time there's clearly a total collapse of paternalism in that sense, and it's not clear that maternalism maternalism can't be paternalism. That's a very strange thing to say, but the no of the mother is just perceived as effing annoying. You know, Jordan Peterson tells young men to tidy their room and they're like, yeah, dude. And, you know, their mother tells them to tidy their room and they're like, oh, mom, you know. So I think there is this kind of problem of like, who is saying the no? Like, so if men are, you know, there's no like no of the father, that everything has become permissive. But at the same time, there are these sort of few irritating women saying, no, I don't think that male desire is the most important thing on the planet, or, you know, like your hard on is not my business or like my concern, and I'm not here to sort of like soothe your passage. Then you know, you're really in trouble, and and that's all good as well. But yeah, it's funny your joke about the conservatives, and I yeah, it's liberalism in general is basically, how to put it, I mean, yeah, it sort of swims leftward, but even conservatives are liberals. They're just saying slow down a bit, or you know, maybe we shouldn't knock over this gate, to use Chesterton's very overused example, but we don't know what it's for. Like, somebody put it here. Like, of course, we forget about the past, we forget about wisdom, accumulated wisdom, and then history and tradition and so on, in this name of the future, whatever we mean by that. And yeah, I think to go to the second point about the 90s, and yeah, I mean, it is really very strange as somebody who experienced some of these ideas around I guess cyber utopianism and social constructivism, I guess, and Butler's ideas around gender and queer theory, and sort of things that were going on, less so in my undergraduate, but more as in the postgraduate field. And people were kind of looking forward to something that everybody knew was coming down the pipeline, but I had no idea. I cannot believe, if you like, that like Judith Butler became like global hegemonic policy or whatever. Like these ideas should not have like these were like weird people saying strange things in a weird literary way. They weren't even propositional in terms of like these are not claims that can be verified, right? Like this is a kind of exercise in literary theory for bored, overeducated people.
Right.
And for this to become like like American imperial policy, you're like, ooh, that's odd. Like I did not see that coming. So yeah, it's a strange relationship between the academy and the outside. Maybe there is no outside anymore. And I think maybe this question of the outside is very interesting when it comes to nature. And I feel it's also an internal contradiction within philosophy, and this is also to do with sexual difference as well, like the idea that women are tied to nature, and we get this all the way back in the Greeks, and that men are tied instead to the sky and to reason, and they are disembodied, or they have the capacity to be disembodied, and also to treat nature and see nature in terms of its use, its function, its resource aspects, and we would look at also the kind of the role of Christianity and the idea of dominion, and also then when we move into Francis Bacon and Kant and the idea of the mathematization of nature, which is obviously a clear change in the world picture. Like the moment you can not only map the territory but understand the map as a plan, I suppose, right? Like everything becomes a question of measure, use, quantity, resource, and we still live in that world, right? We still live in we live in the mathematized world, and then I suppose more on the political or religious side, the question of a kind of paganism, I mean, periodically kind of rears its head, but it's complicated because given that most people in a way largely live in a post-Christian liberal secular way, that sort of divide or the opposition or the antagonism between paganism and Christianity doesn't really exist in the same sense. But it doesn't mean that we're not perhaps perennially encountering some of the same tensions, like between a kind of atavism, instinctivism, primitivism, even a kind of an appeal to a world of hierarchy, power, might, and the idea of nature as this kind of brutal, unjust force, which is, as Kant says in the Romantics, it completely indifferent to your survival, right? Like this is its kind of great power. You can be swept away by a wave or whatever. Like nature doesn't care. You can be done away with, and all of your moral sensibility will only kick in like later, if at all, right? Like this is the only thing that differentiates us in the second moment of the sublime is our capacity to stand there and judge and say, but I'm a moral being, I have the capacity to be free. And but we're kind of terrified by nature, including our own nature. We're also very much in the kind of transhumanist era, which Mary Harrington and others have pointed out is less to do with like robotics and fantasies about that, but more to do with reproductive technology. So she regards the pill as the first great mass transhumanist experiment, insofar as it detaches women from their capacity to become pregnant, right? Like literally detaches sexual behavior from consequence.
Mm-hmm.
And so on. So I think we're already in transhumanism. Does it make any sense, or is it just I don't know, are we past the point that we can refer to something as nature, as something natural? I don't think so, and I think it haunts, like you say. I think it's what gets repressed, and if you look at something like the Xenofeminist Manifesto, they will say something like, oh, if nature is unjust, change nature. You know what I mean? Like, oh, okay, so the sort of technophilic transhumanist project is just to do what you will, in this demonic Faustian way. Like, okay, we can change these things, right? And as if there aren't consequences, or as if those things are what you imagine you want will be manifest in matter. But I don't think matter behaves that way, and we seem to kind of keep forgetting these sorts of limits.
I guess I want to let Nance come in because I know he's like our residential postmodernist, and so I mean, I'm joking. Nance is complicated and nuanced on these questions, but I guess, Nance, when I think of you vis-a-vis this course, I think there's a way of talking about nature, a way of mobilizing nature that you don't like. But then there's like this bigger question about like what the human is between nature and, we could talk about ideals. Do ideals even belong to nature, right? Like, are ideals divine? Or this brings us back to the conversation we had about, oh, God is nature, nature's God. Well, that's a problem because God is a dewormer. Like, God deworms the human. Now, so does the concept of beauty, so does the concept of truth. But there are ideal concepts that can work to deworm us. Now, I say this mostly just for those who were not present for that, so you kind of know about some of the conversation we've had about it. But I guess, yeah, like in terms of, the Cyborg Manifesto and xenofeminism and CCRU and all of that kind of stuff. I'm just kind of curious how your thinking's been developing as you anticipate this course.
I think limits is another word that I peaked up on. I think that's I don't know. I think about limits like more materially and less in the Lacanian way, but I think they're related, because I think without these, like without prohibition, we will come up against material limits eventually, and there will be like material consequences. And so maybe it's just two different registers having the same conversation. But it's also true that, like, as Nina's describing, nurturing plants, like that's stewardship. That's like we are these subjects, and we find ourselves already here, and we can either kind of instrumentalize and operationalize and enframe the entire world for our purposes, or we can recognize like maybe our purposes are wrong. Like maybe there's something to this sandbox that we found ourselves in, and maybe we should try to at least steward it rather than operationalizing it. I think while I do see, I don't even know, because the transhumanism thing, I don't think it's good. I just think it's necessary. Like I think it's coming regardless. So it's not to moralize about it. It's just to say, let's understand it and let's do it as good as we possibly can do it. Because I think, yeah, we killed nature already. And if there is a nature, it will exist because we revived it, and we are the stewards of it. So I do, I guess, maintain a split between man and nature, but I also recognize that man emerges from nature, and humanness is contingent on nature, just as it's contingent on divinity. I guess I approach it at trying to understand the human as a necessary part of nature, which I don't think has a whole lot of representation. I do think people come down hard on either side, either go, blast off into the future, or let's be primitivists, let's be Robin Crusoe. So I'm very excited about it. And I think stewardship, the idea of stewardship doesn't get enough play. And nurture, natality, love, the soft and squishy bits of the human that are just as important as the martial prowess and the, capital logic and the amazing, tremendous, great things we can do, the historical things.
we're also precarious, fragile, frail creatures. I don't know. I'm excited. Very.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, very much like the idea of stewardship. I mean, I don't think we should go to Mars to escape the mess that we've left here. I think, you know, we there are things we can do here still, not least for ourselves. And yeah, I don't know. I feel somehow that there is something that's still there to be protected. Maybe this is what you mean by stewardship, and cultivated, and all of these things, which are kind of organicist ways of speaking. And I think one of the crucial, interesting things in the ancient Greeks is that their idea of physis is organicist. It's not yet even the atomists. You know, the atomists have a materialist understanding, but it's also organicist, right? It's not yet mechanistic, let's say, right? Like, I think this question of regularity in the concepts and the way in which nature is conceived as something that in a way is self-moving and cyclical and organic. It's difficult for us to go back to that worldview in a way, because we live in the post-mechanical universe. I mean, we live in the enlightened world, and as you say, I think like the transhumanist project, as Mary Harrington and others, it's already underway. I agree, like we're in that world, but I wonder if we're as far through as we might think we are. I definitely think this is the you know, the tech question, the question of tools, the question of what we have done, can do, will do, the fact that this is also part of our nature. This is the other thing, right? It's our nature to go beyond our nature. You know, this is like the kind of creature that we are, in terms of concepts, abstractions, but then also real material processes. There's a very interesting book by Alfred Schmidt, who is a student of Horkheimer and Adorno, called Marx's Concept of Nature, in which he tries to exactly analyze what Marx says about nature in all these different places, and how Marx conceives it as primarily a social, productivist, consumerist, not consumerist. I mean, like, where you both produce and consume at the same time, like in the production of use of matter. But that it is first and foremost seen through the social and the human. Like, there is no separation there's no nature that's being referred to behind the scenes, as it were. And I suppose I want there to be this openness to something more poetic, like poiesis, like something that is not productive in the mechanical or machinic sense, but is something to do with the creative quality of nature, which is not perfect, which is precisely not replicable in the same way that something in a factory is produced. You know, that the flaws and the lack of symmetry, the absence of zero in nature is what nature is. You know, and this is like a challenge and a provocation to man's capacity to rationalize things.
Physis is this the word where like force comes from, as well as like being tied into this organicist view of nature?
Yeah, so this came up when I was thinking about this before. So normally we think of force, what's the other word they use? It's well, you have dynamis, I guess, would be the other way of thinking about force, which is where we get the idea of dynamism from. Yeah, I mean, physis is where we get physics from, I guess. Well, it is not, I guess. So they're closely related, and I think these questions of like force and energy and poiesis and things that sort of seem like alive. I mean, one of the questions I struggle with is, particularly, I guess, when we get to questions of DNA and the building blocks of life type stuff, is what happens to life? Like, life disappears, right? If DNA is not alive, if you like. Like, are we, like, what does it mean to say that we're alive, right? We clearly make all kinds of legal and existential distinctions between being alive and being dead. But our relationship, the interaction between what lives in us and what doesn't, is really a mystery. It seems to me like it just incredibly complicated. And this is not only the sort of problem of qualia and consciousness. That's the sort of one way of looking at some of it, but it's more fundamental. It's when I look outside and I look at the trees and the birds, and then I look at the concrete and the cars, I make an almost automatic distinction between that which lives and that which never lived, or that which was once alive and now is dead, like wood. Like when we look at wood, this was once alive and now it's sort of post alive. So I'm very, very interested in these distinctions, because to what extent can we say that humans are alive in the same way that trees and plants and birds are alive? Like, what is it? Do we participate in something? And then this question of what the relationship between aliveness and nature is when we talk about nature, we also include things that seem dead, like stones and things like that, or we would also include like trees that are no longer alive. I mean, a tree that's been felled is still nature, or is it? um if we're using it, it might be timber, right? We've already kind of transformed it conceptually into something for use. But let's say a tree that has been struck by lightning, it's just useless, right? It's not of use in that sense, right? But even to make these, to go back over these distinctions, like to get back again to this point where, yeah, where the world itself confronts us as wonder, as mystery, and I think the demystification of the world, the disenchantment that Weber talks about, the Enlightenment project as the, I just went to this amazing exhibition at the Science Museum in London about Versailles, and I had not realized the extent to which the Louis XIV to 15th, 16th were, unbelievably behind the scientific revolution in the sense of, and the Enlightenment project. Like everything is about this, quantifying, like the explosion of invention. It's really impressive. And I, for a moment, I'm like this gigantic technophile. I think, wow, look at like they map Cassini maps the moon. They have, the telescope, the microscope, and all these things, and they're covered in gold decor, so that the separation between art, beauty, and science isn't there yet either. It's all just part of the same like wondrous process. And the fountains are like pornographic fountains, and you're like, wow, this is so cool. Anyway, I got wildly off track there, but yes, the sort of wonder.
I want
Go on.
I want to. So we're talking about the mystery and the wonder and the poiesis in nature, and it does seem like, for Heidegger rethinking Phusis, he would want to bring that stuff back into it, though I'm not familiar with his later work, not really intimately. And so, I mean, for me, it's like I just care about a certain segment of his work, and so. But I am interested in how physics separated poiesis from like what's considered most essential about nature, and that was for instrumentalized purposes. Like Bacon and Descartes are very clear of like what they have in mind, like conquering nature. Like it's a very specific like agenda to demystify. But I want to speak to the heathens in the chat. What's up, boys? I haven't been watching chat, so I don't know what is going on in there. I hope you'll all put your hands together and be very attentive for our last co-host for this segment, joining pretty late. Anne is currently listening, and she'll be brought to the foreground here in a second. And I thought maybe a segue would be factory farming. So the reason I called out the chat, I interpolated you guys because I'm assuming there's a bunch of people saying what nature is. I'm assuming that a bunch of people are like, they're hearing us, and instead of getting excited and wondering and getting excited about all these different thinkers who are much smarter than any of us, who spent their whole lives thinking about these things that we'll be getting into. People are instead saying things that they probably could have said when they were still in middle school. They're just repeating it, maybe with a couple extra big words. And so, hey, we're all habitual creatures here, and that's part of the project, is to, and this is the return of the repressed. And so I wanted to highlight something special about what it means to say that something has a nature or something has an essence. And I want to use chickens because Anne and I are moving to a farm, right? We haven't really been talking too much about it, but you know, if all goes well, we're going to be helping my parents with their farm while I'm still doing Theory Underground, and Anne is going to have so we're going to be helping them as they enter their 70s, and we're going to, in part, be there to not just for the relationship, but also just to learn more about cultivation and stewardship. And you know, it's a whole side of Theory Underground that has tended to be repressed from the conversation. We don't talk about it as much because it's just not been the emphasis for the last couple of years. But the fact that we are moving to a farm and preparing for this speaks to the fact that it's important to us. And then I would also just add that time energy as a concept comes out of a period of my life trying to do the Victory Farm Center for the Humanities. Like, you know, TU is like try number 6, and the Victory Farm Center for the Humanities was try number 2. And so, with, you know, the idea is the life of the mind and the life of labor, and finding some kind of a symbiosis where you can have intellectual farmers and people who care for the earth. But with all that said, I grew up on a chicken farm, and all I pretty much did was chop their heads off and feed them, you know, so I didn't really have much of a, you know, growing up, like a love or appreciation for them. I was just kind of grossed out by them and didn't want to eat them because I was like, ew. It was much later when I was like, you know what? It's too good to pass up. I can't not. But the thing that made me actually a vegetarian for a year at a very important stage of my development was seeing factory farming and just seeing it. And so I want to shout out Michael. Is it Michael Pollan? Is that his name? Pollan is the Food Inc. guy, right? And so in Food Inc., if you watch the documentary, what's his name? Joel Salatin is the radical farmer that they talk about, and he's all about things getting to live out their essence or their nature and getting to do so cyclically. And so bringing it all back to chickens, I could use a bunch of other animals. The point is like they don't live isolated. They live in harmony with other animals, and that they all serve a function. Every creature has a purpose. And it is in the nature of the chicken to want to sit there and till the soil, not in like this super mechanical evil way, but just in like this sort of like, let's pick through it and like peck up certain kinds of pebbles and certain kinds of creatures and then compost it, right? Like the chicken comes along and does something that turns what would have been poor dirt into rich soil. The chicken is serving an essential function in the ecosystem. Now, lots of birds do that, but chickens are kind of like, we've programmed them to live out their essence even better than ever. Like it's something special. And happy chickens build soil with lots of earthworms in them. And sad chickens turn us into vegans. Sad chickens make us not want to have anything to do with animal agriculture. And so now that Anne's here, I don't know if you have any questions or anything you wanted to say about nature, but I thought, you know, considering the fact that we're moving to a farm and we're talking about things having an essence, things having a nature. And maybe you can speak to the sort of just the deep sense of injustice when you see something that's being forced to live in a way that's contrary to its nature.
Yeah, hello everyone. Good to see you, Nina and Nance. Yeah, it's interesting you brought up the animal agriculture. Because for those who don't know, I am a vegan. I've been vegan since the beginning of 2019, and it's not something that I'm very vocal about because I kind of don't want to be put into like the category of that kind of vegan because I have no judgments towards other people and what they want to eat. It's like a personal preference, but it is something that I don't get to talk a lot about kind of my relationship to animals in the industry. And as I progress in my kind of own journey and talking to other people, I think there is this happy medium where humans can and maybe should still be eating animals, or like there's, I don't know, there's something that you could say is beautiful or is powerful in the relationship of like, okay, we'll protect you from scary nature. We'll give you a good life on this land, and then, you know, this sacrifice, you will feed us. But it seemed like it used to be, you know, such at a such smaller scale, to where everyone kind of knew this is the animal, this is the cow from the farm next door, or this is from the local butcher who, like, with his own hands carefully cut this up and for me to eat. Whereas now it's so far removed from the animal, and we'll walk into our local grocery store in the meat department and they'll have little balloons hanging of like happy cows and happy pigs, and like I think that's really sick and twisted. So I'm like, these are not happy cows, these are not happy pigs. And I one time heard like a vegan say that their reason for not eating meat is because of the energy, like the bad energy of like this sad, abused animal that never saw the sunlight, and now we're putting that dead flesh into our own body from, you know, these, yeah, animals that never see the light of day, these chickens that are collapsing under their own weight, these cows that had their babies like ripped away from them the second they were born. And so I know I'm coming in on the end of this conversation, so I don't know exactly like what all to say on that, but yeah, it's something that I think a lot about, and how we can have like a happy medium. And because I don't think we can ask people to stop eating meat or animal products altogether. I don't think that's desirable. I think for most people that probably doesn't work. I think for me, I'm just kind of grossed out by it in general. I'm very happy eating my beans and my tempeh. But there is something beautiful about like the relationship between humans and animals, and the like, I think, sacrifice that comes from, you're going to nourish us. And I'm not saying we need to bring back some sort of like rituals around it, but maybe we should, because it's so far removed. Now you go buy dinosaur shaped chicken nuggets at the grocery store, and they're so far removed from like this living creature that, although is different from us, was sentient, was living. So yeah, that's my contribution, I suppose, to that one.
Do you want me to respond a little bit? I can, if we have a couple of minutes. Sure, yeah. First of all, I think I hope you change Theory Underground to Theory Farmyard when you move. But can you have an underground if you live on a farm?
Theory on the ground, yeah.
I will say one fun little thing. This is some lore, deep lore nobody knows except for Nance and Anne. But the treescape that has been featured as the background image for all of the stuff that I've done from this channel for the last at least year, if not year and a half, that treescape is from my parents' farm. Like, it's what you see from their window. And so the city has changed. Like right now it's like it's just LA. It's like a time lapse of LA, and the city used to be Seattle. The city is kind of just irrelevant. Cities are interchangeable. It's this place in nature, between nature and civilization, sort of, so to speak. That. So I mean, yeah, there's some kind of something poetic about the fact that that's always been there. Anyway, just made me think about it.
No, it's beautiful. Yeah, no, on the kind of mechanization of mass animal murder, you know, there's no other way to understand industrial farming. And you know, when you see footage of it or read descriptions, yeah, I mean, it's like yeah, I mean, it's mass murder without even the ritual sacrificial dimension, right? Like, it's simply profane slaughter. And sure, I mean, this is I don't know. I mean, I recently reviewed Peter Singer's short book about the turkey, and you know, and I'm not convinced by many of his arguments as a utilitarian, and he's very yeah. One of the obvious conclusions, though, to what he's saying would be it would be better if these animals were not born in the first place, right? Like the way we minimize harm and suffering is for things not to be born at all, right? And this is a very complicated question about what that means for human beings. It is an argument that's been made by Benatar and others, like looking at this idea of the wisdom of Silenus. You know, the best thing is to die soon. The best thing is never to have been born. The second best thing is to die soon. Which is Nietzsche quotes, but it's also the argument that Benatar takes up, looking at various cases where people have, for example, sued their parents for bringing them into the world. You know, can you do that? But Singer talks about, well, what if we just released all the turkeys from these horrible farms, right? Yes, absolutely, right? But logically, what's really going to happen is that they will never be born at all. And we might say, well, this is better in the case of battery farming, right? These animals shouldn't be treated in this way. And your point about the sad passions and the energies of, like, you know, mass sorted meat is just, yeah. I mean, I believe that. Like, I'm sure that's true. And ideally, we would like everybody to have access and enough money to occasionally buy meat that is organic, free range, and all of those things, right? Like that would be the ideal. That's clearly not what happens. That's clearly not the reality. Most meat produced, I think Singer points out, it's like 98% of turkeys are battery, whatever, you know, the factory produced, right? Like a very small number of people can afford or will spend, let's say, are willing to spend that much money on you know, an expensive turkey. So yeah, we have mass availability of horribly produced sad meat. I agree. Like this is not a question of harmony, balance, health even. And yeah, the question of health is also going to feature in this discussion of nature. Like this is really again something that people often don't really want to talk about, which is why it's kind of been abandoned to the right, even though it was much more of a kind of leftist thing, at least when I was growing up. The idea that one would be suspicious of, you know, food companies and medicine giving you stuff that was bad for you, potentially, and that the one needed to look after one's own health and that kind of thing, and maybe use alternative medicine, and that somehow that ground has been ceded to like the bodybuilding right, or whatever we want to say. And you know, that's a pity, but we can talk about health. I think it's not a, you know, our health, the health of what we mean by this concept of health. You know, yeah, and that would extend to the whole biosphere. And I think these concepts, you know, go on, Dave.
Oh, sorry. No, please finish.
Oh, well, I was just
There's like the
finish
lag thing.
yeah. I was just going to finish by basically saying like another thing that I think will come up on the course, or definitely will, is these larger concepts like biosphere, environment, planet, globe, atmosphere, environment, and so on. Like these, the concepts that we choose to begin our discussion of nature inevitably condition then what we are able to say about it. Do you know what I mean? So we have to be extremely careful, especially when we're looking at the politicization of nature, whether historically, but also obviously in terms of the environmental green movement, whatever we want to say. You know, less so their sort of strategies and tactics, but more, I think, yeah, the metaphysical assumptions that are underlying some of their worldviews, I think are absolutely ripe for unpacking and thinking about in a careful way.
Awesome. Thank you so much. So we're about to roll PSA, and then we'll be back for a follow-up episode on the concept of the right and the question of what's right, for a special episode of our podcast, What's Right, where Nina will be sharing some of her research into the topology of the right today, its constituent contradictions. What are the movements? When we a lot of times when people say right wing, that they just kind of have like this catch-all idea, but it turns out there's a bunch of different versions competing right now. And I guess I just want to say in close, the reason I'd said, hey boys in the chat, and then I tied in the example with the chicken, is to really drive home the distinction between nature and something having a nature. And if people want to try to say that humans have no nature, that's fine. I mean, okay, there's all kinds of reasons that suggest themselves to me as to why a person might want to think that. And that doesn't mean it's not true, but it is sus. But with that said, that are you going to try to tell me a chicken doesn't have a nature? Are you going to try to, because that's how far it's gone. People were fine talking about chickens having natures, but now it's like, no, nothing has a nature. There's just nature. And because as soon as you say that something has a nature, there's some kind of implicit ought, some kind of a implicit moral or ethical judgment. Like to say that a chicken has a nature means that we have to honor something about that. We can't just make it be whatever we want, like a chicken sandwich. At least not an industrial one. Nance, what were you going to say there?
To anticipate the pushback from the postmoderns, they would just say, yeah, like man has got our greedy little fingers in everything. So that this nature in the chicken, well, the chicken's a domesticated animal, so that's a constructed nature. Now, I don't agree with that, but that is the rejoinder to that statement.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Well, and I think that there's lots of great rejoinders to that rejoinder, but that'll be the sort of nature of this course on nature. So everybody, thank you. Yes, Nina gets the last word.
Well, yeah, I just want to say I've been totally up for all of these discussions and controversies, and I know, that I realize there's something kind of provocative at precisely the point about, in a way, defending nature. Like, what does that even mean? Like, what can that mean? And so precisely to come up against these like hard antagonisms, and these sort of psychoanalytic critiques and all of those, and the materialist critiques, kind of is the point, right? And I'm completely open to, every observation, critique, argument, so on. So.
All right.
We'll
be right back after this.
Joy to the world. There we go. Yeah. You can support the free and public work at TU by becoming a patron over at Patreon. But if you would like to get involved and become a member at Theory Underground so that you can listen to special content that is not accessible to anyone else, or if you go up a subscriber level, actually join in the discussions, or at the top level, have us actually read your work, giving constructive feedback, and ultimately paving a way to potentially being a part of what we call the turn, then you'll want to become a subscriber. That's how you will access the ongoing courses and seminars. We've brought together Benjamin Studebaker's experience in political theory and science and philosophy with my critical social theory, phenomenology, existentialism, critique of political economy, critical media theory approach, combined with Michael Downes's fault line theory, the CCRU versus Ljubljana School, or Žižek versus Land. And of course, how he brings those against one another and then transcends them through other thinkers like Baudrillard, who he'll be teaching an intro course to in 2025. All of us are teaching stuff in 2025 that rhymes or argues or goes together. And so the best way to accelerate your development getting into theory right now is to just become a subscriber at TU. Just go to the website, click get involved, and I'm gonna look, this What I'm about to play for you all is a really special moment from our documentary that we're working on, an interview where Benjamin explains why he's supporting Theory Underground and getting involved as a active member here at the core of the teaching team.
Yeah, so the thing that I notice is that a lot of people criticize the university, they criticize the left, they don't build an alternative institution. They will go, the university sucks, but you know what's great? Substack and Patreon and YouTube, and they'll lean into that. But that is a negation, right? You guys don't do that. You guys are interested in sublating the university within the newly emergent media. Or you could frame it the other way, sublating the newly emergent media within the university, right? And so this, of course, will ultimately lead, if you take it where it goes, to a question of institutions and having actual economic, social role possibilities for theorists. This is the critical crisis, which is that there are still some very bright, very well-educated people, but they are not able to replace themselves. And because most of them have university positions, their level of interest in replacing themselves is to some degree compromised.
Yeah.
They don't have to worry that much about themselves. They don't have that much stake in it because they're already set up. However, because you aren't in the underground, you have some potential of being able to actually create an institution or structure which makes it possible for people to do theory in the future. This is something that, as far as I can tell, only you are doing. The thing about freeing Mikey from wage labor, this idea not only that your channel would free you from the Amazon job, but that this could grow in such a way that it could provide spaces for multiple people, and then those multiple people could interact in the way that they would in a monastery or in a university department. This is the revolutionary idea in terms of raising consciousness and making it possible for us to think in such a way that we could return even to the horizons of the tens and talking about things like Medicare for all in a not stupid, not bullshit way, in a serious way. To get to that point, we need to raise our level of ability to think. We need new intellectuals in our generation that are real intellectuals and not people who are running around scared of what the DSA or their university department thinks of them. You have the potential to actually make a real material intervention into not just knowledge production, but in Bildung, into the making of people. Yeah. This is something that we can do. There's a window right now where I am not in the university, and so I have a real reason to think very seriously about, can we do something else? Because I'm annoyed, myself with the whole process of trying to be in that. And I would like there to be something else, something better. I have all my critiques of it that come in part from being at Cambridge, in part from studying ancient thinkers. We could do something better than it. Not just something that is an imitation or steals some things from it and does the best you can with it, but something that actually is better and that produces the kind of theory that in modernity, how do you make a Hegel? How do you make a Marx? We have to reinvent this. It's no longer possible to do that. We've got to, I think, actually institutionalize in a material way, and this is the sense in which I will uphold the kernel of materialism, actually giving a shit about the structure and what kind of structure is necessary to give rise to a form of life in which this kind of really, really good work can be produced.
Joy to the world. There we go. Yeah. You can support the free and public work at TU by becoming a patron over at Patreon. But if you would like to get involved and become a member at Theory Underground so that you can listen to special content that is not accessible to anyone else, or if you go up a subscriber level, actually join in the discussions, or at the top level, have us actually read your work, giving constructive feedback, and ultimately paving a way to potentially being a part of what we call the turn. Then you'll...
All right.
All right, let's kick it off with that opening, Anne.
Hello, internet people and the people not on the internet. I'm Anne Snelgrove-McKerracher.
And this is David McKerracher. You're listening to What's Right. Today we're joined by two special guests. One is guest co-host Nance. Great to have you.
Great to be here.
And the other is a part of the teaching team for 2025 here at Theory Underground. She is a friend of this channel, and we're delighted to have you on for the first time at What's Right. How are you doing, Nina Power?
Very well, thank you. It's lovely to be here.
Yeah,
Yay.
it felt weird to say your last name.
Especially since you've already been talking for like the last hour.
I'm a new person, completely different now for
Yeah.
this
Yeah,
hour.
yeah. People in the
New
live chat are like, what's
conversation
going
entirely.
on? Yeah.
Put my hat on. I've changed.
Cute.
There we go.
There we go.
The
I
hat,
love it.
yeah.
So we wanted to bring you on early in this podcast to get a conversation going about what is right. And so that's a double entendre for us. On the one side, it means like what's morally or ethically right. And on the other side, like what is right wing? What's the difference between right wing and conservative? What is that? And so you have in the past on this channel said things like, well, right, the right doesn't really exist. It's basically a slur used to write people off, or things like that. And so, I thought when I'd reached out to you, like basically, like, hey, maybe we could unpack that and go deeper. And basically, I think you said something like, yeah, this is the time. This is the time to sort of do that sort of lay of the land. So, you've been researching the right for a long time. How did you get interested in it, and how's that gone for you?
Well, like everything in my life, it's gone swimmingly, and no, everything is providential and interesting and beautiful, and I'm grateful for every experience that I have. So, well, one of the things I suppose it just strikes me that everybody should be curious about the meanings of words, especially concepts that are very loaded. And you know, we've inherited this political framework of since the French Revolution of the left and the right, which originally just refers to the positions in the chamber or whatever, and you know it's they've taken on a kind of rarefied existence that has kind of over conditioned our entire way of thinking in many ways, although many people are now trying to talk about beyond left and right. You know, we periodically have this idea. I certainly think that philosophy is or maybe even should be kind of pre-political, apolitical, parapolitical, post-political, non-political, in many ways, right? And that's leaving aside then the question of political theory or political philosophy. But in essence, I mean, philosophers are frankly very annoying, which is why states kill them, and you know, like why Socrates had to die and so on. Although I actually don't think he died. I think that was. I'm a Socrates truther. I think he comes back in later life. But anyway, let's say he was murdered by the state for being incredibly annoying. And this is sort of like philosophers, the job of philosophers to be insistent. And a lot of the time they have to hide their thought in an esoteric way. And Leo Strauss's essay on persecution, the art of writing, it has this great, you know, very, very interesting story about how philosophers basically have you know, they write between the lines, as it were, right? Like, anyway, so on the question of political philosophy and the political spectrum, I suppose I read when I was doing my PhD, it was a very long time ago, 2002, 2006, I was looking at mid-19th century German thought and the questions of definitions of man and humankind and a kind of philosophical anthropology that was around the young and the left Hegelians. And then I was trying to map this on for some reason, I don't know why, onto mid 20th century, the humanism debate in French thought and Sartre, Althusser, and Heidegger's critique of Sartre. And I was trying to do this strange kind of like philosophical history but conceptual mapping of whether the anthropological terms were like similar enough that we could say that one was like a kind of there was a palimpsest of the same debate in particularly as related to the political subject, like who is the political subject, right? Like, is it the proletariat, is it man, is it whatever? Anyway, and you know, inevitably, I was reading Max Stirner, for example, who, in the German Ideology, in the full version, like Marx and Engels, dedicate like hundreds of pages to trying to destroy, as they periodically, you know, Marx takes like 2 years after to destroy some random person who's like a rubbish thinker, and he's so petty that he just does this. And now these people are only famous because Marx he took like 17 sabbaticals to destroy them. Anyway. But Max Stirner causes a problem to the kind of Feuerbachian type humanism of the early Marx and Engels, because he directly attacks the abstraction. You know, he says, look, I've never encountered man, capital MAN, right? There is no humankind in that sense. I've only ever met individuals, for example, you know. And when I think about myself, my ego, you know, however we want to translate that, the I-ness of me, I don't first and foremost think of myself as a member of a group called humanity. I don't have access to like human thought or humankind. And you know, this is very troubling for a kind of universal humanism and of the sort of Feuerbachian, although Feuerbach is much more complicated and interesting than people think. So there is a kind of, you know, a sort of right anarchism, we might say, in someone like Stirner, who's also very famously critical of other abstractions, that, you know, the kind of not just man, but man as God, and these sorts of high, you know, forms of dominant abstractions in favor of like a right individualism or a kind of a kind of anarchism. This might not even be right wing in the sense we would understand it, but it's definitely a critique that feels aimed at the left at this point, right? Insofar as the left are on the side of humanity. And want to reclaim humanity. Like Feuerbach has this line about pulling man out of the mud, out of the mire. We need to exhume man, you know, that man has been buried under abstractions, including those of Hegel. So both religious abstractions, and famously we get the idea of projection from Feuerbach. You know, Feuerbach says that man had projected all of his best qualities onto this idea of God and then reified God. But really, these are man's capacities, and we need to reclaim them, and so on. We've been alienated, and again, these sorts of concepts turn up at this point in German thought. And so, but also figures like, I guess, Joseph de Maistre. And when we start thinking about the question of history and progress and the relationship between I guess a certain kind of historical determinism or logical outcomes of systems and the possibility of revolution and revolt and rebellion, you also come up against, let's say, more right-wing ideas of providence and destiny and timescales that are massively zoomed out from the idea of a kind of you know, historical materialist analysis. You know, and I'm not saying that Marx is straightforwardly a kind of inevitabilist or determinist. There are lots of, you know, insane debates about this. But I suppose behind those sorts of questions are these concepts of history itself, right? Again, we have the idea of whether history is linear and progressive, whether it's progressing towards a great future, whether there needs to be a break before we get to the great future, whether humanity is I don't know, like that there's almost like a Christian or post-Christian structure to a kind of second coming. Christopher Lasch analyzes this very well, all of these different kind of concepts of progress, and he thinks that we've ended up modeling a scientific idea onto a temporal idea of politics, right? So that it's not actually religious, secularized religious model, but rather it's we've made everything scientific, including politics, which I think is borne out in questions of like technocracy and bureaucracy and so on. Like we think these are like great salvations, but they're actually like killing us. But another way of thinking about history is of course as a sort of cyclical one. And if you think about this is not just I don't know, reactionary or right wing, although it's often understood this way, but questions of decline or degeneration, like even the greatest empires fall, right? Like why did the Roman Empire fall? I mean, how many millions of words have been dedicated to this subject, right? We can come up with all kinds of reasons why, you know, in every instance, even the most brilliant, successful, powerful empires have collapsed, including perhaps potentially the American one, although can we even imagine that? Impossible. So I think there are ways of thinking about history that are not straightforwardly progressive. And I'm also kind of interested in left-wing, non-progressive left-wing ideas too, right? I think we think somehow that the left and progress, because they've been so intimately tied together, at least, and particularly in our lifetimes, I think more so than ever, that anything that stands athwart progress, anything that says, hang on a minute, or stop, or we're going in the wrong direction, or there are limits, must be right wing and therefore reactionary. Though I really don't think that's true. I think there are many also people on the left, people who are maybe coming from an Illichian, or people like Paul Kingsnorth and so on, people who, Mary Harrington too, although she's more kind of explicitly reactionary, she would call herself, in some ways, partly joking. But you know, that there is a kind of critique of the progress narrative, both politically and scientific, that is, I don't know, perhaps not straightforwardly political at all, although it's apt to come off that way, I guess. And when we think about, I suppose, I mean, one of the revelations that occurred to me, I was speaking at this event called a NatCon. I was invited to speak at National Conservatism. It's like the event they have in different countries. And some people were very angry that I spoke at this conference, because obviously if you speak at a conference, you're then responsible for everything everyone else says, the organizers, you know, other people's misapprehensions about what it's anyway. So I'm fully to blame for everything. And but one of the things that's really revealing at the NatCon in London was just how unbelievably divided the so-called right is. Because what was happening is that you have, and it's so obvious if you think about it, incredible tensions between, and well, this is happening all the time now, but between, let's say, a free market, global, you know, a sort of libertarian to, you know, economic right, which is basically indifferent to questions of identity, ethnos, place, and whatnot, because there is, it's a kind of right progressivism, right? Like the free market is the main thing. It's all about wealth and future and tech and progress, and we just need like the best elite human capital, and it's all about, we can move everything around, like everything is fungible, like let's say the fungible right or whatever, free market right. And then apparently on the same team you have people who are like traditionalists or Christian conservatives, and people who are I don't know, for religious or other reasons, extremely opposed to the erosion of the free market. You know, precisely what Marx identifies in the Communist Manifesto is the kind of the complete erosion of all previous traditions and so on. And Marx is ambivalent, perhaps more on the side of the dissolution of these traditions in some ways. You know, but these people are supposed to be on the same team, right? They're very manifestly clearly not. And it was very obvious to me listening to people fight at this conference that especially in Britain, it's really weird that the Conservative Party has supposed to be the container for these radically opposed views. You know what I mean? Like conservative traditionalists who are, you know, social moralists or Christians, and free market obsessives, like, you know, totally pro-capitalist, break all boundaries down type people. And I think in a lot of European countries there tend to be two parties, which makes much more sense, which would perhaps be the kind of neoliberal free market economic right party, and then something like a kind of Christian Democrat party or something, right? But in Britain, for some reason, these people are like together, even though they hate each other. So that was very interesting, because I think the left people on the left often have this fantasy about what the right is. Like they first of all, they think it's like a boogeyman. And the reason why I've said in some instances that the right doesn't really exist is partly because it doesn't exist as the fantasy of the left, which is to say, here be dragons. Like, you know, this is some incomprehensible, you know, black lake filled with evil or something. And it's not actually true in that sense, but also because I think there is an idea of the right, which is not even an idea, that the right is sort of nothing. Like the left are the left in every sense are people who want to change something. Like one of the differences is really between people who think things need to be fixed and changed and people who think it doesn't. and left and right are sort of applied to those types of people, but again, that's not exactly right. But the right then become sort of de facto reactionary from the standpoint of the left. So anyone who says this is not how we used to do it, or hang on a minute, will be accused of being right wing, when in fact they are simply, I don't know, maybe just being sensible or something, and therefore boring and whatever. So the right sort of then becomes like the defender of the status quo in a certain way. But if you think the status quo is radically unjust, then you think the right-wing person is a monster, right? And then this becomes a question of, well, you're defending inherited wealth, or you are defending unbelievable asymmetry and injustice and so on, and how can you not see how unfair the world is, and so on and so forth. And there's obviously reality in that position too. But I think that the tendency, what we might call like the resentful left, like is all too tempting a psychological mechanism as well. Like there is a kind of desire to blame systems, to blame structures, which then actually detracts from the autonomy and the capacity of the individual to do anything. Like there's something kind of inhibiting about these sorts of structural analyses, which make everything kind of a foregone negative conclusion. So the left, I think, at its worst, can also be very static, paradoxically. If we're constantly blaming capitalism, blaming this group, that group, if only these people didn't exist, and if only these people thought this, or then everything would be fine. Right. And I think fundamentally one of the deeper realities of the difference, if we want to say, between the left and the right might be the acceptance of tragedy and injustice and unfairness. Like the left can't accept tragedy in some ways, and it's not completely fair. I mean, T.J. Clark and others have written very interestingly about left-wing tragedy, but I think fundamentally the tragic worldview is not straightforwardly one of acceptance, but it is one that I suppose begins perhaps from a more realistic analysis of what is the case and what changes can be made. And if you read someone like Edmund Burke, who's very famously somebody standing astride history saying, stop, don't bring the French Revolution here. He predicts the terror. But really he's a liberal in many ways. But what he's saying is, oh, we can make these changes, but we need to make them very, very, very slowly. We shouldn't be ripping up buildings and roads to throw bricks. Like any brick can be a weapon. People took that literally in 68 and elsewhere. But rather he's saying, yes, of course we can turn everything into a weapon, right? But we shouldn't. It will go wrong. Like it will speed up, and you'll end up in this sort of sort of purity massacre spiral with this great new technology of head cutting. And so I haven't even kind of covered, but just they're just the sheer range of positions on the so-called right, it just undermines the too simplistic and easy kind of it is lazy default idea that there is this right that you can refer to and it's all bad, when actually you have people in many ways who might be in alliance with you, particularly around anti-capitalism. Like I'm very interested in romantic anti-capitalism, for example. Like anti-capitalism from the right, I find absolutely fascinating. And this idea that you have to keep yourself pure and away from people who have terrible views, I think has demonstrably been unbelievably counterproductive insofar as like the left can now not get elected anywhere and is actively and openly like collapsed. Um, and this isn't good for anybody, right? Because you need these disagreements and these antagonisms and these tensions, right? No one group of people should have, too much power or too much dominance. And so whether we're talking about perennialists or I don't know, esoteric thinkers who are into like the idea of the Kali Yuga, or how religions are all the same, or kind of historians who are interested in cyclical theories, or theories of decline, or reactionaries or conservatives. And then, when people talk about the far right and Nazis and fascists and so on, I mean, look, the reality is that there aren't really those people anymore. Like it's 2024. It's not 1933. Like we are a long way. We're almost 100 years past really existing fascism, if we want to call it that. There are very few people who have a position that combines industrialism, corporatism, militarism, and like insane crap race science or whatever. Like that, virtually nobody holds that position. Like, I'm not saying there aren't some people probably LARPing who've got like Nazi memorabilia, or people who are edgelording it and saying things. But again, like I'm sorry, but like in a liberal society, the reality of free speech is that it's people saying things that you don't like, and you have to defend that. Like the censoriousness of the left was a terrible mistake. Again, this is something that happened in my lifetime. The 90s, it was the left defending freedom of expression, edgy jokes, comedians, black humor. Nothing was off limits, and it was good, right? Like that was, and against the censoriousness of the kind of conservative right, or people who were regarded as like prudish and whatnot, right? So that's a huge shift in the past 30 years, and not a good one. It's not a good one for the left. The left should be out there defending freedom of conscience, freedom of expression, and so on and so forth. Anyway, this is obvious, but and then so the far right, which is massively overused and I think has lost its value as a concept, precisely because it's been used as a scare tactic, at this point just means sort of someone you don't like and that you don't think should participate in public life, which for some people on the left is about 97% of other human beings, I guess, at this point. There are also, I guess, things like the traditionalist, like trad movement, which is mostly a kind of postmodern internet, I don't know, set of fantasies. You get these paradoxical situations of people, women baking in an oven at home whilst filming themselves on like advanced tech. There are people who are living in traditional ways, but they tend to be like Amish or Mormons and people who you are never going to hear from because they're not online, and they're not going to be telling you how to, fetch eggs from your chickens or whatever, because they're busy doing it and probably also having like 10 children. Demographically, the only groups that are growing are like the really hardcore Orthodox groups. Like, those are the people who are having more than replacement levels of children. It's a very interesting question too. Just to finish on this point about, we've seen in recent days online a huge fight that's happened between a kind of MAGA conservatism and the tech right, or Silicon Valley right, that seemed to happen on Christmas Day. Shouldn't people have been with their families? I only found out about it the day after, I promise. I wasn't looking. But there's been a big fight about this H-1B visa situation, which I don't know the details of, but the broad points are obvious, right? So do you get, quote unquote, the best people for the job from all over the world, or do you defend an idea of a kind of Americanism? And in the latter case, what would that mean? What does it mean for any nation, right? Are we post-national in that sense? Is there something like American values, the American people? Could we also say that about France or Britain or Germany or any of these other countries? that would somehow create a kind of coherent or unified underpinning, right? Is there a people? Is there a set of values? Is there a culture? How do we understand a culture? Is it a kind of organic growth movement from the people and the production of work and art and so on, and ritual, or is the kind of technical ambition, like, so for example, Musk wanting to go to Mars and Silicon Valley doing whatever they want to do, is the idea really a kind of that you need the best people from everywhere, right? And partly this is a kind of neo-Cold War strategy, because how are you going to beat China, right? Okay, we need to take all the best people from the rest of the world quickly. And people were talking about Operation Paperclip, which is a very famous maneuver that America took all of the German Nazi rocket scientists, because after all, they were great scientists, and used them for their own space program. And the space race between Soviet Union and America, which America won. We don't have to talk about that, but so there is this kind of, this thing had really come to the fore, and I think people like Elon Musk and the kind of tech people were very perhaps surprised by the demand that Americans be put first in terms of employment. And that a lot of people felt that MAGA was about America first, not about using America at all costs to advance certain kinds of technology, and I think there you can see perhaps what we might call civic nationalism and a kind of a futurist right. So I think this is really the battle. A lot of the battle is going to be between conservative, traditionalist, nationalist right and the techno-futurist, the right that wants to blast off and explore, and will use concepts like elite human capital and IQ and so on, and will dispense, and has already dispensed with, what they would probably regard as archaic and inchoate notions of a nation and a people and a culture, because those things are no longer relevant in a global quest for greatness or glory.
Yeah, that's a lot. And that, I'm like looking at like these notes that I've taken, and so you've characterized just kind of these different viewpoints that kind of fall into the right versus the left. And I think, like, for the scope of this podcast, something that would be interesting to get more into is this demonization of the right. And like you had mentioned, this viewpoint of certain people that like 97% of everyone else is just a bad person because they're not on the left, or they're not a liberal. And Dave and I are seeing this just in our own lives. We've talked about it on the internet. We've seen it, especially in the wake of the election. And like the feeling that I had in 2016 when Trump was elected, that, oh, a lot of people in this country must be right-wing, conservative, racist, terrible people. But even now we see it with like I've heard a sociology professor say, in reference to someone in an interview we were doing, mention, oh, I'd like to live off the grid away from a city. That was called a right-wing dog whistle. You see people like out with Trump MAGA hats out in the world, and liberals will say, oh, I just couldn't stand to be around that person. And so I will be interested to hear from everyone, like, where is that coming from? What has happened historically that's given this view? And I think we all logically know, like, just based on my day-to-day experiences in the United States of America, in a red state, in some, like, Idaho has this bad reputation of having KKK and Nazis, and we go to the parts of Idaho where that's supposed to be the case, where it's supposed to be so bad and so racist, and turns out it's just like mostly nice people with families who have Trump flags and who voted for Donald Trump or who didn't vote at all. And like, I'll even admit that the Idaho government I feel like is very, very extreme and pretty conservative in almost a concerning way. But they're such a small minority. The people who are maybe part of some remnant of a KKK or actual white supremacists, they're such a small minority of people. And I think we all know that in our day-to-day lives. Like, I feel like if it was such a problem as the left is characterizing, we would see it. We would see this like mass racism and this mass white supremacy. But I'm like, maybe I'm in my little ignorant white privilege bubble, but I'm not seeing it. And I'm in the conservative state. So yeah, we can talk about obviously the media and like Matt Taibbi kind of playing off of the manufacturing consent model and the way that this functions to keep us divided and the media's role in this. But I'd just be so curious into like, yeah, why is this demonization of everything that's not liberal happening? Why is it proliferating so much when I think we have a sense that, well, that's not true. It's not most people's lived experience. And I think probably for a lot of people who maybe they're perceiving it as their experience, they're reading into everything. Like the example I gave, saying I want to live off the grid. And when you see that as a right-wing dog whistle, then you're gonna see a lot of like evil right-wingers out and about.
Yeah, I think there's a kind of question of like in-group signaling and like what things are coded as low status. Like it sort of became like low status to kind of care about having a family, for example, or like I don't know, caring about where you live, or even caring about sort of basic civil norms, or like caring about like crime and stuff. Like you get this kind of
Modesty, like
right.
decency, yeah, stuff like that.
Yeah, like those things somehow became coded as like backwards, oh, you just don't get it, like you're not cool, like you haven't understood, like that we're past that now. And I think the reality is, most people, of course, care about their family and where they live first and foremost. And why wouldn't they? Like, it's so obvious. And I think the difficulty of what it means to be a good person. I mean, if you get rid of Christianity, which basically says like everybody's a sinner, everybody's broken, you can try to be a bit better, we have to have forgiveness, and we're constantly kind of harming each other, whether we mean to or not, and often it's thoughtless and unintentional, but we're all the same. Like we're all, like Sartre has this great line about, we're all half executioner, half victim, like everybody, right? And this psychoanalysis, this idea of the split subject, and if you try to fill those things in and say, no, like these things are manifest like in me and in the other, and I'm all good and the other person's all bad, and basic splitting and projection, you end up having to reinforce that very fragile sense of self by constantly othering people. And actually, making them extreme. Like, so somebody who like loves their family and loves where they live has to be made into some monster. Like, oh, this person is so selfish and evil and filled with hate. This is the other important thing, I think, that this idea of hate, like the other who hates, this is the again, I think this is an attempt to purge all bad feeling from oneself and place it elsewhere, right? So it's always the racist is over there, the homophobe is over there, this bad person, and they hate. I don't hate anyone. I'm great and be kind, and and so you end up with this world which is supposedly filled with people who hate for reasons you can't logically or philosophically analyze. Like Anne, you're saying, like where you live, surely you'd encounter like bad arguments or bad people like all the time, right? You'd be up against people who are like spewing hate, is a very left-wing phrase, like fascism is always on the rise, like and we have groups in Britain called things like hope not hate who are like really really evil. Like they pretend that like they're trying to like track down Nazis, and like they've glorified like Nazi hunter thing, but actually what they're doing is basically like dobbing in normal people for having like slightly non-liberal views about like minor things, because they can't actually, they need to construct, and they're funded by the state as well, and they need to find the Nazis, and if there aren't enough Nazis, you have to kind of invent them. And so you come up with all of these people are like, these people hate, these people like, you know, they whatever. So yeah, and I think we don't know where to put hate. We don't know where to place it. We don't know where to locate it in ourselves, in the world. And I think, yeah, that the problem of evil is very right coded. I think the right also, along with an idea of tragedy, would also have an understanding of evil, whether they're religious or not. But obviously, a lot of religious people would have an idea of evil in the world. And I think a lot of left-wing people would see evil as a mere story and part of a process of demonizing others. But I think once you get rid of the idea of darkness or evil, or you try to get rid of it, it actually comes back like tenfold. You know, that actually the attempt to eradicate it and locate it elsewhere is going to cause more problems, rather than seeing it in everybody, or a question for everybody. I don't know if
I'm
Dave.
wondering
Oh.
what you. Oh, hello.
Yeah,
I'm
you're
good.
good.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So I'm curious. I'm curious what like if I were to make a little political compass to try to chart the kind of positions that we're talking about right now. This split in MAGA that you were pointing to. This is between the tech right and the trad right, and or maybe not. Maybe it's between a nationalist and a sort of globalist, right. And so I'm interested in like what are the major points of contradiction. And so I was going to ask if populism and elitism chart to tech versus trad, and if those chart with like national versus global, because it seems like it would be like each of these might be a different axis, right?
Yeah, I think it's interesting, because I think the kind of tech position presents itself as an elitism, like, oh, we're going to get the best people, but in reality, and I think a lot of people point this out, like, this isn't how the system works, right? This is not what the visa system is actually being used for. Like, there are obviously degrees, like if you got the 0.1% of like there's a special visa for that or something, but actually the H1 whatever visa system is being kind of abused, because basically you can pay people a lot less if they come from a poorer country, right? And actually to pay Americans like a living wage would be very expensive for people who want to save money, billionaires who want to save money on basically slave labor, for people who are not raising families in the place where they are. And you know what I mean? So there's all kinds of cynicism. So but at the level of ideology, I think you have the kind of rationalist elite narrative of like high IQ, like what's it called, elite human capital, right? Like this is what the tech right supposedly into, you know, and the reality is not that. But that's their sort of self-perpetuating myth. And I think on the other side, like populism, yeah, populism is I would say like the genuine but probably futile in many ways fantasy and the will of the people can have any effect whatsoever. But what's really revealing, I think, is that whenever there's a populist movement in Europe, for example, it's absolutely hacked to bits. It's like it's basically not allowed. Like even if people vote for the AfD or Geert Wilders or whoever, they're never allowed to join a coalition. So what you have here is like a kind of massive abuse of democracy. So people say, well, we need to preserve democracy by making sure these democratically elected people don't take seats, you know, because they might be the next Hitler. You know, and so you end up with this like bizarre, like hysterical Popperianism, and you know, the paradox of tolerance, and you know, but actually it's really authoritarian, and you're literally saying to the people like, actually, okay, you voted for these people who want like, you know, slightly tighter border control and still want to be in the EU, but no, you can't have them, because the sort of liberal bureaucracy has become so like so sclerotic. It won't permit populism, but we do have outbreaks of it periodically all over the place, you know, and a lot of votes are protest votes. Like Brexit was a protest vote in many ways. Pretty much everyone is protest voting now. They're not like voting actively for things. Although I do think the MAGA project had a horizon, right? Like it proposes, it has a political proposal, whatever we think of that proposal. Like it is there to genuinely inspire a kind of aspiration and a restoration. Yeah, and a kind of like neo-monarchy in Trump or something. Like I forgot to mention like the royalist monarchic right as well. Which you get weird versions of that in people like Curtis Yarvin, who wants to kind of monarchize tech and see, like have kind of tech CEOs who are basically like neo monarchs, and so yeah, there's that too.
So I want to ask a question about and by the way, Anne, I'm still kind of thinking about like actually responding to, because you said you wanted to hear from everybody about how it's become a slur. But I'm thinking maybe Nance could say something about between the 90s and now on that, because I suspect he's got some thoughts on it. So I kind of want to just leave that to him and we'll see what happens. But I want to focus first on a pressing question that I know a lot of people will have when listening to this. And I'll, as a segue to it, I'll read the comment that I shared in the live chat as well. I said, at the point that full-time intellectuals are reading dog whistles into their normie informants, you know they have to invent them, right? It's one thing to be like, look, a bunch of people from the internet got together in Charlottesville and now they're like walking around with tiki torches saying the Jews will not replace us. It's another thing and then trying to say, is that a canary in the coal mine? Is that an indication of something that's on the rise? Or is that an exception that proves the general rule, which is that our society doesn't tolerate that kind of thing? Which, I mean, I think from my standpoint, it's very easy to say the latter. But at the time, it was very easy to get swept along by the dog whistle spotting, ContraPoints kind of bread tube approach. But I guess, and for, you know, I've written about this. I've never published about it yet, but this, like, for a dog whistle to actually be a dog whistle, the intention does matter, because it means that the speaker is doing an esoteric and exoteric form of speech simultaneously. So it's like you're speaking to a mixed room and you're saying something that only some people in the room will pick up on. So the sociologists, who are these full-time intellectuals who are reading dog whistles into their normie informants, they are like, they're imagining that speaker somehow is like this self-conscious, conniving, kind of politicking human being who speaks to mixed audiences and kind of does. That's great. That just, to me, is absurd. But that was my segue into bringing up this question about scapegoating. So, you know, we talk about hate. Well, let's talk about scapegoating. Todd McGowan wrote a little book about identity politics and the universal. And his way of talking about the universal is that the kind of universality that matters is the universality of non-belonging, and of lack, and seeing like what we all lack, and seeing. Now, with that said, he defines right as anything that scapegoats, and therefore the left, insofar as it scapegoats, becomes right, because his default thing is left is good. And so he wants to theorize what that means. And of course, right is bad. And so he doesn't like scapegoating. And so, the left is like magically now right. And I'm kind of sympathetic to this for a few reasons. But I mean, the obvious point though is that McGowan could agree with us. People do scapegoat MAGA hat wearers today, and so he would call that right. I guess I want to ask you if you think that there's anything essentially scapegoaty about any of these tendencies. Like, is there anything essentially scapegoating about these tendencies? And then we can bring in, is anti-Semitism stronger on one versus another? Is it stronger on the populist side or on the elitist side, on the trad side or on the tech side, or on the which versions of the civic nationalism is more anti-Semitic? I know you've been doing a lot of research into that question in the last couple of years, and so.
Well, I wouldn't say research, more like just sort of defending myself from accusations of it. But sure, I mean, Daniel is much better on this, the meaning of anti-Semitism and its historical vicissitudes, and than I am. I actually, like, I don't feel very well placed to talk about it, if I'm honest. And but I mean, on the scapegoating, I mean, the scapegoating is a human problem. Like, before we even get to the politics question, like, scapegoating is something that every culture has done, often, I mean, pre-Christ, in many cultures, and still it involves human sacrifice, right, of one kind or another. And you could argue that capitalism is a mass sacrificial machine insofar as it sacrifices the lives and bodies and times of people, and not to mention the animals we discussed earlier, like in the mass battery, factory slaughter. Like, basically, I'm trying not to be glib, but scapegoating is absolutely central to what it means to be human. Like, we only ever really, this is very Girardian, of course, but like, we only ever have ways of trying to deal with the sacrificial crisis. Like, there will always be a need to sacrifice something, right? In the Old Testament, you have, or the Jewish Bible, you literally have a scapegoat. You have a goat, you put the sins on its head, and you send it out to the wilderness. And you have this little fancy, this little guy in a cave who these goats keep turning up, and he's like, yay, I can eat the scapegoat. But like, the scapegoat is literally like this animal, and you put your sins on it and you send it away, and then the sins are cleansed. Like, Ray, if only it were so simple, you don't even have to kill the goat. You just need some wilderness to to put it in. But yeah, I mean, we because of rivalry, because of mimesis, because we're too proximate, because we're too similar, because we want the same things, we're constantly creating scapegoats, and also to shore up weak in groups. You sacrifice a member one way or another, and then the group is stronger because they're united in their hatred of this person. And yeah, we do it all the time. We do it with individuals, we do it with groups, we do it with countries, we do it with cosmic things. Probably, I don't know if we scapegoat stars. I mean, that's weird, but no, I don't think that makes any sense. But yeah, like the Todd McGowan definition is an interesting one, but I think I mean, I have to read it carefully. I'm sure it's very good because Todd McGowan is very good. So, but I suppose just my
100%.
initial response would be something like scapegoating is a pre-political problem, and the best we can do is try to recognize it as a tendency. I mean, Christianity, if you like, in the Girardian reading, is the single most explicit attempt to recognize the sort of the sacrificial crisis, and to try to end it once and for all by God sacrificing his only son in the most extreme sacrificial performance of all. Like, that Christ dies once for our sins. We do not need to keep sacrificing each other. We just need to remember the fact that Christ is sacrificed, and therefore we can stop murdering each other, sacrificing each other. It's only going to hold temporarily. Girard says that the legal system is supposed to replace the religious solution. The law doesn't replace it because the law is out of reach for most people. It doesn't really, it doesn't function, I think, in a mythical enough way. Like, the law is inconsistent, asymmetrical, and too human in a way. Like, it's too close to us, but also, like, doesn't really work. So I don't think the right, whatever we mean, scapegoats. I think we all do, and in practice, in reality, like the left, so to speak, or people who call themselves the left, are more than willing to actively scapegoat people if they step out of line on questions of sexual difference or whatever, if they say something wrong. And the purity, the desire to be pure is also like very, very dominant in people. You know, we want to be good, we want to be the best at being good, you know. Yeah, it's a we have to tackle the scapegoating desire head on all the time, like eyes wide open somehow.
Who should we scapegoat, Nina? No, I'm just kidding.
Well,
I'm just kidding.
no, I have an answer.
You do? Good. Okay.
We should sort of scapegoat ourselves first and foremost. Not in some like kind of self-hating, self-laceration, like, you know, self-harm way. I don't mean like that. But I mean in the sense of like, if we think, oh, I really want to like take this person down a peg and ruin their life because, I don't know, they're more successful than me, or they have a beautiful partner, or I like their puppy. You know, we should then first and foremost think in humility, like, what an idiot I am. Like, come on, you know, I haven't done any work for this. Like, this person happens to be beautiful or has worked for their success, whatever, you know, like, sacrifice your own ambition, your own rivalry, your own envy. I think that's something. That's one way. Like, remind yourself of your own lack, I guess, would be you know, and embrace it, find it funny, like be humorous, be kind to your own lack somehow.
Thanks for taking it seriously, that question. Yeah. I've thought a lot about, like, if it's a immovable problem, then what is a wise orientation towards it, you know? But I guess in close, I wanted to like throw it back to Nance, and then Anne, you'll get like a final question or thoughts for Nina. But yeah,
I think the question that Anne asked, like how did we get here? Like what kind of transpired to get us to this point where it is recognized as reactionary or regressive to have a family and be a normal person, like a person that isn't radical, that isn't trying to transgress all these limits and push all the boundaries and engage in this transhumanist project, understood in this way that we're using it here, which I think is the proper way. I think it is the transhumanist project to overcome the body and reproduction and these things. It less the fetish of the robot and the computer. But like how did we find ourselves in a world where it's considered immoral to want to raise a family and want to celebrate the femininity of your daughter and the masculinity of your sons? Like I think it is true that in the 90s we made a lot of progress, and I don't think that progress was tenable. Like I think it was bullshit, but it was also very much real. So when it came to social conventions surrounding ethnicity and gender and disposition and comportment and all these things, like it is true that like we slayed that dragon of systemic racism. We slayed the dragon of like structural gender oppression. Although it's also true that still somehow through it all, men did find a way to trivialize women and objectify women and expropriate their bodies and all these things and their emotions and all this stuff. But like we were there, and we approached a moment where I think we could have, if we were engaged in like real structural activity rather than kind of superficial economic activity, I think we could have continued moving into a future where we actually overcame these iniquities of man that come in the forms of bigotry or bias or whatever. But because it was all kind of predicated on the commodity
the fetishized version of progress for the sake of progress, and the kind of teleological vision of the quote unquote left, where it's just like, we're going into the future where it's actually a good thing to destroy your body and change it. And no, there's no such thing as nature, and nothing has an essence, and we're all kind of free floating. Like, the message of postmodernism is what runs the economy. Like, it's currently the motor of history, or it was the motor of history, and history actually did end, and we kind of entered a new relation to the world and to production and to consumption. But because the left did represent being good to one another, being kind, and actually caring about the human rather than caring about gender and race and ethnicity, like, it is true that at that time, the left were the ones championing individual freedom and emancipation and like, kind of just be who you are and be cool to each other. That then became institutionalized and kind of like concretized into the media, the culture industry, and academia and all these institutions. And so it became a thing where you could fall out of that, and people are precarious. People need to protect their jobs. They need to protect their reputation and seek this prestige and secure their own safety. And so it all just became a language game. And so now there are young people who are getting carried away by like this feeling, this ennui, this like total atomization, this total alienation. There's nothing for anyone. But they kind of cling to these really kind of violent movements. And there are older people who are kind of running the show behind the scenes and kind of pulling strings, and I think it's very malicious. They're taking advantage of like the youth, and they're fetishizing the youth, and they're saying, you guys are the future, and guess what? You have to be this type of person, and you have to believe this, and you can't believe in God, and you can't believe that there's something to being a woman who can give birth to a child, and being a man who can inseminate a woman, and physical violence. Like, no, that's all bullshit. We live in the future. Postmodernity is the way everything really works. And like, the kids have nothing else right now, and there's really not a whole lot of people trying to give them anything else. And so it just kind of keeps picking up steam and picking up steam and picking up steam. And the few people who have the courage to talk about it in the context in which Nina and everyone, like, we're trying to do so, are labeled as reactionary and just kind of thrown away. And we are, not to say we, but get scapegoated and gets, well, that's just a fascist. You don't have to actually listen to what that person is saying. They're a fucking fascist. And it's I think it's capital to once again, to be the little leftist, the miserable. It's capital's fault, but I could explain why. But yeah, I think that's it. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, if you say it's capital and you explain why, rather than simply just saying like, oh, I blame everything on capitalism, and like, this is why I drink and take drugs and I have no autonomy and can't do anything about it. Like, you know what I mean? Like, these are two different iterations, to be clear and to be fair. And and I say a lot of this in the spirit of self-critique. It's like, I was really immersed in a lot of these thoughts and worldviews, and and some of it was very damaging to me personally as well. And so I have, this is, all of these questions are inextricably bound up with people's own biography and experience and so on. And that's why it's very interesting to hear Anne talk about, real encounters with real people, like in a right-wing state or whatever, like, that are not borne out by this sort of claims of these awful, hateful people, and I mean, I forgot to say, make a joke about the dog whistle, because that Galton, who invented the actual dog whistle, the sound that only the dog could hear, he invented the actual whistle, not the metaphor. And he's also the guy who comes up with the concept of eugenics. So it's always like made me laugh that the left always invoked the dog whistle, and the guy who invented the dog whistle also invented eugenics. So anyway, but I think this question of the future, like, why this kind of attack on the future? I mean, a lot of it is like recruitment. I mean, if you don't have your own children, you have to get people from somewhere. So ideologically, you can kind of steal them and sort of make them part of your gang, I suppose. But yeah, it is difficult to explain. I think there's many things going on here. It definitely became, yeah, like low status to kind of want a family. Like I think there's a kind of androgyny to a certain kind of intellectual elitism. I definitely feel the pull of that myself, you know, as somebody who is, you know, who doesn't have children, consciously decided not to, but also feels like the allure and intrigue of like often very male kinds of discourse or whatever. Like, you know, there is a kind of androgyny which is, well, there's an acceptable androgyny and an unacceptable one, and I think the reification of categories is, yeah, part of this terrible backlash. I agree. Like you know, that if I think about the 90s, and not to fetishize the 90s, I mean, to be honest, during the 90s I thought this is terrible. Like I think the fact that people are nostalgic for the 90s is a really bad sign, because there was lots of terrible things about the 90s as well. But you know, it definitely seemed like the kind of trickle down second wave, like, let's just get rid of these gendered expectations, and yeah, like people have a sex, but it doesn't tell you anything about how you live your life, and you know, just because you're a girl, it doesn't mean you can't do X and Y. And like there was a kind of ongoing emancipation and perhaps a like breakdown and breaking down of sex expectation and you know, expectation based on gender roles and sex. And but then that sort of got commodified and reified, and you know, it was like, oh no, if you like this, therefore you're that sex. It's like, no, that's completely regressive. But it's presenting itself as progressive. I think there's a lot of homophobia going on with the trans project as well. Many things. I mean, there's a whole millions of aspects to this phenomenon, social, cultural, political, and so on. But I think we've gone backwards into the kind of categories which are symptoms of bureaucracy as well. Like a lot of these categories, by the way, and Michael Lind is very good on this. He's very bad on lots of things. He's very good on the invention of categories around identity, where he looked at basically like in the 70s under Nixon, actually, like people came up with all of these racial categories, like that then people internalize and use in America, like, oh, I'm part of this racial group, and some of them make no sense. Like if there's one, like, I don't know, it used to be Japan and Pacific North Islanders or something, like, you know, like really incongruent sort of assemblages that is just some bored person in an office is trying to come up with like file names, you know, and then it's become like, you know, internalized identities, and it's very complicated, because you can see why people want to grab onto these things as well, because you know, in the absence of like future hope, aspiration, community, family, church structure, like what else do you have? Right? It's like, I am this, I'm desperately this, I'm really this, and this is, you know, and this is my way of getting recognition, because we want recognition. And you know, I have, you know, we have to be sympathetic, not to the point where we're being massacred by these people for like being hateful Nazis. We can fight back at that point if we're physically attacked, but you know what I mean, like there is a point of understanding at the human level what this desire for recognition is, and as you say, Nance, like this is almost like the only means left, right, at this point, to get ahead, or to get institutional recognition or funding or whatever, a job. Yeah, and then you eliminate the competition by cancelling them. So more jobs, hopefully. Very few of them around.
Well, I know that we're nearing closeout time. Sorry, it was loud noise. But yeah, I love that we're having this conversation, because I think these conversations, I think just even in like my own friend groups and siblings, and even people who kind of hold these liberal ideas like very near and dear, and have struggled with Trump and Republicans, I think even people like that are going, okay, a lot of this is too extreme. There are good people on both sides. And so I love that this conversation, we were able to have this and kind of explore just the vastness of like political identities and categories. And I think the one part of it that I hope we'll just get to do a part two in the future, because I don't think we don't have the time to do it justice, but this idea of like children and families and kind of natality as becoming seemingly this thing that is right coded or conservative coded. Or to say it another way, most of the people who are very staunchly anti-children don't want them, don't like them even, like kind of these individual consumers seem to be kind of more on the, at least in our lives, Dave and my life, like more on the liberal left side. And that's an interesting, I think, rabbit hole that we should explore in the future, kind of how this anti-children, anti-family idea came to be, and where this demonization of children and families comes from, to the point where you tell a liberal, oh, my sister-in-law's having a fourth baby, and the initial reaction is, oh, that's a lot of kids. Not like, oh my gosh, congrats, like that's so exciting. Like this just, oh, children, oh, like, wait, yeah, there's something interesting there that I think we'll, all four of us just exploring that together would be really awesome. But Dave, we need to close out, or what our time frame is here.
Yeah, we better close this thing out. Yeah, thank you so much. This was a delight and a lot to think about. Thank you, Nina. Everybody, we'll be right back. Take care.
Joy to the world. There we go. Yeah. You can support the free and public work at TU by becoming a patron over at Patreon. But if you would like to get involved and become a member at Theory Underground so that you can listen to special content that is not accessible to anyone else, or if you go up a subscriber level, actually join in the discussions, or at the top level, have us actually read your work, giving constructive feedback, and ultimately paving a way to potentially being a part of what we call the turn, then you'll want to become a subscriber. That's how you will access the ongoing courses and seminars. We've brought together Benjamin Studebaker's experience in political theory and science and philosophy with my critical social theory, phenomenology, existentialism, critique of political economy, critical media theory approach, combined with Michael Downes's fault line theory. You know, the CCRU versus Ljubljana School, or Žižek versus Land. And of course, how he brings those against one another and then transcends them through other thinkers like Baudrillard, who he'll be teaching an intro course to in 2025. All of us are teaching stuff in 2025 that rhymes or argues or goes together. And so the best way to accelerate your development getting into theory right now is to just become a subscriber at TU. Just go to the website, click get involved, and I'm gonna look, what I'm about to play for you all is a really special moment from our documentary that we're working on, an interview where Benjamin explains why he's supporting Theory Underground and getting involved as a active member here at the core of the teaching team.
Yeah, so the thing that I notice is that a lot of people criticize the university, they criticize the left, they don't build an alternative institution. They will go, the university sucks, but you know what's great? Substack and Patreon and YouTube, and they'll lean into that. But that is a negation, right? You guys don't do that. You guys are interested in sublating the university within the newly emergent media. Or you could frame it the other way, sublating the newly emergent media within the university, right? And so this, of course, will ultimately lead, if you take it where it goes, to a question of institutions and having actual economic, social role possibilities for theorists. This is the critical crisis, which is that there are still some very bright, very well-educated people, but they are not able to replace themselves. And because most of them have university positions, their level of interest in replacing themselves is to some degree compromised.
Yeah.
They don't have to worry that much about themselves. They don't have that much stake in it because they're already set up. However, because you aren't in the underground, you have some potential of being able to actually create an institution or structure which makes it possible for people to do theory in the future. This is something that, as far as I can tell, only you are doing. The thing about freeing Mikey from wage labor, this idea not only that your channel would free you from the Amazon job, but that this could grow in such a way that it could provide spaces for multiple people, and then those multiple people could interact in the way that they would in a monastery or in a university department. This is the revolutionary idea in terms of raising consciousness and making it possible for us to think in such a way that we could return even to the horizons of the tens and talking about things like Medicare for all in a not stupid, not bullshit way, in a serious way. To get to that point, we need to raise our level of ability to think. We need new intellectuals in our generation that are real intellectuals and not people who are running around scared of what the DSA or their university department thinks of them. You have the potential to actually make a real material intervention into not just knowledge production, but in Bildung, into the making of people. Yeah. This is something that we can do. There's a window right now where I am not in the university, and so I have a real reason to think very seriously about, can we do something else? Because I'm annoyed, myself with the whole process of trying to be in that. And I would like there to be something else, something better. I have all my critiques of it that come in part from being at Cambridge, in part from studying ancient thinkers. We could do something better than it. Not just something that is an imitation or steals some things from it and does the best you can with it, but something that actually is better and that produces the kind of theory that in modernity, how do you make a Hegel? How do you make a Marx? We have to reinvent this. It's no longer possible to do that. We've got to, I think, actually institutionalize in a material way, and this is the sense in which I will uphold the kernel of materialism, actually giving a shit about the structure and what kind of structure is necessary to give rise to a form of life in which this kind of really, really good work can be produced.
Joy to the world. There we go. Yeah. You can support the free and public work.
Okay.
Now we're going.
Hi, I'm Benjamin Studebaker.
And I'm David McKerracher. You're listening to Why Left?
So today on Why Left, we're going to talk a bit about the 12. I'm doing this course for Theory Underground, Intro to the History of Political Theory. 12 essential theorists. There are a couple of different names kind of floating around for it. But we're going to talk a little bit about the 12 that I picked for this course that I'm going to teach. It's going to be one theorist per month. So for those who are hardcore and they want to write an essay about each theorist and have me look at it and give them the Oxbridge style supervision on it, it'll just be one topic a month, which is much less than full-time students have to do. It should be pretty reasonable. And
just
I picked
2,000
12.
words.
Yeah, just 2,000 words, nothing too crazy. And I picked these 12 different theorists to kind of give you an introductory major thinker in 12 different traditions. I said, what are the 12 traditions in political theory, the 12 theorists that you would need to get started in each of those traditions? And I made some controversial choices. When you cut it down to 12, you can't necessarily do everybody. And you also need enough difference among the theorists. They have to be different enough from each other. So you don't want to just keep picking the same kinds of people over and over just because they're big names, if they would be plausibly in the same tradition. I went, okay, Rousseau, Kant, or Hegel. One of them. Not all three for this course. Maybe all three later for a different course, but not for this one. Who are we starting with? I went with Rousseau. I think he's the one. He's the first of those three, and he's the one that really kicks off that way of thinking about politics, right? Doesn't mean Kant and Hegel aren't incredibly important canon thinkers, but they don't go in this course. Maybe later, right? And, some of the cuts that I made were very hard. And some of them, Dave was like, why? Why have you done that?
I was like, Hume over Locke. I was shook. Yeah.
Yeah, Dave's sitting here going, come on, like Locke, everybody will like it if you teach Locke. Everybody knows about Locke. And I go, well, but I want to do Hume and Marsilius of Padua. And Dave's like, nobody knows who Marsilius of Padua is. How are we supposed to sell that? But I think that there's a case to be made for it. And I think that in making that case, we'll have an interesting conversation that is valuable, that we can't otherwise have if I just sit around and do whoever it is that most people think I should do.
100%. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm not so worried about selling the course because I think mainly the people who've been excited for your political theory trilogy since we did those 3 streams over the summer, those people haven't gone away. They've only gone up in number. And yeah, I wanted to like I just like sort of my way of getting situated in a field is to understand those kind of choices, right? Like I'm more interested in those choices almost than the thinkers themselves. And I don't care about political theory in the abstract. I care about Benjamin Studebaker's political theory. I mean, I'm going to be perfectly honest. I know you're going to take a more like this kind of teaching approach where you just give each one their best treatment. And sometimes we won't know what you think or whatever, but those kinds of choices are like so interesting. And yeah, because I mean, I'd never heard of John Locke before I ended up reading him. And then the second treatise on government was so interesting. I was like, well, what's the first one like? And I mean, come on, how many people read those? And I was blown away. But when you were explaining to me your thinking, I mean, I'm just absolutely delighted because like there's this giant chunk of history where I've got a couple of names sprinkled through it that I haven't really read. I've only, read fragments from them. And it's nice to have another name in there or two, and Marsilius is definitely one of them, and what you were saying is like he's doing things that other people attribute to later thinkers way before they are. And he's doing it because of historical necessity in a sort of sense, right? Fascinating. And the little history lessons that I was getting just asking you these questions to me is like one of the most rewarding things that you do, like the way that you're able to tell a story with like the most dramatic moments from history so that these thinkers are, contextualized. It's the best thing ever. And to me, it's kind of like Dan Carlin's Hardcore History podcast, except like political theory informed,
Yeah, and this is going to be a major part of the lecturing for this course is to situate you in the context which gives rise to the thought. So there's going to be some talk about, why is Marsilius thinking this at this particular time? To get that, you have to know something about the time. So when I do Marsilius, a significant part of the lecture will be to actually give you a sense of what's going on in the 14th century in Europe. So I'll have to lay some of that out. And I think that'll be fun. There will be a kind of history component, so you'll get some context. I will, of course, give you, some of the different interpretations that are out there. I won't really tell you what to think in the lecture because I want you to be free to write something up and to read it yourself and to think about it yourself. But I do want to give you the context. I want you to know what's going on and what some of these terms mean in that time. What is it in response to? What's it connected with? Because often if we hop onto an old text and we don't know anything that's going on, we assume that the words mean something like what they mean now. Because what else are we to think, right? So part of the function will be to kind of get you in the headspace of, who are the people for somebody like Marsilius? It's not necessarily who you think they are, right? Not necessarily, right? And when we're talking about knowledge and who's got knowledge and who doesn't, what are they talking about there? Are they just talking about facts, or are they talking about something else? Marsilius is just a fascinating thinker. This idea that there's a community of knowers out there, and that it's the community of knowers that has knowledge, not any given person, right? And so then there's this question of, are you in a community of knowers? You don't have a people if you don't have a community of knowers. There's an actual relationality there. It's not just a box of stereotypes based on, garbage like, language or religion or, not to say that these things are garbage, but, oftentimes people will just throw together a bunch of cultural signifiers and go, come on, that's a people. It's, that warm, fuzzy feeling you get when you consider a bunch of demographic categories all at once. No, a people for Marsilius is an actual group of people engaged in a common discussion that produces actual knowledge about the totality. It's a tradition, intellectually, spiritually, politically. It has these components to it. We never talk about it like that these days. It's always some sloppy list of stuff that any person can feel like they're part of if they happen to have been born in the place, or they happen to be, in some way genetically they look like people. That's not what people means. Not at all. It has a lot to do with community. We'll talk about things like the church community. What is that? One of the big differences between, some of this Protestant theory that comes along later and the Catholic theory is that the Catholic theory is premised on the idea that the church is a community. And because it's a community, it knows stuff, right? And if you are not getting trained in that setting and you just read the text on your own, you don't know anything because you're not in the community. You can only claim to have knowledge of the text in that setting when you're in dialogue with the other people, because knowledge is socially produced, right? If knowledge is socially produced, right, and the church claims it has the only kind of community which can produce this knowledge, right? Then the question is there another kind of community out there that can have knowledge? Or outside the church, are you just completely bereft? So part of what Marsilius will be doing is talking about the politics. Politics is a community, political communities. Do you have a community of the realm, of the empire, the Holy Roman Empire, that is separate and distinct from perhaps prior to the church community? Are there multiple competing sites of knowledge, socially produced knowledge? Because a lot of this old theory is about who actually knows what we should do. And so knowledge and the good are very, very closely linked in this old theory. You got to actually know what we should do. And so a lot of it has this epistemic dimension of how do you know what we should do? How do you get ethical knowledge, spiritual knowledge that you can then apply? A lot of this stuff, it just doesn't even come up. People just assume that this kind of knowledge isn't possible for people to have, or that it's fake or made up, that you could just figure it out by living life.
They want to act like ideas are these things that either came down from heaven or grew on trees, which is my way of saying transcendent or immanent. And but ultimately it's something that you happen upon, and then it's there, and now it's yours. And people will do this with fields, entire fields of the life of the mind. They'll be like, oh yeah, that's biology. Like they'll talk about it like it's a thing that's just out there and it just exists. And it's like, no, there's a finite number of definite people with proper names, social security numbers, and addresses in specific points in history that have made this thing you're calling a thing in the first place. And it's really just something that exists between these people as they try to figure out the subject matter.
Yeah. So, Marsilius, in talking about all of this in this way, he's way out ahead of a lot of the people who, talk about peoples or talk about society as a kind of dialectic where people are interfacing together and as a result coming to some kind of knowledge. And he's also, in saying that this can happen politically, giving the state potentially the authority to make a new church. So it opens the door to an enormous pile of things. His famous text, The Defensor Pacis. So we're going to have a ton of fun with that. By the time you get out to Locke, Locke has this idea that, you can question the authority if the authority is tyrannical, and people think that comes from Locke. That's in the Greeks. The idea that tyranny is a deviant monarchy and that you might have to take political action to do something about it, that's in Aristotle. That's extremely old. Aquinas and De Regno, he goes back in the old days. If you had a tyrant, you could overthrow them. Now we don't do that for certain contingent reasons. But back in the old days, yeah, people used to do that. And this is why, and it made sense. So this idea that, Locke invented the idea that you can rebel is just crazy. It just has nothing to do with anything.
I mean,
Locke is
also,
in these traditions.
I mean, I think if I remember right, Hobbes even has that on the table, right? Is that right? In the
Hobbes,
Leviathan?
if anything, is trying to argue against people who argue too readily that you have the right to rebel. So Hobbes,
too readily, yeah.
Yeah, so Hobbes will say, hey, you all think that you know what's true and what's good. You all claim this. You all have different things that you think are true or good. And the problem is that you all are too sure of yourselves, right? And in practice, look, be reasonable. You're all going to try to impose your interpretation. You're all going to get in each other's way. It's going to lead to a lot of killing. This is, in fact, what's going on now in Britain. You're doing this, and it's just killing a bunch of people. It's not accomplishing anything. So what you should do is you should suspend your belief and give the authority to make the decision over to someone, right? And even if that one will sometimes make decisions you don't agree with, at least then we won't all be getting killed all the time. So it's an argument against what had become very dominant, which were these Protestant theories, which say if you believe that the king is acting against natural law, natural right, then you have the right to rebel, right? If the king is being unnatural in terms of what the king is demanding of you, right, then you have the right to rebel. That idea, which is all over Protestant resistance theory, and which is in many ways a callback to ancient theories about how you can rebel against tyrants. It's just a question of, well, who counts as a tyrant? And what the Protestants do is they try to come up with theological accounts of how to distinguish who's a tyrant and who's not by playing around with natural law theory, right? The church goes, you don't know what natural law is. Only the church knows what it is. And so only the church can say that the king has violated natural law and then excommunicate the king on that basis, right? The Protestants go, who's to say that the church has a monopoly on this? Don't we have the capacity to create communities of knowers who are able to make these judgments? Right? But then you get a bunch of different people claiming to have communities of knowers who reach a bunch of different judgments. So the consensus on the natural established by the church breaks down heavily, right? And as it breaks down heavily, the church is trying to assert a particular interpretation against all of these spiraling alternatives. And this causes the church to get more authoritarian because the church is more desperate to get people back into a lane. So the lane actually gets narrower as the church is trying to prevent people from adopting positions that might lead to schism or deviation. So the church becomes more oppressive as a consequence of this, right? And then at the same time, you get so many different Protestant accounts. And this means that nobody can agree on what they're supposed to be doing. And people are constantly accusing the kings of being unnatural or being tyrants. So Hobbes is trying to clean that stuff up for the purposes of restoring order and preventing people from being killed. And so his way of doing this is to define very, very narrowly when you have a right to rebel, which is when the king is putting your life in danger to the point where you are more likely to survive if you rebel than if you don't. Right?
There we go. Yeah.
This is a very materialist understanding of nature that you get out of that. right? Is the king putting you in position where you're going to die? Well, if he's not, and you just don't agree, maybe you treat that as an inconvenience.
Right. So
See, once I
that's
get going on this stuff, I
a
can just go and
taste.
go.
It's just a little taste, guys. So, yeah, no, and I want to think a little bit before we kind of turn it over. I'll say some stuff about the way I'm conceiving of my course and the way I'm conceiving of my seminar. And I want to talk a little bit about the way that I'm conceiving of the relationship between the different courses and seminars, because we're trying to make 2025 a very integral year. Not to say that everyone will agree, but instead that we will be enough on the same wavelength so as to even disagree, right? Like genuine disagreement is not possible if you do not understand what the fundamental problems, questions, concepts, thinkers, texts, fields, and operating assumptions are of Theory Underground. And so, that we're doing some base building. But before I get into all of that, I want to ask you, Benjamin, how you're thinking about the relationship between the 12-month course, the 12 lectures on the 12 thinkers, and your seminar. And we could talk a little bit about how things are spaced out in the month so that people can kind of acclimate into all of this stuff without it being just like an intensive course and then you're done. Instead, it's going to be like it's spread out over the year, and your seminar is 2 weeks apart from your course. So how, as we approach it, it's coming up pretty soon, your first one, how are you thinking about the seminar?
So I'm thinking about the seminar more in terms of what I think in dialogue with what you guys think. So it's more about my own views, and it's about putting these views in conversation with you guys. And in the course of doing that, fleshing out some things. And the recent piece I did on love and libido that we'll talk about later, that piece is an example of this sort of thing, where I'm kind of letting you guys prompt me a little bit to get me to be more specific about some stuff that I have some general thoughts about, but haven't necessarily spelled out. And so in the seminars, I'm going to kind of try to further develop this conceptual scheme. And there's kind of, for me, in terms of my own thinking, I have this kind of three parts of myself that come into play: the Platonic part, the Hobbesian part, and the Marxist part. And I put these things in dialogue with each other a lot. And so as we are going through the different things that different people are doing, I am noticing that different parts of myself are wanting to in some way comment on or interface with or develop things that I'm hearing come up. So far, it's been very much the Platonic part of me that has been leading in that department. But there may be occasions where the other things come into play to varying degrees. When I talk to some other groups or interface with other groups like Platypus, it's always the Hobbes part of me that wants to talk. Because there's always something that I feel like, oh, this part could help. This part could help a bit. So the seminar is going to involve some of that. It's also going to have a certain open-ended quality to it, which means if I'm doing something, and it may be something even, external to this, if I'm doing a journal or an article or a conference or something else that might be able to come in and be interesting, if I think it will interface well, I'll bring it in. The course is going to be less about me and what I think. Although if you ask me questions, I will be honest with you. I won't lie to you or hide what I think from you, right? But the courses are going to be about really trying to enter the point of view of these different traditions, to take each of them seriously on their own terms, and to not treat any one of them as if they don't exist for any good reason, right? Each of these 12, I will kind of put to you, has come into existence for reasons. that need to be understood before you decide whether you like or don't like or how much you like these different things. And what a lot of people do is they try to get Manichaean about it. They go, these are the good traditions that are, lead you to being appropriately left-wing or right-wing, right? And these are the bad traditions that lead the other way. And I'm not looking to do that. I want to take all 12 really, really, really seriously. And I want you to, by the time you're done with the course, feel like you can understand why somebody would agree with and hold up as one of the geniuses of history, any one of the 12. Any one of the 12. Right? So they're all going to be treated with respect. And that was also a criterion for me. If a theorist is not somebody I could treat with that kind of respect, I didn't want to do them for this course. Because I really want, with each one of the 12, I want to be able to say, this person is really important and really has something to say. And there were functions to this argument. This argument was taken up politically in a way that mattered, that had effect on people's lives. And so if you want to understand what's happened to everybody, you have to grapple with the way in which this was taken up and why it was so compelling to the point at which it would be taken up in the way that it was.
I think that's perfect. Yeah. This for people who've kind of, well, maybe heard us talk a little bit about this before and we've never really clarified it. This is kind of the place to just really drive it home. The seminar, as it came about somewhat organically, was also inspired by the seminars of Jacques Lacan, Pierre Bourdieu, and Michel Foucault, because each of those three sort of towering French intellectuals at some point was given a sort of platform that was like guaranteed for life, where they could just have their seminar and it was to be public. And so this is where the state kind of signed off on these guys and just was like, here you go, do with it as you will. And so it's like tenure, but then France is like saying, hey, we know that you Parisians love intellectual stuff. Well, guess what? We're all about liberty and people, freedom of speech and blah, blah. Well, we're going to do public lectures, right? Like the idea was a very radical idea, and it gets Bourdieu all tied up into pretzels. He's always very reflexive about the fact that he's speaking to a mixed audience, right? Like in a way where he's like, I know that what I just said is going to seem like, yeah, duh, to people who've just been studying this for a long time, but also there's a bunch of people here who've never thought about this before. So he's always kind of doing that. And that is what we're doing. But also, I think that the best part is like, it's something, and when I say that it came about somewhat organically, the way that Anne and I started the critical media theory seminar was as a course, but because it was monthly, we started to treat it more as like this thing that wasn't prefigured 6 months in advance. We started being like, let's talk about what we're most interested in that month, so that we're not having to bring something preformed. And hey, I don't want to trash that because that's also important, but it's nice to have the indefinite public seminar with like a committed cohort of people you might do some extra discussion and supervision for their writings with, but like this public aspect. And then, which by the way, and at this point, mine hasn't been public, Mikey's hasn't been public, but for 2025, this stuff's going public. That's a big part of the point with the seminar. And yeah, so courses are finite and prefigured, whereas a seminar is more personal and public and indefinite. Is that a good way of does that make sense?
Yeah. And I think also seminars can kind of contribute toward very long-term projects that don't necessarily have a definitive, all the way worked out vision. Like in my case, there's a book that I kind of want to write at some point, that in my head is called Red Marble, which is about putting Marx and Plato together. It's about doing the things that I thought I could do at 18, but was not at all ready to do, in terms of, here are these theorists who come from very different traditions. They actually disagree about a lot, but nonetheless, what happens if you do put them together? I kind of would like to do that. So part of it is thinking about how to take these things. You see this in some of my Substack pieces where I'll talk about some Platonism for a while, but then all of a sudden I want to talk about capitalism in relation to that. And that's this kind of process that I'm trying to be in, of gradually stitching together these different parts of me that so often only one of them can talk at any given time.
Yeah. Yeah, I have noticed that, and I have always kind of just imagined that that is a book that you're working on. Like, I didn't have the title in mind. It's a great title. Uh, but that is like one of those kind of projects that can be helped, right? Uh, the better part of a career, preparing yourself.
Oh no, Dave's lagging hard. Hopefully this is just a momentary.
So what do we want to say about mine? Well, I want Nance, you can segue to
I thought he was back. I don't think he's back.
Yeah, he is lagging hard.
Lagging hard. Now he is back. Okay, now he is back. Okay.
I see you moving. I see you talking.
You're back. What were you saying? You cut out.
I was saying
you were imagining
you need a better internet.
Yeah. The last thing we heard was that you have been imagining that this book is a book that Benjamin is working on. And that was all we got.
That's a long time ago. Okay. Holy cow. Yeah, well, Benjamin, I was saying that this is the kind of well, first of all, I imagined that you had something like this that you were working on because it makes sense. I said I didn't have the title in mind, obviously. It's a fitting title. I'd love to hear more about it. But it's like one of those projects that a whole career can lead up to. Like your whole, you know what I mean? So it's like having the seminar as like a sort of when you've got the up-to-itiveness to make it about that, you can, you know, and I love that. And then I sat there and I thought that you were just making a face like, yeah, that's true, Dave. I didn't realize that the connection was broken. And so then I sat there for a moment and then I was like, so Nance, how about you be the segue between Benjamin talking about the courses and seminars and me talking about them. And I was thinking you can get a little meta. You can talk about the last 2 years versus 2025. You can talk about, I don't know, you can ask me questions or Benjamin questions. I kind of wanted to just turn it over to you.
So this is actually, I think like this is a moment, right? Like being able to bring the breadth of material and the breadth of expertise, I'll even say, together and not do a synthesis, but actually do like these threads remain distinct. But we're weaving them. We're braiding them together into a stronger rope rather than just kind of trying to do some postmodern syncretism or some shit. I think it's a fucking moment in history, in the history of thought, in the history of the human being itself, their self. Fuck you. Just this morning, last night and this morning, I was thinking about anxiety and subjectivity and identity and being in the world, right? And I'm coming from Heidegger and Kierkegaard and Bergson. Like that's my stomping ground or whatever. And I'm posing direct questions to Benjamin, essentially, because Benjamin has. I think really I'm posing my question to the Plato that lives in Benjamin's head. And the Plato that lives in Benjamin's head is also in dialogue with Marx and also in dialogue with Hobbes and Rousseau, and all these other thinkers. So it's a very robust Plato. I have a lot of faith in this Plato. So I feel
like posing these questions will be very fruitful, and being able to do that in the context of a productive community, a community of, maybe we're not yet a community of knowers, but we are definitely a community of thinkers, of wonderers, of questioners, of wanting to be knowers. Being able to do that, I think it's spectacular. I think those of you who have the opportunity to subscribe at any tier at Theory Underground, you're getting in on something that doesn't exist anywhere else in the world. So get in the boat. We're gonna cross the fucking what's the river? Starts with a T. Yeah, it starts with an R. The Rubicon. We're crossing the Rubicon. We're going boldly into the future. But like being able to do that, being able to have like what I call like a more post-structural, even postmodern, continental, French thinker, although there's German thinkers as well, but having like Dave having a theory of like the moment, and like what is the moment? Who are we? What are we? What are we in? And being able to bring that into dialogue with Benjamin's like historical scope. Like you're going all the way back to the beginning of these questions of politics, to like government and the state as a structure that emerges in response to the necessity of humans, citizens, coping with the real, coping with their reality. Like that is what politics is. And you've said it before. I think it's a human response to an inhuman, I don't know. And as it's a human response, it's imperfect and there's going to be failures. But going to the origins of that and then coming through it, understanding the stages, the phases, the context, the implications, the repercussions, like all this stuff. Like that to me, I think is special. So often we find ourselves specializing. Like, oh, I'm a French guy. I really like French theory, so I'm just going to read nothing but French theory. And that's an approach of, I think, necessity for a lot of people. There's just not time to read everything. There's not time to become the expert in everything. But it remains true that we need a broad approach. We need to be generalists. We need to be the polymath. We need to be well-rounded. We can't just be the postmodern, tailorized, hyper-specialized experts in one discrete thing. And here I've been talking Dave and Benjamin, but we're also bringing in Mikey, and Mikey is doing this other thing with like the medium and the fault line, and he's also post-structuralist, postmodern, and once again Nina is connected to history in a different way from Benjamin. And I think there's a lot of crosstalk between, I think you are doing man throughout the ages and Nina may be doing the world throughout the ages, maybe. But there's all these tensions and there's all these things that they might even be contradictions, and other people might view them as irreconcilable. Other people might view them as incompatible. Other people might view them as irrelevant. They might say, like in the past, I might have been wont to say like, oh, well, I really like math and science. And I do, in fact, care a little bit less about continental philosophy. So I'm just going to read about math and I'm just going to read about science. And I'm not going to spend my time on the humanities. Bringing them together at Theory Underground and allowing them to converse and allowing the individual threads cross and overlap as we braid a nice thick rope is amazing. And it might be a rope that's robust enough to bear our weight as we climb boldly into the future. Or maybe, again, maybe it's just the dance party at the end of the world.
We could be like a tugboat. We could be like a tugboat, and that's the rope we need to pull the aircraft
rest
carrier
of everybody up
through the bay.
Yeah, dude. Yeah. I don't know. The metaphors aren't really coming as sharp as they might otherwise be coming today. But no, I think I think you guys are lucky. You, audience, I'm talking to you right now, watching in the future and listening right now, listening in the future. You guys are lucky. You guys are uniquely situated to kind of observe us, right? Develop from a community of thinkers, a community of wanderers, a community of people who want to be knowers into, hopefully, barring, things outside of our control, into a community of knowers, into an actual group that might be able to have something to say about the moment, about the situation. Another thing for me, it's easy to bracket out politics entirely, because there's nothing there. We're frozen. It's static. There's nothing we can do. But Benjamin comes along and poses the challenge, who says, nevertheless, we must act. And in order to act, we must know, we must understand, we must think before we can act. But like you take away that cope. Like that was a cope of mine for so long, to just say, fuck it, I'm black-pilled, politics aren't real. And you come along and you pose these challenges, and they're necessary challenges if we hope for anything else. Like if any of us hope for a future that doesn't look like sitting back, masturbating, consuming, arguing, being hateful, being disgusting beings who do nothing but just consume and vomit, then we have to act. We don't have the choice. So also sunshine and rainbows and stuff too. And there's it and allowing enough space, because the experience of like organizing that Dave brings, having gone through multiple iterations of projects, there's enough space for, first of all, the inevitable failures that'll come up, but also there's enough space for these individual threads to have enough room to breathe. We're not going to overload you. In the past at Theory Underground, I think it probably might have been overwhelming for people when it was just, we're going hard all day, every day. Not everybody has access to that much time or that much energy to be able to keep up all that time. Not everybody wants to. We have to allow people to go at their own pace as well. So hopefully having a different structure will provide more opportunities for the people to engage without feeling overwhelmed, and also to not feel like you're missing out, because we're still here on the internet. There's still this immediacy. Even though we try to deconstruct it and we're aware of it, and we try to make you, audience, aware of it, it still is this implicit message of, here's this. You get the notifications. You see the thing, you see it's live streaming, you see it's a 6-hour live streaming, and you're like, well, shit, I don't have 6 hours. I'm not even going to watch the whole thing. Like we try to design everything in a consumable, not consumable, in a accessible form for the students and fellow travelers and interlocutors and interlopers and all these things. So I'm fucking excited. It's also a big task. Schedules are scary. But I have faith. Because rather than just being like some like faceless institutional, trust me, bro, it's going to work. Like it's tied to concrete individuals. It's tied to Benjamin. It's tied to Dave. It's tied to Ann. It's tied to Mikey. Like, oh, we can pull this shit together. We can make this shit happen. It's not the university telling me that I have to live up to these expectations. I think it's going to be amazing.
Yeah, we're actually making the thing.
Yes.
And by the way, we are at a point now where there is a schedule for the course that I'm going to be teaching. So the thing to do if you want to take it is to start in on the Plato. January is Plato month, right? So we're going to get to a point in January where I'm going to give this lecture followed by a discussion, 1 hour lecture, 1 hour discussion on Plato. That is going to be January 25th. And that's going to happen at 11 o'clock Mountain, 1 o'clock Eastern. And if you want to be ready for that, well, you want to start in on at least the Republic, right? If you want to write a paper, do more than that. If you are loving it as you're doing it, I've got a list of stuff that will be released that you could explore. But the main thing to start in with, if you just want to get going, is Plato's Republic. And my favorite translation of that, if you're trying to pick a version and you don't know which version, is the Gruber and Reeve, which is in the Hackett Complete Works, published in 1997. So if you want to get going right away with this, we are, a couple of days away from January, and my operating premise is that from January 1st on, you can be reading the Republic a little bit at a time over the course of the month. So you'll have some notion by the time that I give the lecture of what we're talking about. You don't just come to it blind. And if you're hardcore and you're ready to write a paper, you should be able to get access to that list, which will give you other stuff to play with. So not only can you read the Republic, but if you have the energy and the time, you can also look at some of this other stuff related to Plato or related to Plato's work that will give you some sense of the different interpretations that are current or popular, not to instruct you on which one you should have, but to give you a sense of some of the things that come up, right? But the way it's structured, if you just have time to read the Republic, that's fine. If you've got time to read the Republic and a little bit more, that's great. And if you have time to read a considerable amount of stuff and write me a great 2,000-word essay that I can then give very detailed feedback on, that would be amazing. I'd love to do that for you.
And he's not going to just say, "Oh, that's a great idea. Wow, that's genius." He's also going to give some real feedback.
Yeah, I'm going to hold it to a real standard. So you can actually get better, right? Because you can watch anybody give lectures, on the internet, but to actually get held to a standard so that you improve is a very different thing. Personal standard based on engaging with actually what you as an individual are producing, right? Not just me making general comments about this group of people or that organization or that theorist and the people who follow them. No. Your work. Full comments, whole margins. I'm going to fill up on Word, on Google Docs, whatever it is. The whole fucking side of it. Continuously.
And it's world-class comments, people. This is not stuff that's just appearing.
I won an award for doing this shit at Cambridge.
Yeah.
At Queen's College, I won the prize for outstanding contribution to college education. There was a whole room, like those long tables that you see in Harry Potter, of all the supervisors at Queen's. They were all there, and I got the prize for the year, right? I was a finalist, university-wide best supervisor in the humanities at Cambridge. University-wide. The humanities at Cambridge. All colleges. All disciplines in the humanities. I got to like the top 3 my final year. As a PhD student, not doing this professionally, just figuring it out as I went along. I'm quite good at this specific thing. I'm just saying. This specific thing, I'm very good at.
We're not worthy.
Yeah.
There are lots of things I'm bad at.
Dude, seriously, it's amazing.
But this specific thing, I am very good at it.
That's fucking amazing to be able to have the opportunity. Me, a fucking a shitty punk rock dickhead loser, to have the opportunity to be able to get that kind of feedback on anything I do. That's amazing. I think that in itself is historical. Fuck everything else. That in itself, I think, is historical. The fact that we're like forcing this type of communication, this type of interpersonal contact. We're fucking forcing it. The world is not designed to do this. The fucking colleges you're going to go to, the institutions Don't let this shit happen.
No.
Real fucking people who have real fucking ideas and who are probably wrong about most of it, nevertheless, have an opportunity to have considered, deliberate, worthwhile fucking constructive feedback. That's amazing. It really is.
And you don't have to pay the tuition for the whole year and make this your entire life and commit to somehow finding a way to turn it into a job. You don't have to approach it that way.
Right. You don't have to sell your soul, sell an arm and a leg. This is attainable for real people.
It's gonna.
Yeah,
be
I
cool.
spent. I went $60,000 into debt while working multiple jobs through college. Like I was working multiple jobs and going 60 grand. Now I probably could have finished it off at 40K if I didn't do the masters. Of course, the masters would have been a lot more if I'd gone elsewhere, or it would have been a fellowship and it would have all been paid. But there were a bunch of contingencies and reasons why it just worked out to do it the way that I did it. And I have no regrets, but at the same time, my goal is to build something that would have made it so that I wouldn't have had to do that and could have just worked at Amazon and just, yeah, I mean, you're paying as much as you would for a jujitsu subscription. Like if you were at a jujitsu gym, you're paying that much, which by the way, working class people can generally afford something like that as long as they're not in a super shitty situation, which, you know, if you're in that super shitty situation, maybe just focus on getting out of it. You know, that's the real meaning of self-care is get out of the job that makes it so you can't listen to books. Get out of the job that makes it so you can't afford your apartment. Get out of the job that makes it so you can't go to weddings. There are abusive, toxic jobs, and then there are less bad jobs. And my entire experience with jobs has always just been discovering like the affordances, the accidental affordances of jobs. And Amazon's one of the best ones. And so like I am like always thinking like, yeah, no, if I was working at Amazon right now, how would this course load affect me? Like to what degree would I be able to engage? Would I be able to do the monthly supervisions with Benjamin? Maybe, but I know for a fact I'd be able to at least follow the lectures. And thinking about doing the supervisions and the fact that that's real and getting to see the turn and seeing the feedback on the turn, that would itself facilitate a lot, right? There's a kind of like when Sean Middlestat was on the turn, it's like if I'm working in the warehouse and I'm listening to that, well, then I can imagine what it would be like if I rode a baby for a year and then it was up on the turn. Like I can imagine it, and then I can imagine what kind of feedback I'd get, and then that's actually going to impact and accelerate my development when it comes to the kinds of notes that I'm writing on these bathroom breaks that I'm taking at Amazon. So, Nance said that you guys are lucky, you know, and I hope so. The fact is the quality of the free content is going to go up and there's going to be more of it. But also it'll hopefully be easier to know what's essential versus what's kind of just like a fun conversation that we had, right? Like why left and what's right and why us. There might be episodes we refer to and then you can go check it out, but we'll never assume that you watched or heard all of the episodes of any one of those podcasts. We'll never assume that you watched all of an EMSTU. We'll never assume that you're up to date on all the conversations that took place across the EMSTU. That's not important. Like we can tell you something that happened and then you can always go look it up for yourself if you want to. But the main point is with 2025, the thing I wanted to zone in on here is the people feeling overwhelmed, not having a sort of like not being able to find the directionality that is inherent to the process, or burning out in the attempt to sort of catch up. And I hate that, and I don't want that, because we really should assume an audience of people who are bright-eyed and bushy-tailed and excited for this thing, and they're willing to give it a month, to a year of their life, right? They're willing to give it a month to a year of their life. Like, that's the kind of person I want to assume. I'm not going to assume someone who's been hanging on for 2 years, trying to keep up, overwhelmed. No, I want to work with that person. I want to help that person. But by assuming the person who is fresh and up to it for a month to a year, by assuming that person and making sure that they have a great experience, well, that person who's trying to catch up, they're going to find a way to catch up in a sort of sense. Of course, we put quotation marks around catching up. But basically, and I want you guys to say stuff. I know you're both excited to say something, so I'll let you guys go in a sec. But what I want to come back to is how my course and seminar workload for 2025 is structured to short circuit what would otherwise be an intimidating amount of catch-up work. So, but what do you guys want to say about all that so far?
I was actually going to ask you to talk about the TU-based concepts, because I'm really excited for this, because I wasn't along for all of it. And I want to get kind of some of this core, where are we coming from stuff myself, so that I can do a better job of integrating everything together.
Yeah, I think that's
Yeah.
the
How about you, Nance?
the notion of catching up. I don't even know what that means or what that would mean, but it is true that there is a base level of we need a shared ground. We need a mutually agreed upon set of references that are intelligible, that we're all conversant in. We need shared reference. So if we take catching up to mean getting to that level, getting conversant, getting proficient, getting comfortable and familiar with the base questions, the base problems, assumptions, I think that's a version of catching up that would be helpful. That is helpful for us to kind of think about as we are designing or trying to imagine the future. So I think that's it. Like, if we can just expound upon that base, I think that's good.
I'm starting a poll for the chat. Did you smash like already? Yes. No, I forgot. Let me get on it now. And no way, Jose. I'll never do it. Nah. There we go. And so you can all engage with that poll. We're very curious to know the results of it. And with that said, I'll just say a few things about this. So kind of the initial plan, the previous episode would have ended something like 18 minutes ago, and then we would have started this other episode of Why Us. But I want this to instead just be like a special, longer episode of Why Left that might get cross-posted with Why Us, because it's it's 100% in both wheelhouses. And I think that this crossbreeding of the episodes instead of two distinct ones makes a lot more sense right now. So, and this one will get published out of order on the podcast app. This will get published out of order ahead of some of the other episodes that are currently scheduled, because 2025 is so soon upon us. And so with that said, so what happened at Theory Underground in the last 2 years? And do you really need to catch up on all of it or any of it? What is the wavelength? Is it worth getting on in the first place? There's a certain kind of person who's just like, yes, I like what you guys are doing. I don't really understand everything, but I'm here for it. And so I'm going to just nose to the grindstone and just binge. And I love that person, that kind of person, but also that kind of person is not usually a woman. That kind of person's usually a guy who's between the ages of 27 and 42, which is most of the demographics here. And that's okay, but I've meant that to be a phase of Theory Underground, because we were just going hard and we just wanted to do what we needed to do. But what we're entering is this new era, and bringing around the seminar was a part of the new era, which was, hey, we'll have stuff, weekly stuff, monthly stuff that you can kind of rely on, that you can attend, where you don't have to have done a reading to get something out of it. The seminar is a bit more like a sermon as opposed to a lecture, right? Because a lecture is a lot more like there are learning outcomes to this lecture, and they are a part of a course. Whereas the seminar is like you're following in the wake of some thinker's research, and they're kind of sharing results, and they're also working through things right in front of you sometimes, right? And so Jaspers talks about this in The Idea of the University. He talks about whether it's a super dry and boring lecturer or a super dynamic and charismatic lecturer, there's an inherent value for every student to get to spend time with different varieties of thinkers engaged in ongoing research, basically bringing you in on whatever it is that they're doing. And so, but I use the word sermon there just because it's also, as Benjamin and Mikey have both pointed out with their own seminars, it's a bit more collaborative than a regular lecture in the sense that, like, I'm getting to know you guys over time, and so there's a little bit of a co-creative aspect to it. Now, I mean, that's true with lectures as well. Attentive, note-taking students make the lecture, in a sort of sense, because it's like, this is serious, like it puts like that good pressure on the speaker. But with all that said, what you've missed, if we wanted to use those terms, I don't want to, because I don't want to lean into the FOMO, the fear of missing out, but I'm going to give you a quick run through of some of the Idea of the University course, the Professional Managerial Class Consciousness and Ideology course, Slavoj Žižek's For They Know Not What They Do course, Martin Heidegger's Being in Time course, Emmanuel Levinas's Totality and Infinity course. Each of those books, by the way, Being in Time and Totality and Infinity, you could spend your entire life studying it. CMT, Critical Media Theory, I taught that with Anne. Critical Doxology and Time Energy, I taught that with Anne. And those were the ones that became seminars. Then there was the Leon Brenner course, the Clinical Structures of Psychoanalysis. Actually, Cadell Last of Philosophy Portal was our first guest lecturer. He taught Alenka Zupancic's What is Sex? Todd McGowan taught Seminar 11, and Chris Catrone taught Introduction to Marxism. That was the most recent on his part. And then, of course, Mikey's Intro to Land and Intro to Žižek, which, I mean, Intro to Land versus Intro to Žižek, that is sort of the foundational two courses for entering into the fault line theory, trying to understand the material and ideological conditions of the interests and algorithms in the internet theory scene being what they are, right? Being what they are. And so, he's not just specializing in French fried German philosophy. He's been doing philosophy just generally for a long time, but he got more into the French fried German philosophy recently. In the last 7 years, especially, that's kind of his super emphasis has been on it. And he's got this sort of laser scholarly thing that he brings to the fault line theory. And as Nance was laying it out, there's the fault line theory, there's the history of philosophy from Plato through Marx. Then there's this sort of the history of philosophy, nature. How do humans interface with nature, and how do they conceptualize it? And how does the left kind of just lose the plot that there are actual natural limits and things like that? All of that. How does that all fit together? Well, it's all part of what I can't do myself. And if I could do it myself, I would. And I wouldn't have any of these guys around trying to teach me. But I wrote up a 42-page document before I started Theory Underground, and it had all the courses that I wish I could take, all the courses that I wish were actually at some kind of a teaching institution that was neither left nor right, but was for people who were burnt out on both. A place for people who prioritize understanding over what's the word? I almost want to say the word Protestant. That's not the word. It's a political sort of pundit position. Yeah, a partisan position. That's what I meant to say. Partisan. Okay. So they're setting Mikey and Benjamin and Nina up to teach these specific things in 2025 is meant to sort of help me in my development. So this is why I was saying, like, Nance is saying you're all lucky. I just feel like I'm the luckiest person in the whole world. I genuinely am like the most grateful person ever when I'm thinking about the fact that I get to sort of absorb this stuff from you all. And then by slipstreaming you guys, I'll get to kind of make decisions about my time and energy, about what to dive into and when. Well, that's what I aim to do for you all with the courses that I just outlined. The Idea of the University, the PMC course, the For the Internet What They Do course, the Being in Time course, the Totality and Infinity course, the Critical Media Theory course, and the CDT, Critical Doxology and Time Energy courses. Brenner, McGowan, Catrone, Last, and Mikey's courses, I'll reference them, but I'm not going to do the same kind of survey because in a lot of cases, those courses they're like a extra deep dive, or like an intro into something that is important to have an intro to. But what I want to focus on for my 12 lectures are the fundamental problems, questions, concepts, and thinkers and texts of Theory Underground. And so there's several ways of doing that. I could do 12 concepts. I could do 12 problems. I could do an overview of those courses that I just listed, an overview on this course, an overview on that course, or I could tease out like essential themes from those different courses, right? So there's a lot of different ways to do this. And I'm going to be using my discernment and inspiration, as well as, and when I say inspiration, I mean like what I feel alive doing, right? As opposed to Benjamin's, you won't have to do much of any serious reading before these, because the idea is if you want to, the course exists, you can dive into it. And so people who are like, oh, I want to take that course, Dave, I became a subscriber, give me access to that course, I'm discouraging that. Of course, I can do exceptions to the rule or whatever, but I'm just generally saying, don't worry about the past catalog until I've done this sort of survey intro to why it matters in the first place, so you could at least decide if you're even into it. But as far as the concepts go, I by the way, I want to acknowledge the fact that in the live chat for the last 2 weeks, we've received several people asking, hey, what are the main questions, concepts, problems at TU? And the reason that became a thing is because I started referencing it over the last 2 weeks. I've started saying things like, don't start giving us unsolicited advice if you don't know what our fundamental problems, questions, and concepts are, because we're not on the same page. And so your advice is it's just not gonna meet the mark. But we're talking about getting you on the same page enough so that we can have real disagreements. And so with that said, well, what are the 5 main? And I want this to be an ongoing sort of debate that I'm having with myself. And I want to, at the same time, be hearing other people's thoughts on it. Time energy is obviously number one. It is just number one in a sort of sense, except that the reason time energy comes around as the fundamental concept is because the good life is the fundamental question. And it's a fundamental question because of a fundamental problem. And that fundamental problem is that this ain't it. This ain't it. We know that this ain't it, because people not having time energy for their children or their friends or their families or their talents or to tutor one another or to build institutions that aren't profit driven, like all of these things, that's a problem. It's a serious problem, meaning that instead of soil being cultivated, we've been reduced to dirt. Instead of being raised to something higher than our worm reptile selves, we are in the mud, right? And I'm a muddy little boy trying to wash myself off on the riverbank. And there's a method to the madness for how to wash yourself off in a sort of sense. You can't just say, oh, let's go back before modernity. Let's go back to an ancient. They saw how it is. They had a much better picture of how it is. Let's just we'll stay with them. We'll just be classicists for the rest of our days. Of course not, because we still live in capitalism. So you're still going to need Marx. Okay, but do you really need Marshall McLuhan or Martin Heidegger? Do you really need Emmanuel Levinas or Jacques Lacan? Do you really need Bourdieu or Baudrillard? I mean, come on, do you? This is a real question. What I aim to show you is what I would have aimed to show myself back in 2020 when I was burning out. If I had come across this podcast and I was hearing this episode, I'd be paying attention. I'd be like, okay, so what are the concepts? So it's not just time energy. There are concepts that get us to why we don't have it. And of course, with Marx, that's surplus value and socially necessary labor time and labor power, right? Teasing out the difference between those things and time energy is an essential task. Do you have to read 3 volumes of Das Kapital to get the basics of that? I think that you at least need to know about this one big debate between the labor theory of value and the value form debate itself, right? This thing going on between Mihail Heinrich and Mosley, R.I.P. I think he just passed away this year. Or Karatani, right? Like because Karatani is also based in value form pilled. It's not my goal to tell you have to be based and value form pilled to roll with TU. I want you to understand why we want Marx to be based and value form pilled if he's not. Because this interpretive argument in the literature about what he's doing, is it just Petit Ricardo and the labor theory of value, or is he doing an immanent critique of value itself, right? And we could also bring in some Postone here. Well, you don't have to read Time, Labor, and Social Domination and Introduction to the 3 volumes of Marx's Capital. And no, I'll just do a lecture on it. All right, I'll just do that. I'll do it. Time energy is a relational concept, meaning we can't understand it outside of the relation to what Das Kapital does with surplus value, social necessary labor time, and labor power, or value more generally. Well, the same thing is true with being in the world, Dasein, the existentialia, right? Which in a more Kantian register would be the transcendental conditions of subjectivity. But for Heidegger, it's going to be more, I don't want to use the word particular because it applies to all humans everywhere. But the conditions of possibility for worldhood, not the subject to be a subject, but the conditions of possibility for the kind of worldhood that the Greeks had, right? We can go back to the Greeks and read the Greeks, and we might be able to deduce some things and read some history about it and get somewhere. But also to deconstruct the liberal modern in us so we can understand humans have tended to have a thing called worldhood. And this subject-object divide that is so normalized for all of us is something that's specifically modern. It's got a specific historical emergence. And I want to be able to show everybody that even if Adorno is correct on everything he has to say about the ontological difference, that doesn't change a damn thing for what I draw from being in time. And that's what I would also say about Das Kapital. If the tendency for the rate of profit to fall and the labor theory of value are what Marx is doing, and he's doing it because he cares about the dictatorship of the proletariat, and it turns out the dictatorship of the proletariat is a means towards an end that is not a preferable end, and it's not even a preferable or plausible means, that doesn't change the fact that Das Kapital is the place that we have to go to talk about value, right? So we still have to go there. Do you have to read it all? No, you don't. Maybe someday, but also I want you to be able to make an informed decision. And so I'll be focusing on specific concepts that come out of these texts that are so important for me. And then I kind of want to treat as like they're my special texts. They don't have to be yours, but I do want you to understand what we mean by Befindlichkeit so that you can understand what we mean by gerrymandering Befindlichkeit, so you can understand how gerrymandering Befindlichkeit relates to the medium, relates to the PMC, relates to the duopoly, relates to the stultification of time energy, relates to ultimately all of these concepts under the header of the PCFM, or the post-class fractured mass, which is, once again, a part of the problem, a part of the question, and it's one of our fundamental concepts. Other fundamental concepts are organizational ones like the turn and tribunal zero and contradiction, but also socioanalysis, which I do get from Bourdieu, but I think it's a relational concept, and so we have to understand it in reference to social engineering, not in the sort of pickup artist sense. In reference to social engineering, like Auguste Comte and think Century of Self, with Adam Curtis. So social engineering and psychoanalysis. So psychoanalysis, as you learned with Adam Curtis in the Century of Self, through Bernays gets lifted and brought into public relations and advertising and marketing and propaganda, right? And then Joseph Goebbels picks it up and runs with it and kind of perfects it. And now it's just common sense. Socioanalysis is a combat sport for defending yourself from that. That's ultimately what it is. It's a combat sport for making it so that all of the time and energy you spend thinking about serious questions are not mere echoes of the social engineering that has been being done on us our entire lives in split competing institutions that form the institutional matrix that is the background conditions of intelligibility for all of us in this thing that we call a world. So there's a lot of other concepts. There's a lot of other thinkers. There's a lot of other courses. There's a lot of other texts that I have here on the list. I want to get into legitimacy. But this is ultimately something like how we've been thinking about legitimacy can't be thought without reference to Benjamin's book now, which we all have to read and reread. So those lectures would be later, not the first priority, right? First priority for 2025, which this I'll be doing this one in a week. Is that right? Yeah, I'll be doing this, I think, in a week. It's going to be on the idea of university and the PMC, but not the PMC as a class, but specifically as a historic function and role in the maintenance of the relations of production that was deliberate, that was conscious, and that was a reaction against working class organizing from the 19th century. But specifically that in juxtaposition to the noble idea of the university as articulated by Karl Jaspers after the fall of Nazi Germany, when he wrote the idea of university and dedicated it to the president of a university saying, hey, you can take the totalitarianism out of the university, but don't forget about business, my brother. And then he goes, and check this out. And then he lays out what the ideal is. And I think it's this idea that we should never do critique without a fleshing out of the ideal. That's part of the TU brand. We don't fucking come along and go, oh, neoliberal university. As soon as you do that, you're acting like the university before it was just like this perfect thing. No, it's a great idea. There's a wonderful idea there. What is that idea? And then what are the tendencies inherent to the relationships within that institution that make it so that there's a sort of inertia that undermines the realization of that ideal? And then, of course, we can bring in questions about whether that ideal is ultimately just being used as a sort of ideological way of naturalizing or a bunch of contingent institutions that ultimately just serve power in some specific way. Those are questions that are on the table. But we can't even ask those questions until we've tarried with Jaspers. And so I want to give you the quick and dirty on Jaspers in the PMC. And that'll be round one. Here you go, guys.
Yeah, don't sleep on Dave. People think, oh, Dave just organizes. Nuh-uh. Don't sleep on Dave. Dave is thinking some really cool shit. Big part of why I'm here is that Dave can think.
Thanks, Benjamin. It's very kind of you. There's a bunch of other stuff that I'd like to say, but I'm going to just go ahead and curb or bookmark the course stuff. So basically, 2025, 12 lectures to give you this sort of overview of the courses that you did not do, which also means I get to redo my Being in Time in one lecture, which you won't find that on the internet. You're not going to, except for the one time that I did it already with Anne, which did not achieve what I wanted it to, even though I think it was a good attempt. I plan on doing something much better in 2025. But my seminar is going to be completely different. It's going to be very different from what's going on with the course. And the special thing about the seminar is the sort of creative freedom that I have. And I basically want to focus on engaging with Mikey and Benjamin's courses and seminars, and Nina. But especially just like this sort of meta conversation. And I'm going to be writing monthly papers to undergo supervision with Benjamin. You better bet I will. And of course, I'll want to draw on all of that stuff, like Plato's Republic, right? The Leviathan, etc. I'll want to draw on that stuff in my seminars, but my seminar is ultimately trying to help me write a book. And so, it's setting me up to write a very important book, one that for now, I'll just say it's all this stuff that we're doing, theorizing the underground, but also theorizing, like, what can a person like me actually do? Not thinking super, super short term, go throw a brick or go to a protest or vote, and not thinking super long term, like, intergenerational, hundreds of years of struggle, but like within a real lifespan. Like that's kind of what I'm getting at. Yeah. So very excited about that, guys.
Yeah, this is something we all got in common, which is that we want to write a book, right? And if we have written a book, we want to write another better book. Ultimately, this is about making real theory that can actually help people think. But it's also about helping you guys, if you're serious about it, if you have the drive, if you have the conditions that allow you to pursue it, of getting to a stage where you could potentially do this too. You want to write a book? You want it to be good? Well, let's see if you can do it. I like to leave these hanging questions sometimes, Dave, let's see if you can do it.
Hit us with your best shot.
Yeah.
Caravaggio
I love it when
said,
people
"Have you
hit you
boys
with their best shot."
Yeah.
Oh no, Dave froze again. I think he was about to read Caravaggio's chat message, and the initial response to that is, "Thanks for the unsolicited advice, Caravaggio. I know I've seen your name in chat enough to know that you know how much we love unsolicited advice." But the genuine response to that is, there are things in the works. And there are already people plugging away at that task as we speak. So keep your eyes open and be excited for what is coming.
What is the question he asked in chat?
Have you boys ever considered a clip channel? Maybe it's something that can be outsourced to help people get familiar with the basics. And it's a good question. But it is, yes, it has been considered, and it is in the works.
Dave does post some shorts sometimes.
Yes.
Occasionally.
Yeah. Well, and there's so much work to do. There's so many things to be done, and it really is. It takes a village to raise a baby, and in this case, it takes a village to let people know what's going on regularly and consistently.
Yeah.
Yeah. The point about the podcasts is really important. You don't have to watch all of the podcasts. The courses will never be premised on watching all of the podcasts. The podcasts bring people in. They help explain what we're doing, why it matters, so that you can get more involved with the more serious high-level theory, which occurs for those who are part of TU.
Am I back? Is this
Yes.
working
Yep.
now?
Yes.
Yes.
That was so savage. It actually kicked me from a call that time. I didn't just freeze. I had to
I fully
rejoin,
kicked you.
so-
Wow.
Yeah, dude.
Oof.
Yeah, that's not normal. Hobdabob says, in terms of rendering the pertinent core values of TU theory within the context of an audience struggling with time energy, it would be useful to me and possibly others for you to create some videos. And so yeah, videos for dummies is what, and I agree. And there was a time when I was kind of doing that, but also there's a time in one's life to focus on outreach and influence. And there's a time in one's life to focus on figuring things out for oneself. You're here, you're all here at the point where I'm figuring things out with other people, not for myself, but with other people. We're figuring things out. We're trying to figure out what's going on. And so the reason I'm saying it all this way is just like, it really is like two different things. Writing for oneself to figure something out, or writing to be understood by a small handful of other people. Like, so we're trying to figure it out together. And this sort of like, oh, I've got to figure it out, so now I'm going to do this like outreach thing. It's like, no, I've given myself permission to write that book a lot later. Yeah.
Yeah. If, 80 of you were doing supervisions with me, that would be incredible. I would be, wow, that's a fantastic number of people. And also, I don't have much more time energy to do very many more than that in a given month, right? Like, this is not about, oh, let's go viral. It's not about that. Really radically not about that. It's also not about let's make everybody have our values or view everything the way that we view it. Here's an invitation to think. If you take the invitation, then you sign up for TU, and then you think with us. And then over time, we all think together and we read each other's stuff. We dialogue with each other. We have dialectic, right? And then we develop and we get better, and our shared understanding gets better. And we help you, and you could develop to a point where you could help us too. And we can grow in our understanding. And then as stuff happens, as these events in the news happen, we'll be able to interpret it from within the paradigm of what we're doing, instead of being towed around by all the stupid crap that otherwise tows everybody around all the time. So if you want to be free from the stupid crap, and you want to be able to think about the things that are happening, then, if you can, come and get serious with us, and let's be serious together. Let's be intense and do something intense, and just see where it leads. But that's not going to be for everybody. The people who need the TU concepts for dummies are not going to come and think with us. They are looking for a worldview in many cases. That's not what we're doing. We're not giving people a worldview and telling them what to think.
Hob says, I didn't mean to assume it was, but if we're going to get told off because we're not yet well read enough, how can we meaningfully contribute?
Well, the meaningful contributing goes on in the seminars and in the courses, right? When we're doing the podcast is just about bringing people in. The podcast is not, let's have a dialogue. Really, if you have a question that clarifies what's going on in the podcast, the clarifying questions that they talk about, right? Something that helps us to get at what we're trying to say, that's really where we're at in terms of the podcast. But if you want to get involved with the theory, really get involved with the theory, then you have to be part of the community. You have to be part of the community of knowers, which requires a commitment to that community, right?
Isn't it interesting that there are a lot of ostensibly left, ostensibly, philosophical and theory spaces online that don't have that approach, that do kind of maintain this mirage of mutual contribution on the part of the people doing the work and on the part of the audience as well. And look, I've been part of those groups as well, where I think my comment on a video or my I'm contributing to what's going on. I don't know. And it's not to sit back and do this thing. And I don't think anybody was being told off for not being well read enough. I think it's just trying to like explicate the method. Like, we are not here having a conversation with everyone watching right now or listening right now. We are having a conversation among and amidst and betwixt ourselves, and you guys are privy to that. And if you want to be in the conversation, the way to do that is through the front door, which is the seminars, the lectures, the courses, becoming the subscriber. I do think it is interesting that there is that kind of image of like, we're having a conversation.
Well, that's the parasocial dynamic, which is the usual dominant thing. Usually people are trying to grow the number of people who watch their stuff so that they can use the streaming numbers as the basis, right? Or their Patreon as the basis. So they're trying to engage with their people watching their stream, or the people who who pay their Patreon, so that those people will stick around. And so it becomes desperately trying to appease the people who are watching. And those people are looking for some kind of parasocial dynamic. They're not looking to, which is not to accuse anybody in the chat, right? It's just to clarify models and what we're trying to do. So that's why a lot of the time, the way that we interact with chat will be different from the way maybe other people would interact with their chats. And I do think that we should try to do it in a way which maybe reproaches less. I think sometimes Dave reproaches a little bit. And that was your New Year's resolution about being nicer to chat, right?
Okay. There we go.
Was to not reproach them.
Yeah, I thought you were setting it up like it was your idea. No, I told you that's my resolution.
Of course, you said that at the top when I first came on. So I'm just operating within the framework that you already laid out. But I think it's a fair point. We're not trying to tell people off. We're trying to help people figure out how to contribute. If you're watching and you're going, I want to be part of this, I want to contribute, we're trying to help you figure out how you can do that. The alternative to that is to just ignore stuff that doesn't serve our purpose, which we could do, and that would probably be my impulse. My impulse would just be to ignore stuff that doesn't serve our purpose and to not give people a hard time about it, but to just not engage with it. But one of the things that is interesting about the way Dave and Nance approach the chat is that they try to guide people toward how could they interact, because Dave and Nance realize people who are trying to interact, they want to take it up a little. There is something about the attempt that indicates perhaps a willingness to take it further, maybe, or maybe you guys are just too suffering from recognition lack and therefore focusing too much on what other people think. I don't know.
Well, look, I think that's it. I think the people in the chat are suffering from that lack of recognition. Like in order to communicate, you have to first.
We all are.
Yeah.
We all are.
Like like that's true, and that's operant as well. But it is like, there is a pathway to being able to have this conversation, but be aware of the fact that in a live chat or in a comment section, you are not being heard. You are not contributing.
Misrecognition is kind of cooked into it.
100%. Yeah. And I do think that there's often this kind of thing can happen where you can get into a kind of recognition game where the streamer is feeling their recognition undermined by what's going on in the chat, and the chat is trying to get recognition by provoking the streamer. And this can take the whole thing very far away from where it's meant to be. And so there is a need to kind of guard against that. And there are two ways of guarding against it. One is to ignore the chat, and the other is to try to interact with the chat in a way which prevents it from becoming that. Again, not to accuse anybody of having done that. I'm just thinking about the theory of chats right now. I'm not going after anybody.
Yeah. Well, I think we've been kind of in the last month, Nance and I, doing more than normal and trying more things than usual. And part of the reason is because Nance started streaming, and now that he's done it on his own, he knows a little bit more about the dynamic, which you can only really get once you've done it. I do encourage everyone to give it a try at some point. It's not a normal experience. It's not like driving a car. Like when you get in a car, yeah, you got to learn a few things, but for the most part, it's pretty intuitive. There's nothing intuitive about the relationship between you and the chat versus the broader audience. There's nothing intuitive or natural at all. It is its own thing. And so normally what happens is you get people who are very parasocial, and I don't like that word for a whole bunch of reasons, but I'll use it because I do tend to use it in this case, like, which is just to be like, I love you guys, and you guys are all intending well, and I'm going to just work with you all. There's no such thing as a bad question. And, which is just like this sort of more like loving approach, versus
there are bad questions.
The way where it's like, and sometimes it's like, no, like, hey, you keep making this about something that we're not talking about. We're going to point out that you keep taking this far afield, and we're going to either time you out or discourage it. But here's why, though. And I just want to say why. And this is why a lot of autistic people love Theory Underground. I was homeschooled, and that's kind of like being autistic. So, my siblings are all like, every once in a while I get someone, Dave, you might be autistic. I did an online thing, and I might be autistic. Dave, you might be too. You get this kind of thing. And then people will be like, oh no, it's ADHD. Well, yeah, what a lot of people are calling neurodivergence is actually just like not normal socialization. It's just that is often what's going on. And there's various ways that you can go from being like confused about social dynamics into being an adult. And you can just kind of get confused about them and then avoid them after that. Or you could kind of like try to develop some set of principles to navigate certain situations. And then you can like, realize different situations are different, and develop some kind of a working understanding, which I did. And I would put myself in uncomfortable situations all the time. And most of my siblings did not have that impulse to put themselves in these uncomfortable situations repeatedly. Like if it was just too weird and I was always embarrassed and the people were mean to me, I would go find a different social situation and I would try that out for a while. And then until I could almost go anywhere and hang out with almost anybody. And that probably took 5 years of trial and error. And it was not an easy process going from being an extremely easily embarrassed and awkward little teenager into being like someone who could like walk into almost any situation. I'm not saying I can still, but you know what? I could get in a situation and then someone can like, and I can be actually embarrassed and someone can be purposefully or accidentally humiliating me. And it's not obvious anymore because my ears used to turn red. I used to get like shaky. Like, no, there's a way of being present in a situation and you can roll with it. But you know what would have fucking helped me a lot in those 5 years? If people had communicated with me about what was going on, because I didn't know. I didn't know. The coolest people, the people I appreciated the most, were the ones who were blunt assholes who in the moment I was like, oh, fuck this person. And then later I was like, but I'm glad they told me. Because like there's this one person who's like, why do you move so much? Like you move so much, like everyone else. Like look look, do you see everyone is like hanging out and chilling and you're like fidgety? And if that person hadn't called me out, like when I was like, I don't know, 14 or 15, look, did I ever want to hang out with them again? No. No, I did not want to hang out with them again. Bridge burned. I'm out. But guess what? I learned from it. And I adapted. And all of that is to say, it is from the deepest place of compassion that I am blunt and honest with people about how they come off to me. I can't tell you why you do what you do, but I can tell you how it comes off. And I've been through enough social situations now, and I've been online enough with chats and stuff that I kind of have a sense for what's appropriate and what's not. And I'll say it. And part of my brand that has gone too far sometimes is to just err on the side of, I'm not going to leave you wondering what I think, guys. I'm not going to like have you be, because online it's worse. In real life, it's easier because you can meet up with a person, you can kind of embodied work it out, which just being in the same space and voice and stuff helps. But online, I kind of just assume everyone's autistic, which means you probably actually need to hear it. I can't just infer it. I can't just normalize with demeanor. I actually just have to say what the thing is. And look, there's going to be people who are deeply offended by that, who think that that's not how you should deal with these situations. But the people who appreciate it. And it is a work in progress. But yeah, it does come from a place of compassion. It just might not feel like that.
That's really interesting, Dave. I had never heard you describe why you do it. And it makes a certain amount of sense. Yeah, it is different from what my instinct would be, which is usually to just not pay attention to stuff unless I have a good reason to.
Yeah, Nance.
No, but no, it's too big to contain in the final part of this episode. But it is very interesting. I have a lot of thoughts about it in like disposition, background, constitution, Befindlichkeit itself, right? Like this is how like we carry ourselves through the world. This is our comportment. And I think the recognition that we are all suffering from a lack of recognition. We are all free floating. We are all asking the question, who am I? What am I doing? Why am I doing this? We're all there. I think we all know it. We all recognize it. And there are many, many, many ways to kind of just disavow it or just be like, yeah, fuck it, whatever. But I do think like that's a part of the meta theorizing that we're doing at Theory Underground as well. Like recognizing like who are we as digital subjects? Like what are we? What makes us tick? What is happening to us? We are no longer just an animal. We are no longer just a languaged ape. We are now a languaged ape that has the internet fucking strapped to their fucking body 24/7, and there's no going back. And how is it changing norms? And how is it changing sense of self, identity? Like that's a part of it too. And I don't know, like it's funny to make jokes, but it's also like a deep, serious thing. And I do think compassion is usually always the best answer. It's always better to err on the side of compassion. And I think everyone at Theory Underground is habituated into compassion. We all kind of approach it from our own angles, but I think we're all compassionate people.
Yeah. There can be this, if you ask yourself to deal with something over and over and over again, and it's not something that you like to deal with, there can be this rebellion against that, which could take the form of not handling it the way that you should. So in my case, if I were to watch the chat all the time and engage all the time with the comments, I would reach a point of annoyance with it because it would be disrupting my ability to think in the way that I want to about the things that I want to think about with the people I want to think about. You know, it would be I would treat the comments as interruptions.
They
and I would
often
get
are.
annoyed with them,
They often are.
right? Yeah. And I might be able to, once
I
in
want
a
to point out
while
that
handle it
Jacob,
well, but
I'm sorry, it's getting choppy again, so I didn't realize I was interrupting you.
no, it's okay. Go ahead.
But I want to. So Jacob, who is Asaphale Winter, by the way, folks, said, uh, "Do you think I pay $30 a month because I don't want Nance to be my cyber friend?" But that was a reaction to the.
I thought
You met Jacob Benjamin at TUCon, and then Jacob said, most of what I have to say in the chat is for other folks in the chat. I never want to derail a conversation on stream that I'm not a part of. And I just want to say, I need to come to terms with the medium itself. The chat is for people who are following the conversation and having another conversation at the same time. It's like you are texting in church, and that is okay. Now, of course, the church is different, but it is like, well, texting in a classroom. Could you follow a lecture and be texting in the classroom? I want to say yes, though it's going to be more difficult. And I want to say, of course, it's going to be more difficult for the professor to be teaching when a bunch of students are texting, and it would be much more hard for that professor if those texts were on a projector at the back of the room. And so you could see everything that they were saying impulsively off the top of their head.
So in fairness, the podcasts are not lectures, right? The podcasts are not teaching. The podcasts are let's
that's right.
Show people how what we do enables us to talk about what's going on in such a way that we are protected from the stupid shit, right? Let's show people that there is a way of approaching this that's better. And we can do that with them talking about it on their own, and sometimes it can be instructive in various ways, even to bring it in or interface with it. But for me, I would have a hard time if I watched the chat all the time, distinguishing when to interact from when not to. And there would be I would get overwhelmed eventually by it. I would lose the ability to make the decision over and over and over again. It would become overstimulating to me. And I would have to just throw up my hands. And I do. I just don't take comments. Like on my Substack, I don't take comments unless you're a paid subscriber.
I figured out a way to get around that just recently with someone else's Substack. All you have to do is restack it with a note.
But at least then you have to share it.
This is true. Then at least you're spreading their work, their original work, along with your thoughts. So maybe that's
fine.
Maybe that's a better way to comment anyway, as opposed to just doing the static comment section. Maybe if it's a
Admit
good piece,
that it was interesting enough that you engaged with it. Admit it by sharing it.
I like it. You can't hide from it.
Hey, I don't want to cut this off short, but I do have to say one quick thing, and then we do have to switch out because Benjamin's going to be up to do a presentation. And so I'll let you guys say your closing thoughts for this episode. But really quick, I just want to say, chat as a perpetual misrecognition mechanism within the dynamic, and having a principled way of dealing with it. This is all something that I've obviously been thinking a lot about ever since I started streaming on Twitch back in the day, which was way worse. And it was way worse. You are all neurotypicals compared to Twitch, let me tell you. But on that, Asaphale said, autists do love Theory Underground, and then asked, does interacting with chat turn one into Vosh after a fashion? And I think so.
Yes.
Hawes, when Hawes was on with us, he said that, I was telling him I'm not even going to look at chat because his people are crazy and they're just blowing it up. And he's like, oh, you get used to it. And I said, I don't want to, man. I don't want to.
No, that response blew my mind. You get used to it. Jesus Christ. I don't ever want to get used to the weird shit people say in chat. No, No, not to insult you guys who are in chat, because the Theory Underground chat is relatively good. But my God, no, I don't ever want to get used to that. Ever. I never want to give that much time to just whatever it is that the people who watch me are talking about while I'm talking. No. Oh my God, can you imagine? You would never be able to think ever. You would be completely stymied, and every time you start to think, there would be a response immediately, and you would, oh God. Can you imagine such a thing?
I wonder how plastic the human brain is, and I wonder how plastic kind of subjectivity in the ego is, because it is true that you do get used to it. And I don't know, the world today, there's one in chat right now. The world today is,
there is.
the speed is just so different. The speed at which the world comes at you is very, very different. And like there's something in me that wants to like recoil and be afraid to do an alarmism and say, oh, it's the end of the world, kind of like they did when radio was invented and television, even the printing press and newspapers, like writing itself. Like they were like, oh no, we're going to write stuff down. We won't be able to remember everything. Like there's always this like notion of, do we want to pay the price for the future when it comes to subjectivity and memory and stuff like this? And it's a good question to ask. And I'm not sure if we want to pay the price, but I am sure that we are going to have no choice soon. It's going to just be an implicit cost in modern life. And I see it in my kids, and I have to always not do the alarmism. I have to always say, no, but they're actually still really smart, and we can have a complex, multivariate conversation. It just there are differences, and it's understanding the differences.
It's a different kind of subject with different strengths and weaknesses.
Yeah.
The digital subject, the 21st century subject, is different.
Yep.
Not altogether in a bad way, although that's what's going to stand out to us. It's
Yes.
the things that we can do that they can't that we'll notice.
Yep.
The things that they can do that we can't, we don't think of those as things.
Okay, we better go.
All
Gotta do
right.
Benjamin's thing. Richard
All right.
Oakes asked a great question about recognition and how we're using the term, and if we're using it like Benjamin and Haneth, or if we're using it in some other way. And I would just say there are several meanings, and every time I've used it today, I did mean all of them, but the kind of recognition I care about is only one out of like four. And like the kind I care about personally, the kind that I want, is 1 out of 4. And that the other kinds, I care about them because of how they matter institutionally, how they matter politically, what they do to people, which is a separate thing. And yes, something that I'll have to get into during my lectures over the next year. So thank you for the great question, Richard. That's one of those clarifying questions that really adds something special.
In my case, I'm thinking very much about time, the Greek term for honor, and rule by the honor lovers and the honor loving type, right? And this is
Which
one
we're
of the
gonna go
things
here.
that people need. We're going to talk about it. Yeah.
All right. Swap over to the PSA.
Thanks, everybody.
We'll be back, guys.
Joy to the world. There we go. Yeah. You can support the free and public work at TU by becoming a patron over at Patreon. But if you would like to get involved and become a member at Theory Underground so that you can listen to special content that is not accessible to anyone else, or if you go up a subscriber level, actually join in the discussions, or at the top level, have us actually read your work, giving constructive feedback, and ultimately paving a way to potentially being a part of what we call the turn, then you'll want to become a subscriber. That's how you will access the ongoing courses and seminars. We've brought together Benjamin Studebaker's experience in political theory in science and philosophy. With my critical social theory, phenomenology, existentialism, critique of political economy, critical media theory approach, combined with Michael Downes's fault line theory, the CCRU versus Ljubljana School, or Žižek versus Land. And of course, how he brings those against one another and then transcends them through other thinkers like Baudrillard, who he'll be teaching an intro course to in 2025. All of us are teaching stuff in 2025 that rhymes or argues or goes together. And so the best way to accelerate your development getting into theory right now is to just become a subscriber at TU. Just go to the website, click get involved, and I'm gonna look, what I'm about to play for you all is a really special moment from our documentary that we're working on, an interview where Benjamin explains why he's supporting Theory Underground and getting involved as a active member here at the core of the teaching team.
Yeah, so the thing that I notice is that a lot of people criticize the university, they criticize the left, they don't build an alternative institution. They will go, the university sucks, but you know what's great? Substack and Patreon and YouTube, and they'll lean into that. But that is a negation, right? You guys don't do that. You guys are interested in sublating the university within the newly emergent media. Or you could frame it the other way, sublating the newly emergent media within the university, right? And so this, of course, will ultimately lead, if you take it where it goes, to a question of institutions and having actual economic, social role possibilities for theorists. This is the critical crisis, which is that there are still some very bright, very well-educated people, but they are not able to replace themselves. And because most of them have university positions, their level of interest in replacing themselves is to some degree compromised.
Yeah.
They don't have to worry that much about themselves. They don't have that much stake in it because they're already set up. However, because you aren't in the underground, you have some potential of being able to actually create an institution or structure which makes it possible for people to do theory in the future. This is something that, as far as I can tell, only you are doing. The thing about freeing Mikey from wage labor, this idea not only that your channel would free you from the Amazon job, but that this could grow in such a way that it could provide spaces for multiple people, and then those multiple people could interact in the way that they would in a monastery or in a university department. This is the revolutionary idea in terms of raising consciousness and making it possible for us to think in such a way that we could return even to the horizons of the tens and talking about things like Medicare for all in a not stupid, not bullshit way, in a serious way. To get to that point, we need to raise our level of ability to think. We need new intellectuals in our generation that are real intellectuals and not people who are running around scared of what the DSA or their university department thinks of them. You have the potential to actually make a real material intervention into not just knowledge production, but in Bildung, into the making of people. Yeah. This is something that we can do. There's a window right now where I am not in the university, and so I have a real reason to think very seriously about, can we do something else? Because I'm annoyed, myself with the whole process of trying to be in that. And I would like there to be something else, something better. I have all my critiques of it that come in part from being at Cambridge, in part from studying ancient thinkers. We could do something better than it. Not just something that is an imitation or steals some things from it and does the best you can with it, but something that actually is better and that produces the kind of theory that in modernity, how do you make a Hegel? How do you make a Marx? We have to reinvent this. It's no longer possible to do that. We've got to, I think, actually institutionalize in a material way, and this is the sense in which I will uphold the kernel of materialism. Actually giving a shit about the structure and what kind of structure is necessary to give rise to a form of life in which this kind of really, really good work can be produced.
All right. We are back.
Hi, I'm Benjamin Studebaker.
This is David McKerracher, and you're listening to Why I Left. In this episode, you're going to hear a presentation from Benjamin Studebaker. And I'll just say, well, this is another one of those amazing pieces that I solicited from him. I want to see Plato, Lacan, Deleuze face off. I want the contradiction so I can slipstream my way into understanding these thinkers better. I love that Benjamin loves Plato, but of course, and Marx. Can you imagine how lame it would be if he didn't like Marx? So anyway, I love that you love Plato, and I love that you're able to dialogue with the fault line through dialoguing with Mikey's lecture 5 in the series that he's doing for his seminar, available to subscribers, and maybe we'll publish it on the channel at some point. But for now, just know it is an epic that lays out the libido between Deleuze and Lacan. That's my simple little outline. Mikey will elaborate and respond to Benjamin after Benjamin's presentation. But for now, please put your literal and figurative hands together for Benjamin Studebaker talking about love and libido.
All right, guys. So this thing is, as Dave says, an attempt to engage with Mikey's discussion of the role libido plays in the work of Deleuze and Guattari in that 5th entry in the seminar series, the 5th seminar. I think it's really cool if you call it the 5th seminar, isn't it? Isn't that kind of a cool name for it? It was a cool seminar. But that's available to TU subscribers. So I take Mikey's interpretation of D&G for granted. I don't challenge it. I'm not messing with it. I'm not quoting Deleuze and Guattari. I'm just working off Mikey's version, which I think is perfectly stable and adequate a basis. So my goal is just to complement what Mikey is doing by Platonizing his discussion a bit. And in Platonizing Mikey's discussion, I think it becomes very, very clear exactly what's wrong with Deleuze and Guattari. Why it is that Deleuze and Guattari are an inadequate basis for entering into politics. They have an ontology that just does not permit us to identify or make sense of a lot of the major problems we have. So I'll start by clarifying what I got from listening to Mikey. I know there's more going on in Mikey's talk than what I got from it, but I'm going to talk about it in terms of how it interfaces with my own preoccupations. Then I'm going to bring in the Greek concepts, and then I'm going to say something about death drive, because I think death drive came up in that 5th seminar in a really interesting way, and it forced me to think about it in relation to my own thinking and my version of Plato. So, as I understand Mikey, Deleuze and Guattari understand libido in terms of interfacing bodies. Libidinal desire is the desire to connect with other bodies in various ways. This can mean having sex with a person, eating something, saying something, striking something, using a tool. It seems clear to me that libido is connected not just to sex or consumption, but also with violence. Inserting a spear into the abdomen of the other would clearly be a kind of interfacing that would have this character. So for Deleuze and Guattari, as we engage in bodily interfacing, we discover that there are new ways we can interface, that previous ways of interfacing can be combined. But we are prevented from engaging in all the forms of interfacing that are possible by a society and by a politics that imposes prohibition. Instead of engaging in libidinal experimentation, we are made to take up habits. These habits grant us some opportunities to interface, but these opportunities are limited and repetitive. Since for Deleuze and Guattari, our libidinal desire is constitutive of what we are, this prohibition is an attack by society or by the polity on our individuality. The way to overcome this is to deterritorialize, to destroy the mechanisms that prevent us from experimenting, that lock down libido and domesticate it. As we deterritorialize, we allow libido to flow, and for new forms of interfacing to arise. The emphasis then is on natality, on the generation of new possibilities. Notice there's a lot of theorists for whom natality and agonism are very critical, to have lots of new things all the time in some kind of competition with each other. In the fifth seminar, Dave asks Mikey a question about energy. And this question, I think it appears a little bit more than halfway through, very interesting. And it becomes clear in listening to that exchange that for both Dave and Mikey, there are many distinct types of energy. Sometimes you have the energy to go for a walk, but you don't have the energy to read Plato. Both Dave and Mikey seem to want an account that can make sense of multiple types of energy. If there are a plurality of energies, and we understand how these energies are generated, this would help us make decisions. If we want to have more of a particular kind of energy so that we can undertake a specific project that requires that energy, we need to know where that energy comes from. We need to organize our lives in such a way that we have regular access to the conditions that facilitate that energy. But Deleuze and Guattari don't tend to think in terms of a plurality of energies. Instead, they place a heavy emphasis on libido, on bodily interfacing. This is one kind of energy that can motivate us to do many different things. Having sex, eating, screaming at someone, trying to stab someone multiple times. These are all very, very different things that you could do. For Deleuze and Guattari, the cool thing about libido is the vast array of possibilities arising from a single kind of energy. Their theory is, of course, completely amoral, but for them, to judge is to territorialize, and to territorialize is to repress. Since they are loath to engage in judgment, they're also unwilling to incorporate death drive into their theory. To say what it would mean to destroy your life would seem, in some way, to judge your activity. Once you begin deciding what it means for the other to destroy itself, you've begun to lock down the content of the other, to determine what it is for, to ascribe a telos to it, to territorialize it. For D&G, your life cannot be limited in these ways. You always have the possibility of further interfacing, and so your life is always in an open-ended process of libidinal becoming. The only thing you can do that would destroy this is to territorialize. Of course, we do territorialize on their account. We do that all the time. Why then do we frustrate our own process of becoming? We might come to desire our own repression, but through eros rather than through thanatos. Thanatos being death drive. The experience of being repressed could be yet another form of interfacing, albeit one that excludes other forms. The problem with repression would not be that it is a departure from libido, but that it is an expression of libido which circumscribes further expressions. It would then be the erotic turned against itself. This would give Deleuze and Guattari an account of human life that is almost exclusively libidinal, in which nearly anything we do can be framed in terms of eros. The attempt to frame ourselves as motivated by something else, such as the good, would be an attempt to legitimate repression. If everything is erotic energy flows, then you can either be on the side of their acceleration or deceleration. You're left with no external standpoint from which to judge eros. So here's the part where I bring the Plato in. This kind of problem doesn't come up in Platonism, because for Plato, there are multiple distinct psychological drives. These drives are often discussed as loves, and at different points, different numbers and kinds of them are posited. In the tripartite schema from the Republic or from the Phaedrus, 3 different drives come up. The love of wisdom or the good, the love of honor, and the love of pleasure. The Greek language has different words for these things. I'm inclined to say that libido is concerned with bodily pleasure, with the what-it's-likeness of various modes of interfacing. It's to do with eros. And what really convinced me that that's what it is the bit where Mikey is saying, it's me doing this. Wow. Ooh, oh, it's me. You know, this thing about libido of focusing on how my body's doing this stuff, how cool is that? This is very eros. Now, beyond eros, there's also the love of honor, what the Greeks called time. Honor is to do with recognition. A person who is moved by honor wants to be well thought of by other people. And Dave often talks about some of this in terms of Bourdieu. Many people have, for instance, a desire to be recognized as a legitimate practitioner of a craft, what the Greeks call techne. They want recognition within a field. There are other situations in which we want recognition, and in all of these cases, time is involved. So bear in mind, I'm understanding time really, really broadly to include every kind of instance in which you want someone to see you a particular way. You want to be seen a certain way by somebody, right? And there's all sorts of potentially valuable reasons that you might have in life. Same goes for eros, that you might want to have an experience or you might want to be seen in a certain way. I'm not negating any of this, right? But it's not all that's there, right? Eros and time are both focused on the position of the body vis-a-vis other bodies. So the person who is concerned with eros is concerned with the way their body interfaces with other bodies. And the person who is concerned with time is concerned with the way their body appears in the eye of the other. They're concerned with the judgment of others. In both cases, other bodies are valuable instrumentally in terms of what they can do for you. They can be erotically interfaced with, or they can give recognition. So when we are in eros or in time, we are identifying with our bodies, treating ourselves as distinct from the totality. The love of wisdom, or the good, overcomes this alienation by allowing us to identify with the one from which all bodies emanate, with the totality itself. From this point of view, we're able to ask ourselves if we are serving other bodies as ends in themselves. This requires us to think about the good of the other and to question whether our activity is aligned with it. Because we are in separate bodies, it is difficult to know the condition of the other. We should not assume we know what is good for another body. We should exercise humility in judgment. That said, if we become intimidated by the epistemic difficulty of the task, this would be a form of cowardice. We need courage to act when we cannot be sure we are right, as well as humility to prevent us from acting rashly. This need for contradictory virtues that apply in different ways at different times requires us to exercise prudence. We need to be able to distinguish among cases to apply the right virtues at the right points. All of this is very difficult. The more we succeed, the more prone we are to pride and hubris. And the more we fail, the harder it is to generate courage. But if we can apply this love to all bodies, regardless of whether those bodies are conferring pleasure or recognition upon us, we move into the domain of agape. The task of philosophy for Plato is not to deconstruct or deterritorialize. It is to make this move from the preoccupation with eros and time toward agape. In this way, we return to the one from which we emanate. We come back to the totality, all of which is intrinsically meaningful at every point. Now, sometimes this schema is further complicated. There are several other drives that get discussed by the ancients. Pragma, which is concerned with performing duties out of a sense of obligation. Pragma is often invoked in commercial contexts, where it's tied to the necessary business of life and the day-to-day transactions that comprise it. You'll also see it invoked in family settings to refer to cases where people are in marriages for economic reasons, where they are in marriages, to have a functional household, not because they love the person, but for some pragmatic reason, right? The things that you owe to your spouse just because they're your spouse. Then you've got ludus, a Latin term contributed later on by the Romans. Now, ludus is concerned with flirting and playfulness. You might be tempted to think of ludus as a kind of eros, but I frame it as the love we feel when we are in a liminal relationship with someone or something. In this situation, we can code or recode the love, experimenting not within eros, but among the different loves. playing with people allows us to explore the possible kinds of love we might have with them. It also allows us to question habits and existing relationships, potentially reconfiguring them. Now, third, we've got philautia, which is concerned with the love we feel for ourselves. Agape necessarily includes one's own body. Your own body is part of the totality, right? So it's not possible to rule over ourselves if we don't love ourselves. Without this love, we experience self-government as repression. We rule ourselves too harshly, denying ourselves things we need, pushing too hard against eros and time. This leads to a return of the repressed as we rebel against ourselves. Repression, then, is not merely the regulating of eros and time. It is an excessive regulation of eros and time that comes about as a result of insufficient philautia. And we've got, fourth, philia, which is concerned with the love we feel for a friend or a brother, someone we consider equal to ourselves. The true friend loves the friend for their own sake, but this is much less universal than agape because it extends only to those we have come to know. Philia can regress into eros if we pursue friendship only with those who interface with us in ways we like. It can also regress into time if we become overly concerned with the opinions of our peers, right? Then you've got storge, which is concerned with the love we feel for our parents or children or for our community, for the polity or for social organizations, so both family and community. This love is highly instructive for agape because it often requires us to love people who do things we do not like. But it still operates at too near a level of proximity. It does not easily extend beyond the bounds of the household or the city. And storge can regress into time if we become overly focused on where we stand in the eyes of family and community members. And it could also regress into eros in various ways. Now, I think that in capitalism, the tendency is for pragma to serve as the primary brake on eros and time. So instead of returning to the one, we are instead reminded to get serious and find a way to produce the necessaries of life. When our schema is reduced to eros, time, and pragma, the purpose of pragma seems to be to facilitate a return to eros and time. This way of thinking is communicated effectively in the film Scarface, where it is put this way. First you get the money, then you get the power, then when you get the power, you get the women. Here, pragma is completely instrumental. It generates recognition, the power in the community, and that recognition then makes it much easier to move in eros, to pursue the objects of erotic desire, in this particular case, women. When we instead think in terms of agape, it becomes clear that eros and time need to be disciplined so that we can use our scarce time to pursue the good of others. Once our project is agapicized, we no longer want to spend the bulk of our time energy on eros and time. That doesn't mean we can negate these things completely. If we ignore eros and time outright, we fail to show philautia, and the body rebels against our oppressive rule. Agape allows us to rule by enabling us to judge in terms of the good. It does not simply cause us to negate or repress parts of ourselves. It's a very key point. It's easy to forget this and to make mistakes in this particular area. It's for this reason that Plato argues in the Philebus that reason is concerned with deciding upon the limit. That in the Republic, he emphasizes so heavily the need to distinguish between the necessary and unnecessary desires. We need to know how far eros and time must be satisfied so that we can move in agape as much as possible. Otherwise, we will constantly botch the mixture of energies. We need philautia so that the necessary concessions can be made to eros, time, and, especially under capitalism, pragma. But we also need to be able to reason about these things, because if we can't reason about them, then we can't sort out how to decide upon limits. So agape requires both philautia and philosophy. It requires an ability to do philosophy with loving compassion for one's own body and for the drives, the energies that stem from embodiment. When we politicize this, we see that to run the polity, it's necessary to regulate eros, time, and pragma, but not in a way that represses these things. To truly show storge for the community, it is necessary to show loving compassion for the community members as bodies with many distinct kinds of necessary desires. And when we broaden that out so as to encompass the totality, when we move toward agape, we have to be prepared to show this compassion to an even greater plurality of bodies who have configured the loves in extraordinarily diverse ways. Capitalism doesn't invite us to do this kind of politics. Instead, capitalism universalizes pragma, promising to unshackle eros and time. Instead of universalizing access to agape, it obscures the possibility of agape, storge, and philia, treating all other regarding behavior as the performance of pragmatic duty, as always already instrumental in character. It's in this sense that Deleuze and Guattari are consummately capitalist. Now, many are inclined to respond to them by trying to return to a pre-capitalist configuration where agape is accessible to a narrow elite. But I do think it's possible, and often necessary, to become alienated from good things, so as to reobtain them in a fuller and more complete form at a later stage. And this is why my position is not simply anti-capitalist. This alienation from agape is necessary, not because agape is bad, but because we can only universalize access to agape, to good things, by going through a prolonged period in which most people struggle to get even beyond pragma. Capitalism develops abundance by using eros and time to motivate us to do things that are bad for us, but potentially good for our descendants. It's a kind of pact with the future in which we mutilate ourselves for the benefit of future generations. We're meant to get something that will retroactively redeem our sacrifice. When we become stuck in pragma, with only eros and time as consolation, we find that this makes us very unhappy. And this is where I'm going to bring in death drive. Because there's got to be an explanation for why we ruin our own lives. There's got to be. That has to be in the theory somewhere. Come on. People do this way too often. What's going on there? So, to be truly happy, people need to serve something larger than themselves. They need at minimum philia and storge. To get philia and storge, it's necessary to first achieve some level of philautia. Without philautia, we struggle to be good friends or to function well within family and community settings. We constantly make these spaces about ourselves, and this turns our interactions with our friends and family into transactions. Our friends and family may tolerate this, either because we nonetheless fulfill our pragmatic obligations, or because these other people have found a way to love us for our own sakes in spite of our failures. But often, without philautia, we will struggle even to accept the love that is offered to us because we won't think we deserve it. A person in this situation, without philautia and trapped in pragmatic obligations, does not value those pragmatic obligations for their own sake. This means that if this person has friends or family members, those friends and family members are experienced not as people to love, but as sources of duty, sources of continuing obligation. We know on some level that pragma is insufficient. So our duties are not self-legitimating. We need a reason to perform them. The capitalist reasons, further access to eros and time, are ultimately inadequate. They aren't enough to make us happy. But if we are cut off from the higher reasons, we will eventually find ourselves wanting to be freed from the schema in which we are bound. We'll want to get out of all of the energies that have been laid out before us as energies we should operate in. Yet, we remain bound in that schema. So our attempts to free ourselves simultaneously appear as attempts to destroy ourselves. When we're caught at the level of pragma, we can only escape pragma by escaping the level at which we are caught. Since we cannot go up, we must go down. We neglect our pragmatic duties and sink into an abyss of eros and time. Our freedom, therefore, consists in our destruction. But this can be overcome. If we are able to achieve philautia and move into philia, storge, and agape, we will see that it is not necessary to destroy ourselves to diminish the amount of energy we give to pragma. Rather, we can tap into these higher energies and use these to generate a genuine, real commitment to those we serve. But in capitalism, this overcoming is rare and arduous. It is also continuously sold to people as a consumable product, as an experience for the body, or as a life hack, as a way of more efficiently engaging in pragma. In this way, enlightenment is eroticized and pragmatized. And often you can use it for clout online. It can turn into a time thing too. The alleged escape from the body then becomes nothing more than a further retreat into it. Attempts to get out are diverted, and those who try hardest to escape are often in this way driven into the darkest despair. For without philautia, without the self-love, we lack the psychological resources necessary to engage in the positive despair, the despair that enables us to reason anew about our situation. We instead turn this despair inward against ourselves, where it manifests as thanatos, as death drive. This is not to say that death drive only manifests in capitalism. In other periods in history, the set of people who had the time energy necessary to ascend was heavily restricted. Many people were, therefore, also caught in pragma. In societies with less commerce, with more interstate competition for land, you had to worry about getting caught in militaristic honor games, in entire social and political systems based around time. These timocracies would also produce death drive, as honor-bound warriors wished to access philia and storge, but found themselves unable to love themselves enough to love others well, especially when caught in shame. If capitalism is overcome and these energies are unlocked, we will unleash far more human possibility than Deleuze and Guattari can imagine. They're restricted to the possibilities that can stem from eros, which is just one of these loves. Theirs is a false abundance. It functions as a cage, keeping us locked in pragma. This is functional if you think that capitalism has not yet finished its work. If more capitalism is necessary before it can be overcome, then it is necessary to find ways to stultify the development of people at all levels of society, including would-be theorists, so that no premature attempts are made to get out. But what if it takes capitalism a very long time to finish its work? In such a situation, could the memory of agape be lost? Could the set of people able to move in philautia, philia, and storge become too limited? At minimum, someone has to do the work of preserving these modes of consciousness so that they are available in the future. If this is not a job for theorists, who is it a job for? And if capitalism has pragmatized the academy, how are theorists meant to do this work? As I see it, Theory Underground is a response to all of this. We are trying to keep these energies alive so that as capitalism and the modern state develop, and new political and social possibilities are generated, these modes of consciousness remain available to be taken up and realized at scale. And that's where I'll break for now.
Clapping. Good job, man. Thank you. I know Mikey's got like a proper like sort of response he's been thinking out and everything, and I want to obviously set him up to do that, but I think what we should start with is each of us gets to ask Benjamin a clarifying question or give some kind of basic feedback, something like that. I'll go first if I need to. Anyone, either of you jump in if you want. So it looks like Nance will. Okay.
I think thinking of, I don't know, death drive is this like the result of a surplus that like can't be, I don't know, satisfied or fulfilled or culminated or whatever it is in the like modality that we're habituated into. like where it comes to gratification or edification, like it comes down to the body or it comes down to recognition, and then death drive emerging as like, I don't know, is it like the surplus itself emerging, or would that then be like some kind of like dysfunctional mechanism in the subject themselves, that's like gone haywire? So I don't know. Like I like it, and I think I'm tracking it, but then I wonder, like, so is this something that we can like get under our thumb, and we can harness, like we can make ourselves aware of this tendency, or is it maybe like, I don't know, does it become some inhuman thing? I guess I'm still hoping that we can like we can kind of contain it, because I don't know if we can change material conditions to the point where we can get back to agape. Like I think for the time being we're still stuck with kind of eros and to the honor, so that the gratification and the edification, like I think we're still stuck there. So I guess I just wonder how much of this is, I don't know, prescriptive versus descriptive, I guess. So ultimately, I guess the same problem I have with proper Lacanian stuff. But I do feel like, for me anyway, this is more robust. This is like a more material kind of accounting for this drive and where it comes from. I think.
Yeah, I think very few people are really able to get into agape and stay there for any length of time. But things like philia and storge can give you meaning in life that allows you to, when you're carrying out the duties that you have to people, to not think of them as pragmatic duties that are about enabling you to get back to your eros and your time, right? They become actual ways of serving the people that you know and love in your life through, maybe it's through the craft that you do, or maybe it's through relationships of care or concern that you have. I think that is the horizon for a lot of people at a lot of points, is to get to a stage where they're able to look at these duties as something that actually does have an intrinsic meaningfulness, is not just a delayed, mechanism for getting the power in the women. And I think often, the midlife crisis is somebody getting exhausted gradually with the eros and the time that they're acquiring, right? They acquire a bunch of eros and time, and they're like, wait a minute, this isn't helping me. I don't like this, right? And then they have everything that they have, their job, their career, their family. It was all about ultimately getting eros and time for them. They haven't actually committed to those things as intrinsically meaningful ends. Their career isn't a techne, and their family, they don't love it in that way. They love it pragmatically, and which is not the same love. And so they blow up and destroy the family, or they blow up and destroy the career, or both, because the career isn't a techne and the family isn't the beloved community. It's a pragmatic cage. But I think that a lot of people are still, despite everything that goes on, able to varying degrees, get at philia and storge, but it's hard, very hard to do. And a lot of the time people are saying, what about your possibilities? What about you? Should you date somebody because they're going to circumscribe what you can be and what you can do? Should you be in a long-term relationship? Should you, commit yourself to a particular, career or art or skill or craft? Aren't you limiting yourself by committing to these things, right? This emphasis on ever greater erotic and time possibilities, I think, is often used to discourage people from developing the kind of intrinsic commitments that they would need to be able to, beat or defeat or limit the scope of death drive. But I think very clearly we can see that many people around us do manage this. Many people are not blowing up their lives consistently all of the time. Sometimes they have moments where they feel that like they'd like to do that come from, being in a moment or period in life where these pragmatic duties are really hitting you, and you're having a hard time accessing the energies that allow you to make sense of those duties, because you're getting so beaten down. I think you do need this kind of energy is hard to get at if you are in a routine which really, really beats you down and deprives you of the higher energies. Those are the first to go when your life is really too much.
I have a couple points I'll save until the panel. I didn't really, I kind of thought it would go instantly to panel. I didn't realize Mikey's going to do a little presentation, but I'm excited for it. Like, that's my dream come true. It just came true faster than I thought. So, my quick clarifying question is just to throw right at you the one that I threw at Mikey halfway through his fifth lecture in his seminar. So it goes, energy. I was talking about there being different kinds. I was talking about creative, intellectual, emotional, social, and physical forms of energy. You can go do some physical thing and feel very social afterwards, but not like you could do some serious writing. Or you could do a Zoom call and it's social, but you're not going to get serious writing done afterwards, right? And there might be a way that works where you did some serious writing and now you're not just like in the right headspace for some kind of emotional or social roller coaster that a certain relationship is, you know what I mean? Like, you're not in the right headspace for it. But we say headspace, but what we're talking about is a kind of energy, and introvert, extrovert comes from this distinction. That's going off of the social energy spectrum. Whereas there's going to be other kinds like emotional or physical. And so, it works different ways for different people. And that's about as much as I thought about it before turning to psychoanalysis for the last few years, insofar as I have. And like I said, this is all in Waypoint Chapter 3. Okay. But you're referring to the drives as energies. And I think this raises a really interesting question about, like, so when I'm talking about creative, intellectual, emotional, social, or physical forms of energy, we could also bring in spiritual forms of energy. There's other ways we could talk about it. I wasn't thinking about those as drives. And when you're talking about these drives, I wasn't thinking about them as specific kinds of energy. And so I guess I'm interested in squaring that. That's the first question. It's just kind of, so yeah, how would you relate these different loves or these different drives to those different kinds of energy that I was outlining? How do you do that?
Yeah. So when I was listening to you guys talk about that, there was this, like, sometimes you have been at work all day and you're up for something that's different from what you've been doing. You've been depleted in terms of one kind of energy, but you're up for something else. And I think that writing well about theory requires you to have a certain kind of energy that's quite difficult to get at. And I do think it's something like, at least for the kind of writing that I'm trying to do, it's agape. Like, I have to be in a headspace where I'm not blaming people for the things I'm trying to think about. I'm not mad or upset about these things. I'm not thinking in terms of me and whether I'm being recognized for my work. I'm not, suffering I'm not hungry. I'm not thirsty. I don't need to do something physically. There's all of this stuff that you have to take care of related to eros or related to time to be able to have, so that the body's not in rebellion, right? So you have to satisfy the body without catering to it. And that's the philautia, which is necessary to then access the higher loves, right? You have to love yourself enough to take care of yourself so that you are not being caught in or distracted by these other rebellious forms of bodily energy, right? That will say, I don't want to write. I want to just go, play video games, right?
Yeah.
I don't want to write. I want to, go have a, something else happen, right? But then there's, after you get to that, sometimes you want to do something that is for somebody concrete. You know, like sometimes, and sometimes I leverage this a little bit. Like if Dave says to me, go write a piece about this, I want to hear what you think about it, right? Maybe I don't have enough agape in me to get myself to do that on my own, right? But maybe I can channel that through Dave and go, I love Dave, and Dave wants me to do this. And therefore, you know, and I can kind of lever that a little. And this is how I think philia and storge often kind of can operate as levers that can get you toward agape. But yeah, staying in agape is very difficult. And you know, there's all sorts of spiritual practices that are really about trying to organize your day such that every moment can be in agape. You know, really ultimately the goal of the Buddhists is every moment in agape, walking in agape, drinking tea in agape, every moment in total awareness in agape. Very challenging to do. And then also, you know, because we actually have to run communities, we need people. You know, it's quite difficult to never to limit to such a great degree the other energies, right? Especially for large numbers of people in the kinds of societies that we've historically been able to produce in the material conditions that we've historically had. So I think that while it might be possible for very small numbers of people to get in agape for extraordinarily lengthy periods of time, that's not scalable. And part of how, for me, agape, you know, manifests is this desire to actually help other people be in the higher energies. And I feel like if you're not doing that, there's something not complete about the praxis. Now, some people will say, well, it's not possible for them for various reasons. It just can't be done. And if you do this, you'll distract yourself from the things that could be accomplished by staying in that energy more consistently across time. But I do think there's something to be gained from concretizing a little bit prudently and coming back into the cave. You know, in the allegory of the cave, Plato comes back into the cave and helps other people get out, which means he has to leave the sunlight. He has to come out of agape a little bit and interface with these other things. And I notice, you know, a lot of the staying in agape, even in the Buddhist monastery, involves eating and drinking and taking care of the body. There is still going to be a need to manage these things. And I do think it's historically contingent and interpersonally contingent how much of the desires that come from the body can be managed and how much have to be acceded to or accommodated. And I think oftentimes when people have these very hard rules, you know, oh, you have to never have sex, or, you know, oh, you can't eat any meat, or, you know, these kinds of rules, they don't work for everybody, certainly not at every point in history. And, you know, part of the task is to lovingly suss out what are the necessary desires for you and for the other people that you care about. What are the things that these people have to be able to do, or it's going to cause a problem and it's going to end up ultimately destroying what you're trying to do anyway. So this would be kind of how I think it fits. I think that actually these, like the capacity to do these different things comes very much out of which of these energies you are in at any given moment, which one of these is the one that is running the show. You're moving in one of these energies. And that's why your drive is you are driven to do, right? You are driven to move, right? And the energy is the thing that, you know, allows for the movement. And so they're very similar to me. They're very closely related. And maybe I should distinguish more than I do between drive and energy. Maybe there's a reason to do that. But for me, they're very, very similar because I think to do the very concrete things you're talking about, like write a paper or go for a run, you know, one of these energies would be the appropriate energy, right? A run involves either a sense of pragmatic duty to maintain the body, or maybe a philautia, kind of self-love, take care of yourself, or maybe it's erotic. Some people talk about a runner's high. You know, there's a few different energies that you could do it in. And this is one of the tricky things. You can't tell just from an activity which energy is motivating it. And the activity is incredibly different depending on which energy is the energy behind it. And oftentimes people get really confused about what's going on because they think if someone's doing activity X, they must be doing it in energy Y. And then when that's not true, the activity has totally different meaning from what everybody thought it meant. And this comes up in the Republic where, eventually some of the auxiliaries, the honor lovers, become members of the philosophical class because the philosophers aren't able to tell what's going on in them. They are so good at pretending that they care about philosophy and the good that the philosophers genuinely, even the philosophers, cannot tell the difference between them and these honor lovers. And this confusion, because of the separation of bodies, is just not possible, even with an enormous amount of philosophical practice, to completely put off. It inevitably will happen.
Perfect. Thank you. Yeah. So I've got follow-up questions that will be better for you and Mikey once he's gone. So for now, Nance is going to roll a quick little commercial thing. It's only going to be a short one, not the normal PSA. And then we'll be back for Mikey's.
2 minutes-ish, and then we shall return, folks. Hey, how are you? What are you up to? Welcome to Theory Underground on YouTube. You're watching a YouTube video. I'm one of the guys in the video, or maybe you're watching one that I'm not in, but I'm one of the guys that's in one of the many, many, many videos that have gone out on this YouTube channel, the Theory Underground YouTube channel. And what's crazy is, as you can see, I'm here inside the computer, and I can actually see through the little camera at the top of your phone, or if you're on an actual computer, I can see you through the webcam. Or if you don't have a webcam, I can actually see you through the screen itself, because here at Theory Underground, we do black magic, and we have figured out how to see you from the other side of all this crazy stuff that you see right now. So anyway, what's up? Are you liking the video? Are you liking this podcast episode, or this exegetical reading, or this lecture? I hope you are. Now, there was a point in time when you didn't know about this YouTube channel, and somehow you discovered it. Now, how do you think you discovered it? Well, it's probably because someone else, at some previous point in time, hit the thumbs up button, or maybe commented on the video, or maybe even shared it to somebody. And that trained the algorithm that the things that happen on this YouTube channel are pretty cool, and they're actually kind of worth sharing to people and promoting and putting in front of people's eyeballs. And it has been the case that, slow and steady, more and more and more people have been discovering the Theory Underground YouTube channel. So do not only your past self a favor, but do the next guy, the guy who isn't here yet, but who will be here soon. Do them a favor and like this video. Give it the thumbs up. You can even give it a thumbs down. That still tells the algorithm that there's something going on, but we would prefer a thumbs up. Give it a comment, give it a share, send it to someone in a text message, or share it on your social media pages or whatever. And yeah, do the next guy a favor. Pay it forward. Yeah, be cool. Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, all that good stuff. Anyway, we'll return to your regularly scheduled programming shortly. I just wanted to jump in here real quick and say hi to you all. So, hi you all. Thanks. We're back.
Welcome back, everybody. I was just going to say a couple things in introduction to Mikey's. So for those just coming in on the stream, or those who were in and out of consciousness, multitasking as things were going down, what Benjamin just presented was a response to Mikey's session 5 of his first seminar. And it's just called Libido in all caps. And that was done on December 15th. And since that time, Benjamin has listened to it, has written a piece that I have shared the link to multiple times in the live chat. So you can all click on that and go look at the Greek spellings for some of these words. Like I know I could not have written philotia. I could not have written that out without knowing what it looks like. And, so or time. It just looks like the word time with a little accent over the E. Anyway, so you can go check out the post. Okay. Well, Mikey has written up something as a response. He read that. And for those who don't know, Michael Downs and Benjamin Studebaker are the other 2/3 of the core teaching team at TU for 2025. And when I say core, I mean it's because they've got lectures and the ongoing seminars. And so Benjamin's first one ever is coming up on, is it the second Sunday of January?
Yeah, for the seminar, my first seminar is going to be on January 12th.
And when is Mikey's next one?
And Mikey's.
I don't know if we set a date for it.
We got it. We did.
Oh, yeah.
We just got.
We did for the course, at least. I'm not sure we did for the seminar, actually, now that you mentioned it.
I don't think we did for the seminar this month.
Yeah, I think that's right. We still have to do that.
Okay. Well, it's a Saturday, and it's at 5 p.m. Eastern. And it'll probably be during the first half of January, not the second half. And so, and that's because Mikey will be doing Sublime Object soon thereafter. So stay tuned for information about how to enroll in that course. I'm still working with my web developer to try to make it so people can purchase standalone products. It's like, it is literally reinventing the wheel. And so that's what we're doing. But the reason that they are here is not just because I get a lot out of our conversations, not just because you all love them. No, it's because there are wheelhouses that they occupy that I want to slipstream my way into. Now, I mean, that's not why we're friends. That's not why I love them. But as far as the process at TU and the sort of different research threads that are being braided for 2025, Mikey is the one who has taught me Lacan. He has taught me land. Everything I know about the Ljubljana School and the CCRU, I owe to Mikey. Now, of course, I mean, I've seen some other stuff. I've had conversations with some other people, but Mikey's for the most part been my access, and also since 2020 has been literally lecturing to me in public online. And so a lot of people have gotten a lot out of that. And some of those people were fans of his blog, The Dangerous Maybe, before he started teaching me online. And that was a blog that I had to get him to start. And it was one of the best things that I ever did.
Finally, I don't know if you saw, because you were on vacation, sorry to interrupt, but
yeah,
you saw I did drop the 4-hour-long super ego post, right?
I did not know that.
That was on Christmas. That was our Christmas present.
Yeah. So it's out there now. It's on the Medium Dangerous Maybe blog and the Substack blog. And it's over a 4-hour read. So if you want to know about the superego, there you go.
Beautiful. And so in the way that I've sort of staged this conversation between the two of you, you're both always able to stage something between me and either one of you, or whatever. And because I feel what Benjamin was describing in the last segment, which is like this, like even if I wouldn't go do it on my own because I care about the person making the request, yeah, I might actually get some extra energy out of nowhere. And some of my best writing does come from special requests from people who get where I'm coming from, more or less. And so with that said, it's kind of stupid to introduce Mikey because he's such a staple around here. But for a lot of people who are newer, you might be familiar with his image, with his voice, with some of his ideas, but you didn't know the backstory. And I just thought, because this is something special, I would introduce you both. So with that said, everybody put your hands together for Mikey No Net. No, I'm just kidding. For the Dangerous Maybe, aka Michael Downs.
All right, so I want to start this off by saying, first off, like, the fact that Benjamin wrote this response to my lecture means the fucking world to me. I mean, nobody knows better than Dave. People have a weird thing with quoting me or citing me, or engaging with me directly. It's very apparent that my blog has influenced a lot of Lacanians and a lot of Zizekians, but I guess because I'm not a professional academic or something, it's like yeah, we read them and we learn from them, but we don't cite them. And so I could do the thing where I go, oh, I don't care, but in reality, it would be some sort of Freudian negation where I'm just letting it be known that I do care. I guess I've gotten, I mean, fucking wisecrack. The huge philosophy, like pop philosophy channel ripped off one of my blog posts. And so it's just, I want to say I've gotten used to it, but some part of me hasn't, and gets a little, I don't know, perturbed when I see, yeah. So I'm just saying, to have a thinker the caliber of Benjamin to engage with something I did means a fucking world to me. And when I've read his post twice now, and I'm like, no, okay. So despite how busy I am trying to finish the land book, I'm like, I'm putting together some sort of response. I wish I had more time to actually write it out and to do this proper, but I was like, I'm at least given it like a counter gift in the Baudrillardian sense, right? To show how much I appreciate what Benjamin did. It's not really one of these contradictions so much. I think what Benjamin does by bringing in Plato and these different forms of drive in the Platonic sense, it opens up avenues to understand, like, yeah, this all of these various forms of love or drive make a lot of sense when you place them in terms of Lacanian theory. That I think there's a lot of compatibility with Lacan, less so with D&G, right? As Benjamin highlights. Now, okay, so I the only thing I feel like I got a steel man D&G on a little bit is that they would say, no, we don't just think in terms of libidinal energy, right? For them, there's this thing called the machinic unconscious, which is opposed to like the Freudian Lacanian semiotic unconscious, which has to do with signifiers or repressed signifiers, different ways of talking about it, right? But the Freudian unconscious is this clever semiotic mechanism that punches through in the forms of slips of the tongue or jokes, right? All these various mechanisms through which the formations of the unconscious manifest themselves. And at least for the early Lacan, the Lacan of the signifier, this applies, right? The unconscious is in some sense more of a semiotic mechanism. Okay, so D&G want to oppose this kind of semiotic signifier oriented unconscious to a material bodily unconscious, which they're going to call the machinic unconscious. And for them, the unconscious is primarily comprised of how different body parts interface, to use Benjamin, because that's a good term, but their term for it is primarily connection. It's how they link up or connect to other parts of other bodies. Now, for them, the machinic unconscious, they do the Kantian thing where they want to say there's like these unconscious syntheses that occur. But for them, it's not a subject that ultimately is the anchor of these unconscious syntheses. It's the body. It's desire as, a creative process. And for them, the subject is the residual effect, the byproduct of these material unconscious processes. The only thing I want to steel man about them is just to say what they would say to Benjamin is, yeah, libido's the energy that fuels the first synthesis of connection. That's the mouth connects to the breast, or the mouth connects to the bottle, or the mouth connects to the cigar, whatever, right? But for them, the second synthesis has to do with the body without organs. It has to do with recording, and they're not nearly as clear on this shit as I wish they had been. But for them, this other thing that forces a connection to detach, right? This thing that says, okay, there's been enough enjoyment in this, the connection between part and part. It pries it apart, because the point is the mouth goes on and connects to other things, right? If the mouth just simply remained connected to the breast or the cigar or the bottle of whatever, it wouldn't make new connections. So there has to be some sort of energy that flows against libido, which is the connective energy, that pries the connections apart and allows the organ, the partial object, to make new connections. But in doing so, it records the previous connection, and it creates like a virtual storage bank, a bodily memory of all of these various forms of connection, which it then can go on to experiment with, right? That energy they called Newman. Now, if you go do a Wikipedia search, Newman means something like divinity. And the thing is, there's not that many references to Newman and to the other energy we'll talk about in a second. They say them, they go, okay, well, there's libido and there's Newman, and the third one is voluptus, which is like the Saturn god of pleasure. It's never clear why exactly they chose to use Newman to talk about the body without organs energy or virtual energy, the energy that detaches so as to create new productions. And it's not clear why they use, I mean, maybe voluptus, and they say less about voluptus than they do Newman. But voluptus has to do with some sort of, okay, so as we make connections between body parts, actual connections with other actual bodies, and as we disconnect or detach, and that gets recorded into the virtual storage bank of things that we can reattach to or recombine or experiment with, all of this is synthesized in the intensities that we actually experience in the body. So the first synthesis is the part of the body with another part of another body. The second synthesis is the virtual potentialities. I could do this, or I could do this, or I could do this, or I could reactualize this, or reactualize this. And then the third energy is the one that takes all of this and synthesizes it into the actual kind of unified sense of intensity or bodily pleasure that we experience. And the byproduct of that synthesis of the unity of the intensities flowing through the body is a residual subject, the one that goes, oh, that's me, right? So for them, the subject is this byproduct, whereas for Kant wants to make the subject the primary thing that anchors all of it. And for them, this is why they're not saying there's not a sense of subjectivity we have. Of course, we have that. It's just the byproduct of more molecular, micro processes of desire that are the real engines of desire. So the three forms of energy: libido, Newman, voluptus. Now, to steal man and defend Benjamin, there's a way you can just say it's all libido. Like, yeah, they make these distinctions, but ultimately they make these distinctions, but in defense of an image of desire that is ultimately machinic, that is erotic, if we want to talk about eros, right? It is that. Now, if they want to call what they're doing eros? No, there's one thing where they critique Freud on using this distinction between eros and thanatos, but now we're really splitting hairs, right? Ultimately, their concept of desiring production is about parts of the bodies connecting to other parts of the bodies, but also disconnecting and making new connections, and therefore it being a process of becoming or the creation of new connections, right? Because Deleuze is going to and this is simplifying a bit, but for D&G, desire or desiring production is future oriented. It's about the creation of the new. Whereas they think that for Freud and Lacan, it's always this longing for some lost object in the past that we're trying to refine. We find substitute object. They fail to embody the loss. And so for them, Lacan and Zizek have more of this tragic image of desire, pessimistic image of desire. Whereas for D&G, they want to say, no, desire has to be trained. It has to be morphed. It has to be shaped to long for the past. It has to be shaped to long for the sublime lost object. What it really wants to do is just spontaneously form new connections. And so they use the three different types of energy to try to make sense of that. But ultimately, it makes sense to frame it as libido. So that's all I want to say about D&G ultimately. Now, what I want to do, which for me is more interesting, being a Lacanian Zizekian, is to connect Lacan to what Benjamin's done with Plato here, right? Because I think that there's a lot we can learn. This is why I love this kind of stuff we're doing, because I would have never just sat back and gone, oh, look what you can do with Lacan with Plato, right? Because I mean, look, I've read some Plato, but I don't know Plato like Benjamin, right? So this is where it's this exchange of concepts where we can learn from each other and build our own theories and build them out through these kind of conversations. And so now, to be clear, with Lacan, he does think there's 4 primary drives. And these are partial drives. They have to do with parts of the body: mouth, eyes, ears, and anus, right? It's interesting. At one point earlier on, he thinks there's a genital drive. He comes to think there's not a genital drive. I still don't know how I feel about any of this. But it's interesting for him. There are these 4 primary loci of the body, of the drives on our body, and it's mouth, ears, eyes, anus. D&G would want to go, no, any part of the body can form a desiring machine with another object. Like and because they want to base their image of desire on Freud's early theory of polymorphous perversity, where the infant's body is almost like fragmented penis or clitoris. Like the whole thing at any point can form sexual enjoyment with the outside world through making connections with it, right? So the Freud of the 3 essays really inspired D&G and how they're thinking about desiring production. I think they would say, no, what Lacan does with making these 4 sites on the body the primary loci of jouissance is it territorializes jouissance on these 4 spots, and they're going to have issues with that. But Lacan would also say, yeah, but hold the fuck on. Actual analysis shows that people's jouissance is typically connected to one of these forms of drive. And so Lacan would respond to them saying, I've got clinical experience. My actual patients, these are the primary spots on the body that anchor their jouissance. So he could rebuttal that. Okay. Point is, though, for Lacan, just because, like, for him, there's 4 drives, and all of them are a death drive. So death drive is almost, when you get technical about it, it's kind of a 4-fold drive between these different spots on the body. And that whatever our forms of death drive are, somehow they're anchored in either one or many of these 4 drives, right? So, but the thing is, Lacan would also say, yeah, but there's also desires, impulses, yearnings, wishes that are not drives. And so I don't know, like, I'd be interested to see, and maybe Lacan, because Lacan was influenced by Plato, maybe he dealt with these different types of drives or types of love that Benjamin's talking about somewhere, and I don't recall. But he wouldn't deny anything that Plato and Benjamin are talking about. He would understand that what Benjamin's highlighting in Plato, these are true tendencies of the human being. He probably wouldn't want them called drives because he wants to have a more sharp, strict definition of what a drive is, but he wouldn't deny that these are impulses or desires that we have. So that's kind of a technical thing, but I just want to say that's it. Now, one of the differences because we keep talking, basically we want to talk about a taxonomy of energy, right? And I don't think we need to ignore the basic way, like normies would even give it. There's emotional energy, there's intellectual energy, there's physical energy, right? Like, we don't need to deny that. Like, we can take our cues from what every normie knows about their lived desire, right? Existential energy, right? Spiritual energy, all of these modes of energy that everybody knows exists, like these qualifying distinctions. From a Lacanian point, though, the big difference, the big distinction would be something like libidinal energy versus biological energy. Now, Lacan and Zizek and Zupancic and the Ljubljana school, they're going to talk about how we, via language, via the symbolic order, are cut away from our biology. And I think there's truth to this. I don't think it means, obviously, somebody could take this and do like an absurd that, oh, what, we don't need calories? Oh, of course we fucking need calories. Like, biological imperatives still have to be met. For Lacan and Zizek, the point is, our biological imperatives are never just biological imperatives. They become fused with fantasies, with forms of jouissance, with excess, with egoic identification that complicate our biological imperatives in a way that animals don't have them complicated in the way that we do. That said, the thing with libidinal energy is that the way we understand it's an eternal energy. It's an energy we never run out of. We're never depleted on. Your drive energy just wants to keep going. Like the gambler, right? The gambler whose death drive is just hooked on all the risk of gambling. They want to stay up late. They'll sleep deprive themselves because they just have to keep going in this thing, right? Even though the body is saying, tap out, I'm done, go fucking sleep, dude. And so there's this friction between drive energy as this undead, zombie-like, never stopping, always coming, the zombie just never takes a nap. The zombie just keeps pursuing, must eat brains, right? That's how jouissance works, right? Or jouissance is libidinal energy, if we talk about it like that. Whereas, so there is this friction between bioenergy and libidinal energy from the Lacanian perspective. Okay. So, but the thing is, using Lacan's register theory, it helps for us to understand that we can talk about imaginary love, symbolic love, and real love. And this threefold distinction really is how we can create a meaningful interaction or dialogue with Plato's, different forms of drive or love. And so for Lacan, though, love and desire, there's a sense where, like, if you're passionately in love with another person, you have an erotic desire for them. But you can have an erotic desire for another person without it having love built into it. And so if you're in love with the person, you have erotic desire for them, but you can also have erotic desire without love. And there's always this kind of friction between desire and love. You can be deeply in love with somebody, but fall out of lust with them. And that can create all kinds of problems where you really do love them. You want to live your life with them, but maybe you do want to have sex with somebody else. And that these are real problems, real couples deal with. And so for Lacan, he always wants to say, like, we need to think in terms of love and desire and see how they often are closely related, but also how they can stand in sharp conflict with one another. And so look, just to run through this real quick. The love of pleasure, we're eros, right? We can say this is the love of bodies, this is sexual enjoyment, sensuality, etc. We Lacanians would add in death drive and jouissance. And so this is where this distinction we always use gets brought in: pleasure principle versus death drive, or pleasure versus jouissance, right? For Lacanians, libido is primarily associated with this excessive pleasure and pain called jouissance, not so much in pleasure, which is just homeostatic relaxation, calmness, equilibrium, right? A lot of thinkers of eros, a lot of thinkers of that are going to think in terms of this early Freud of the pleasure principle. Like, what eros is essentially trying to do is return to homeostasis, right? And here's the thing, like, you want to return to homeostasis, like the pleasure principle says, just find somebody and fuck them right there on the spot. Why do you need consent? Just do your thing and return to homeostasis. The reality principle is there to go, no. You can't just fuck anybody you want whenever you want. There's a bigger world around you. You have to contain the way you go about releasing the tension, the excitation built up in your body. You can't just return to pleasure however, whenever you want. There's proper ways to go about doing this, right? All right, that's the old Freudian theory of libido. What he later comes to beyond the pleasure principle is this other thing called jouissance, which is actually what our libidinal economies are geared towards, or not just trying to return to homeostasis as quickly. It's about building up excessive energy in ourselves that is self-destructive or undermining or problematizing or causes drama, right? It's ways we give ourselves too much trouble. But this distinction between pleasure and jouissance ultimately, this is how Lacanians are going to think about libido. Whether they want to say libido is just pure jouissance, or they're going to extend libido to say, no, it's this friction or dialectic between pleasure and jouissance, that's how they're ultimately going to think about the love of eros, right? The love of pleasure or jouissance. Okay, now the love of honor or Timmy, right? Every time I see it, I just want to do the South Park thing, right? Timmy. But this thing is ultimately like, you know, the love of the good, or I'm sorry, this is the love of honor, respect, reputation, etc. Validation, you could say, which for us Lacanians has everything to do with symbolic recognition. This is how we think about, you know, it's basically like the love of the big other or the ego ideal. There's some sort of like social mandate, social value you're trying to live up to, you're trying to embody, that if you do meet certain criteria, you will be honorable because you've embodied that ideal. And human beings obviously do this all the time, seeking the only look for Lacanians, the only issue with this kind of love, because look, Lacanians have a tendency to kind of downplay this. Like Todd McGowan, Zizek, they all do this. The reason they downplay this form of love is because they think it can never make good on what it seems to promise. Is that there's a way, if you manage your expectations, having the respect of your peers is a great thing. But if you're overly invested in the validation of the other, like, oh, if I can just please the other, that makes you very susceptible to being manipulated. It makes you susceptible to of living yourself, trying to just please the other, not live according to your own desire. Look, the ethics of Lacanian desire is essentially like, do not give ground relative to your desire. Even though your desire is ultimately going to be cobbled together from the other's desire, there's points in your life where you can name your desire. You can choose your desire, right? And if all you do is try to please the other, you're going to kind of be lost in the other in a way that maybe we can say, using existentialist terms, is inauthentic. And that there comes a point where, like, the Lacanian insight is to say, look, sometimes you just have to break free of the other's desire and name your desire for yourself. Of course, it's going to be inflected by the other's desire. It's not some pure otherworldly desire, but it's where you say, okay, I'm not going to just keep letting myself try to please somebody who I can never please. And I'm going to define myself through my own stance on naming my own desire. Something like that, right? But again, I think Lacanians sometimes go too far with this and they miss the importance of grounded, meaningful recognition, right? We don't have to throw the baby out with the bathwater is what I'm saying here. But we definitely need to take their warning about, yeah, sometimes you can be way too susceptible to just letting yourself be dragged along trying to please the other. Okay, now love of wisdom or love of the good, agape, right? The way that I would approach this, and again, there's different ways this can be approached, right? But my approach is going to be the Megalian approach here, which is there's a way that we can say agape or universal love is the love for all of our shared lack, all of the things that we together as members of a community are lacking. So agape is love of time energy in a sense, right? That's one way we could talk about this. It's this concern, and so it's twofold. One, it's a concern for what individual other human beings are lacking, and that what we all lack in common. But agape can also be understood in Lacanian terms as a love for the symbolic order itself, or a love for the big other itself, insofar as the big other is lacking. The structure of our society right now prevents us from having universal time energy. So we could say, fuck the big other, fuck society, or we could say, no, I want to love society even more, so as to cultivate in it the ability to enable the possibility, the virtuality of time energy to become realizable, right? And it's more of a love for society that could lend itself to this becoming a reality one day than a kind of bitterness towards the big, oh, you failed to give us time energy, you're lacking, you can't make good. Well, I think a fidelity towards, what the big other can be, what the social order can be, is a kind of universal love that can, in a way, be how we tend our love for each other in what we universally share in lacking, right? So it's two birds, one stone kind of love. Now, the thing that I would say with Lacan and Zizek that I don't think there's really one of the Platonic loves that really fits this, but this is kind of the core of it, is love as an event, right? And so Badiou talks about it this way, and Lacan, Badiou's idea of love, he's kind of getting from Lacan, but then Zizek really takes Lacan and Badiou and clarifies this. But for Zizek in particular, but also for Lacan, like, love is something that breaks apart your, when you deeply fall in love with somebody, it totally changes the coordinates of your world. It's a rupture, it's an event. And for Badiou, your world, once you've fallen in love and the other person's fallen in love with you, your world is no longer a you world. It becomes a we world. In a sense, like, you're synthesized with the other. Not to say your individuality is totally negated. It's just to say that, I mean, look at Dave and Nance, you guys, like, think about, and Benjamin, think about like how love has this synthetic ability of merging worlds, right? And that your world is never your world alone anymore. You always experience everything through the other. Either you wish they were there experiencing it with you, or even when they're not there, you see how they would see it, right? This is all of the great ways that Badiou highlights how love synthesizes a we out of two eyes, right? But the way the Lacanian Zizekian approach to it would go is say, yeah, but love, true love, is love of the real. It's love in the real, which is to say, it's the love of the aspect of the other. It's the embrace of the other as a singularity or an unnameable, or in Levinasian terms, radical alterity, right? It's that which you love. It's not the ego, oh, we both love Bob Dylan. We both like to go hiking. All of these egoic identifications, or it's not even the symbolic love of a shared cause. I've known Christians who have nothing in common at the ego level, but they have a deep love for each other because they're both Christians. And communists can have this, and people who are faithful to a cause or a fidelity, they might have nothing in common at the level of ego or how they dress or the music they like, right? But they have a symbolic identification. But love, the way that Lacan and Zizek want to talk about it, is this: I love this thing in you that I can't name, and I embrace you in your radical alterity, your unpredictability, in your singularity. And that is this form of real love, because you love something you can't, it's not an identification, it's not a common cause, it's something you can't name about the other. And that is the core, like, so the way I put it, love as truth event, love as rupture, love as singularity, or love of hexiety, love of the real otherness, love as existential interfacing, Badiou's we, as opposed to bodily interfacing. The point is, this type of love goes beyond desire. It goes beyond just connecting. Like, I'm sorry, you're not going to, if you truly love somebody, you're not going to fall out of love with them because they lose their job or they age a little bit, or they change their hairstyle. Like, that's eros. That's erotic desire that can change. But if you love somebody to the core of their being, that shit doesn't phase you. And so this is a different type of love. And for Lacan and Zizek, this is the good stuff. This is the good type of love between a person and another person. And it's love of one real subject, or it's the love one real subject has for another real subject in their non-relation. So this is where the non-relation thing comes in. But it's the fact that I love you, even though we're not ontologically meant, we're not soulmates, we're not meant to be together, we're not absolutely compatible. I love you as the perfect being in your imperfection, in your inability to sync up with me perfectly. It's the love of how you have a singular non-relation with the other person. You love how you're not, it's a compatibility and incompatibility, something like that. Where you love the singular non-harmonious relationship between you and another person, right? And this is again in the dimension of the real, and this is not one partial object connecting to a flow, and it's not one ego connecting to an alter ego. It's a deeper non-connecting connection, right? For okay, but look, I'll just, and the other ones I just want to kind of bullet point real quick. But pragma, which is concerned with performing duties out of a sense of obligation. Okay, not a bad thing in and of itself, but what the Lacanian perspective would do is like warn us, because how do I put it? Okay, so this can easily turn into the pervert's love. The issue with pragma is that it always runs the risk of intensifying into perversion. I'm merely the instrument of the other. So the pervert loves being the tool or the instrument of the I'm just doing my duty. And horrific shit is carried out in the name of this, right? Whether it's the Nazis or it's Stalinists at their worst or blah, 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 blah. It's this idea of I'm just serving the law. I'm doing my duty. But that's the point. Like the pervert is the person who says, I know better than you what's best for you. And so on an everyday level, pragma's fine. People, enjoy doing their duty. It just, if it intensifies too much, it gets fucking monstrous, and it becomes the kind of like Stalinist superego that's like, no, motherfucker, I know, I don't, there's no doubt in me. I know exactly that I'm serving the universal laws of history. I'm just the instrument in realizing the communist march of history. Everything I do is validated by the fact that I'm just serving the big. This is the. I just want to say this is the risk of pragma gone wrong, right? Otherwise it's fine. It's just we got to be careful with that one. Okay, and then with ludus, and this is interesting, right? Like it's like, okay, how does this fit in the imaginary symbolic real? Right? Because like what the pervert's doing is essentially a kind of symbolic love. It's an overly blind love to what you think is the symbolic mandates of your society, right? Unquestioning, just doing my duty. And if that means killing people, that's okay because I'm just doing my duty, right? So it's like a symbolic fidelity gone wrong. In the case of the pervert. This one, though, is interesting. What it really is almost like a kind of free play experimentation with, is the other that I love, is it imaginary love? Is it symbolic love? Is it real love? And it's kind of a playful positioning or repositioning of the other in different registers, testing out where you're going to place them. Now, of course, in Lacanian terms, this would happen at an unconscious level. But it's interesting to think about, because there are moments when you meet somebody, you're not sure where they're gonna end up. Are they, you meet a woman, you're attracted, you're like, is this romantic? Is this gonna be a friend? So there's different, yeah.
Well, and Benjamin brought up flirting, and that's a great example, but also like you got to think about the sort of tension in the room when there's a new person who enters the workspace and then somebody cracks a joke, and that's ludus, but what you're learning is how to relate to that person in that situation. Like, can this person get on our level? Like that's basically what your piece, Wage, Labor, and Jouissance is about,
Yeah. Okay, yeah. What kind of identify, is it imaginary, symbolic, or real? Do they enjoy the
Lacan's conception of love,
right? But okay, the only other thing I'll say is like, okay, so this is the experimental playfulness of positioning and repositioning others in different registers within the knot of the real, the imaginary, the symbolic. We could also view this as the love of rotating the wheel of the four discourses, right? So I'm not going to go into the four discourses here. We don't have time. But the point is, the four discourses for Lacan are the four fundamental different social links or social connections between one person and another, between one group and another. and it's like we can think about ludus in terms of like the four discourses. That would be something I'd like to write in the future. Okay, am I butchering Philadia, which is concerned with the love we feel for ourselves. Now, this is interesting in Lacanian terms because the love we feel for ourselves. Well, the immediate impulse is just to say this is narcissism, right? Love of one's ego. But there's a deeper sense where we can love ourselves beyond the ego, right? So we can say it's imaginary narcissistic love or egoic identification. Or we could say it's the love of real subjectivity. In truth, love of real subjectivity is the only love of self. Narcissism is the love of a false image of oneself. We can interpret Philadia as anti-narcissism, love of the split in subjectivity, which is to say it's a love of your own lack. It's a love of how you cannot live up to your own ideals. It's how you cannot live up to the ideals of society. And it's in those forms that you lack, if you can love yourself, that's a deeper sense of self-love than just trying to live up to personal ideals or social ideals. Philia, which is concerned with the love we feel for a friend or a brother, someone we consider equal to ourselves. Now, we would just say this is imaginary symbolic identifications of fraternity, love of the particularity of the friend group, etc. It can also be viewed as the love of fellow citizens, whereas Storge, right, is concerned with the love we feel for parents or children or for our close community, for polity or social organization. Like, so this is like love of close symbolic ties, family, neighbors. Some might be tempted to call this Oedipal love, but it's almost like these last two are circles, right? Like we've talked about like the inner circle and then the next circle and then the outer circle, right? Where these are like stratifications within our imaginary symbolic forms of identification. And then I'll just say like a couple quick things and I'm done here. As far as Plato goes with his theory of desire, we have to remember Lacan says that his fundamental conceptual contribution is the concept of objet petit-a. We have to remember that the biggest influence on how he conceptualizes objet petit-a is Plato's concept of the Galma in the Symposium. It's that unnameable treasure in the other that gives them a sublime status, but you can never really name it. It's some kind of inner surplus that's mysterious and enigmatic. And Lacan fundamentally takes this. Now, I mean, objet gets reinterpreted and expanded in a million different ways, but objet is essentially the conceptual fruit of what Lacan did with Das Ding as a forerunner concept in Seminar 7, what he does with Plato's Agalma in Seminar 8 on transference, and then by Seminar 9, but especially 10 and 11, his fully formed concept of objet petit-a emerges. And so Agalma had a fundamental influence on Lacan's most fundamental original concept there. And so that, I mean, they're already on part with that. Look, as far as death drive, I just want to say that for us at the most basic level, death drive is a self-destructive energy. It's the energy that undermines our symbolic identity. It's not like trying to return to some inanimate state. That's the way that a lot of Freudians and Nick Land, they take it in this like, oh, it wants to return to inanimate being. Whereas for Lacan and Zizek, no, death drive is more about this space between two deaths. It wants this excessive enjoyment between the death of the symbolic and literal death. So if you have literal death, you don't have jouissance, right? So, but you get jouissance from dying the first death, which is destroying your social standing, destroying your symbolic mandate, while still being literally biologically alive. And so jouissance for Lacan and Zizek operates in this phase space or this in-between between symbolic death and literal death. So it's not inanimate being oriented, something like that, right? that's where they're like, no, it's geared towards, it's more of like a zombie state of just pure, excessive, dumb, blind enjoyment. But you got to fucking be in live in the biological sense to have that, right? So, I just went and saw the new Bob Dylan film. I really liked it. I'm a huge Bob Dylan fan, and I think it gives us just a great, like maybe like a textbook example of Death Drive. And the thing for us, Lacanian, Zizekian, McGowians, is Death Drive is also freedom drive in a sense. And it works like this, right? So you always hear Lacanians go, the signifier, and you never fucking know what they're talking about. They just use it. I still get annoyed with this shit, right? Because you're like, what fucking signifier? In what context? What the fuck are you talking about? What do you mean the signifier? Can you name one? Let me name one. And let me name how transgressing the signifier is an act of death drive, which is also an act of freedom. Okay. So here's a concrete example that you're not going to get from most Lacanians. I mean, Todd McGowan would give you something this clear, but besides him, it's going to be me. So the signifier. All right. So context for those of you who don't know Bob Dylan, arguably the most famous moment in his career. When I explain this to you, at first you're going to go, well, how trivial is this shit? Whatever. It was a big fucking deal at the time. So Bob Dylan starts off his career. He plays an acoustic guitar and he blows into a harmonica. And he sings a bunch of songs that he might not have wanted them called protest songs, but they have a very protest dimension to them, right? And they certainly were anthems for the protest movements of the 60s. And he was considered a champion of the people, of the underdog, because he wrote songs like Blowing in the Wind and The Times They Are A-Changin'. And you could tell he did have a heart for the underdog. He did. Otherwise, he couldn't have written those songs. But what he didn't want is to become an image or a symbol of the protest movement. For him, first and foremost, he's a songwriter. He's an artist. He's a musician. He didn't want to become a political prop in anybody's ideological narratives or strategies, etc. So at one point he starts dating Joan Baez, and she felt a calling to be part of the protest movements. And she always wanted Bob to go to the protests and the sit-ins and to sing his songs, and he wouldn't fucking do it. And this always caused friction with him and Joan, because he's the one. Like, you have all these great folk musicians like Pete Seeger and the rest of them, and so many of them are inspired by Woody Guthrie, and Dylan's deeply inspired by Woody Guthrie, and there's this Guthriean dimension to Dylan's early stuff. Point is, he seems like, on the one hand, he's young, he's a new face, he's given the folk music scene like an injection of youth and vitality. So the older guys like Pete Seeger are like, yes, this is what the fuck we need to spread the message, to get the music out there. We need a young face, a young talent to do this. And Dylan's like, okay. And he does this for a long time, because this is where he just was musically and artistically at, via being inspired by Woody Guthrie. So for the first few albums, this is just him doing him. That's where he is at musically. By fourth or fifth album, what is it? Bringing It Back Home, is that it? He starts doing this thing where he starts experimenting with rock bands, having electric guitars and drums. And whereas before, all his albums had been acoustic guitar and harmonica and him singing. And so at first they're like, okay, the folk music scene was like, all right, he did this. But this tension with him going electric just builds and builds and builds. And it really culminates with him at, I believe it's the 1965 Folk Music Conference, Folk Music Festival in Newport, right? And this was like the folk festival throughout the 60s. and he had played it for years before. He's like the poster child for the folk music scene. And so the film depicts this. I mean, the documentarians have captured this whole thing. But there comes a point where Dylan's about to release his new album, which is the one with Like a Rolling Stone, Highway 61. This is his full-blown rock album is about to come out. But it's also time for him to play the Newport Festival. And so the organizers are sitting there going, Bob, this is a folk concert. It's not a rock concert. We don't need you going electric. We need you to play your classics. Go out there and do Blowing in the Wind and Times They Are Changing. And some part of him's just like, no, because that's not where he's at anymore. Bob Dylan is a great example of like rapid deterritorialization. This is why he's interesting to study as a subject, because it's like he just kept shedding his skin year after year after year. And at that point, he just was not going for being a folk singer. So I say all that to say this. What they were trying to do, what the folk big other, the folk music scene big other was trying to do was to say, folk singer, that's the signifier. That's the master signifier through which they're trying to quilt, organize, stabilize who Bob Dylan is. They want him to be a card-carrying classic folk singer, right? And it's through naming him folk singer that they impose duties on him and expectations of his behavior and expectations of his creativity, right? So signifier is not some neutral, oh, what does it matter? No, it's a fucking duty. It's trying to define your life, what you're going to be, what you're going to create. And so he's never clear about what he's going to do when he starts playing a set at the Newport Festival. But when he goes, he brings his band out and he goes full electric, and the fucking crowd starts losing its mind. And then not too long later, the movie depicts it like it happened at the Newport Festival. It didn't. But at another concert, somebody calls him, screams out of the crowd, Judas. Like, because he's just totally betrayed the folk music scene, right? He's the devil, the Antichrist, who has transgressed the law of folk music, right? So the point is, this is the example. The signifier is the symbolic mandate, the social role the folk music scene was trying to fit Bob Dylan into. The set of behaviors, protocols, expectations they want him to live up to. Him going electric, him playing electric guitar and playing with his band is his jouissance, his death drive, his self-destructive energy in destroying that symbolic position. And the movie even has a scene after he plays it where he's talking to Joan Baez, and she even says, well, this is your way of gaining your freedom from all of us. Yes, him destroying his symbolic identity as a folk singer of going against that signifier, in this case, is a radical act of freedom. You're not going to contain me with your signifier. You're going to name me and tell me what I'm going to do. I'm going to transgress that. He got lots of enjoyment, lots of jouissance from this self-destructive act. And this is where you see the friction between the signifier, folk singer, and jouissance, going electric. And this is a nice example of this kind of self-destructive energy that's also one of liberation, of personal freedom. So I'll end it there.
Thanks, Mikey.
Yep.
Also, Anne, welcome to the call. Great to have you here. We've got a half hour. We've got a half hour that remains of the time that we have planned for today. So we've basically got 20 minutes to kind of close this out. And so I'm going to keep almost everything I had to say for some other time. Let it simmer. And I want to first let other people go. So take it away, guys.
I do want to know what Benjamin thinks of the Lacanian Plato connections that I came up with.
Benjamin, if you talk the whole 20 minutes, that's okay with us, by the way.
Well, that was very interesting. Of course, I do a films podcast called The Lack. Helen Rollins was on The Lack. And so I have been adjacent to Lacanians. I have never been properly myself a Lacan person, but I have often found that I get along with and have a lot in common with people who have studied Lacan. I often find myself in conversation with people who have really studied Lacan. I have some familiarity with the concepts by hanging around them and picking them up, but it's certainly very different from properly reading. So, in listening to all of that, I saw a lot of interesting connections. There were a lot of things I could kind of vibe with. Oftentimes I think there is this possibility of describing some of the stuff in different terminology, putting it into different words, and that can be really invigorating. Like, for instance, the thing about Dylan at the end there is fascinating, right? Because you do have this rebellion against pragma, a set of duties that have been given to him, right? But in that particular case, that rebellion, while it has an erotic aspect, because what he wants to do is interface differently with the music, with the music. He wants to play different music. He wants to have a different sensory experience that he makes for people. He wants to put different sounds into ears. So there is an erotic aspect to this. But then also, because in that particular case, the destruction of the pragmatic role actually allowed him to take up a role which was even more successful in a pragmatic sense. He ultimately was able to do extremely well as an electronic rock and roll guy. It wasn't as if he only could do well as a folk person, and then by doing that, he actually destroyed his music career. Rather, he exchanged one thing for another thing. And that had me thinking about, how sometimes when you get out of pragma via, say, a move into eros, you end up reconstituting the pragma. And so the death drive becomes something which doesn't kill you, but reconfigures your life.
Yeah.
And sometimes that happens with people who will cheat on their spouse because they hate their marriage, and then they'll marry the person that they cheat on the spouse with and constitute something new. Now, I think if we keep it completely within capitalism, right, then it would just be changing out your pragma through a period in which you use the power of eros to just blow everything up, right? People use eros kind of as an explosive device to get out of their pragma cage. But then if you don't have anything else to do, you would just reconstitute your pragma cage in a different way eventually. Otherwise, you would eventually kill yourself by not being pragmatic enough, right? So you'd have to come back to pragma. At the same time, though, I'm not convinced that that would be an adequate way of explaining Bob Dylan, because Bob Dylan is a great musician. He's not just someone who exchanged one commercialized pragma role for a different commercialized pragma role, although maybe someone like Adorno would say that he was, right? But if we take Dylan seriously as potentially a great musician, then what we might say is that something which had begun in a higher kind of love, the folk music, when he began playing it, surely he did love it. It was his techne, his craft, his way of bringing the good into the world, right? But over time, he reached a stage where he lost the connection to that energy for folk, and folk turned into a pragmatic act for him, to the point where, even if he had wanted to try to write more folk out of a sense of duty or obligation, he could never have produced the same kind of folk again, because it was no longer motivated by the energy that would result in great folk, right? So the only way that he could make great music was to change the kind of music that he made. He lost the ability to do folk as a techne. It had become a job, and so he had to kind of find another techne. And in that situation, because of the constraints he was in, well, I wonder, because now we have to get into his head. Like, was he able to
at first, when he first started writing those great folk songs, maybe they weren't coming from pragma, they were agape. They really were tapped into this deeper love, and as they forced him to take this agape love
Yeah.
and try to make it pragma.
Yeah, and maybe it, when you commercialize something and you make it your job, if you take your techne and you make it your job, it gets kind of pragmatized, right? And as it gets pragmatized, what was something that you really loved, it was your way of bringing the good into the world, becomes something that's just a set of duties for you that you no longer relate to in the same way. And then the death drive allows you to escape from that. If you're not able to just get out of it, if you don't have the freedom to just say, no, I'm not going to do this anymore, I'm going to go do something else, right? Then you might need the death drive to blow it up. I like that because it allows us to frame death drive as not just something that happens when you're stuck in pragma and can't get out, but also perhaps a way of unlocking the connection to the higher kind of love that has been occluded or blocked by the schema of duties, which of course does
what if death
sometimes
drive is
happen.
ultimately agape oriented, like, but beneath it all,
Ooh.
that's
Oh, I
what it's
like
geared towards.
this.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. And I wouldn't have gotten this by myself. I would have been like, oh, you have to find a way to actually figure out what you love and then go there. But that isn't the realistic situation for most people. The realistic situation is not, okay, I don't love folk anymore. I love something else. I'm going to go do it. It's, I don't love folk anymore. And a bunch of people telling you, you must continue to do folk. This is what we expect of you. And you having to somehow get out from under that.
Well, we could say that's what Dylan was destroying the pragma to preserve the agape. To say, look, I want to write songs that speak universally to human beings, and I'm gonna remain faithful to that wherever it takes me.
Yeah, there was an attempt to take his agape and lock it down and imprison him in a pragma box made out of what had formerly been his agape. And the death drive in that situation is what got him out of the box so that he could refine it. And that would be the more positive spin. Sometimes you do have to blow up your life with some kind of big Eros mess to be able to create conditions under which you can access the higher loves. But it's so tricky because sometimes you're just beaten down and you've forgotten why you love the things that you're doing. And that was where I was thinking more when I wrote it. I was thinking in terms of the person who, would love their family if they could think about it like that. But they are so beaten down that they've been pushed into viewing their family as a pragmatic cage. But of course, sometimes your family is a pragmatic cage. Sometimes that is all it is because of the conditions under which you went into it. And that is so difficult to parse in practice because when you're experiencing it as a pragmatic cage, you're not going to be able to really remember exactly why it feels that way. You're just going to want the hell out.
Well, no, and so what I love about this, I mean, look, the Lacanian term for when a human being kind of hits rock bottom and no longer feels themselves capable of existing in their social role, right? We call it imaginary symbolic coordinates, but we can take the jargon out of it. They no longer can continue to exist in their social role. What this does, this moment of subjective destitution, it does make a person realize that they can't rely on any external other as a guarantor for who they are and what they do. They have to choose it. They have to take responsibility for what they're going to do in society. But in not having faith in some big other, some authority to tell you what to do, the person in subjective destitution has two options. They can become pessimistic and go, everything's meaningless. There's ultimately no firm absolute meaning. There's just groundless grounds. So life sucks and nothing's meaningful. Or they can say, it's precisely because meaning isn't absolutely fixed that I have a new, renewed sense of social duty, that the only symbolic order we have is the one we have. So it's my duty to help configure it in a way that's as meaningful and robust and life affirming as possible. And that would be a renewal of agape, is to say, no, in my subjective destitution, what I find is a new love for the universal. And the point is to change the symbolic in whatever ways we need to make life better for everyone. And that can be something you discover at rock bottom, which is what the death drive gets you.
Yeah, and I think for me that the thing that makes it easy to talk to Lacanians is that the lack seems to so obviously be the good which cannot be completely had by any one body because of the degree to which we are estranged by the separation of persons. So to me that Plato's focus on the way in which the separation of persons makes it impossible to totally have the entire good in such a way that you can grasp it, it gives me a very easy way into the notion of lack. Yeah. And I think that probably does come out of the symposium. You know, that really, what is the thing that they have? It's the good. That's the thing that's in them. That's what you can't quite get.
Mikey, we always go back to examples of symbolic suicide, and what Dylan was doing could have, I mean, he could have also known this would make him a more of a star. So I want to use an example of.
I was just saying he did know it would ruin his relationships with the people in that community for at least a while.
There you go. But I want to use like a really bad example, like an example like where it's like, ooh, no, there's no way you're going to turn that into a positive. So we'll use like the priest who like marries a nun or like knocks her up or something, like something like, oh, it's scandalous.
Mm-hmm.
But that's symbolic suicide because obviously it really undermines the whole situation in terms of his role, his function as a priest. But you also had referred to the imaginary symbolic coordinates. We don't tend to talk about imaginary suicide, but because, and I always want to clarify this for folks who don't know, it's not just like imaginary, it's like perspectival, imagistic stuff that you can see, stuff that you see. The tree outside is imaginary in that sense.
You can look at your own hand. Your hand is an image, right? Now, the famous image, of course, is your reflection in the mirror, but it's any of these images you have of your body or other bodies that you want to be or aspire to, kids hanging posters on their walls when they're teenagers of their artists they love. Right. They want to be that. Yeah.
Like the ideal ego versus the ego ideal, right? So the priest wants to be seen as the priest in this sort of function and role. Symbolically, that's the ego ideal. Like it's a certain way of being seen, serving a certain function. Versus the imaginary, the ideal ego. This would be like it's more like looking a certain way. It's more aesthetic. And so I was thinking, it's like, I was trying to come up with an example. And then I was like, oh, what about like when someone's going through a midlife crisis and they cut all their hair off or dye it a different color?
Yeah. No, it just, those are great examples. They just don't seem to have the same existential weight to them as when you destroy your system of value, when you stop being a Christian, when you stop being a communist. These are a deeper sense of subjective suicide because you're undermining the very values through which you make sense of the world, opposed to just how you look.
I would just say though that like this is where we're between imaginary and symbolic, because if you're coming from, let's just say a super conservative Mormon family, you've always had dresses down to your ankles and long hair down to your butt, and you wear little hats on top of your hair because you're so conservative. And then you go through something and now you've shaved off your head or dyed it blue and it's short and you're wearing shorts. It's like, no, this is the signifier, which would have been Mormonism or modesty. Like that's officially what's been transgressed, right?
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah.
Okay. Now, my question for you both is about we do have time. Okay, so I'll just do it really quick. It's a sort of origin story. I think it's worth just this whole thing that we've done over the last couple hours here is a good standalone, but you guys are both kind of getting on the same level. You're developing your conception of how this stuff works by trying to use a real example, which is really cool to watch. But the origin stories for these two things, on the one side, the Lacanian origin story has to do with prohibition and the fantasy, the retroactive fantasy of total filled jouissance. Like, it's the father of the horde. At some point before I was castrated, I had it all, man. I could do whatever I wanted. And it's a retroactive fantasy. It's not based on anything real except for this sense of a lack, which is based in you don't get to do whatever you want. So that's the little origin story for this like Lacanian drive, which you can correct if you want. But and then let's just see if I follow you right, Benjamin. The origin story for Death Drive in your piece, and maybe you want to modify it slightly off after this conversation, but just going off your piece, I think you're saying that if you cannot return to one, that is agape, because you haven't learned to love yourself, and you're part of the one, and therefore you have insufficient philolatia, then you're stuck with pragma versus eros and time, which is just bodily desire and respect or honor. Okay, and so it's like, and when I think about this, it's like, oh, I want people to see me and think I'm cool, and so I got to look a certain way, I got to act a certain way, and then I'll be able to be liked. And then, but also, it's because I want to get my dick sucked, to be vulgar. It's like, this is, but that's but oh wait, hold on, I got to go back to work though. I got a budget. I got to be serious. And so this is the dialectic between the workaholic and the jackoff, right? The ethical normie is going to be try to do both, right? Have fun, but also get things done. Okay. But the point is that if you're stuck between pragma versus eros and time, I think you had said Death Drive is the rebellion of eros.
Yeah, it's the rebellion against pragma. It's a desire to get out of pragma, to not have so much of life be pragma, and to get out of it. So this would, I think, withstand the point that Mikey is making, which is sometimes it can serve to eventually get you back to agape or the higher loves in general. But the emphasis point here is that it's an attempt to get out of pragma, and I think sometimes it can be really horrible. So to give an example that is obviously horrible and doesn't accomplish anything, right? Sometimes people don't like their lives, and so they just let themselves eat. They let themselves eat, and then that's their erotic rebellion against the fact that so much of their life is pragmatic stuff that they don't identify with and don't actually want to do, right? They're stuck doing all these pragmatic tasks. They hate having to be in pragma so much, so they just eat. And they just get really heavy. And there's a huge number of people who, to varying degrees, do that right now, all over the place, right? They don't like their life, so they eat too much. And this doesn't actually destroy their life in such a way that they're able to overcome the pragma or to actually escape the role, right? It just gradually damages their body to the point at which they die, maybe 10 or 20 years earlier than they otherwise would have done. And I think that's something that happens a lot, where it just produces a kind of rebellion that makes everything a little worse, but doesn't actually get you out ultimately. The Mikey example of a case where it actually liberates you from the stultifying position so that you can reconfigure, I think that's a wonderful case. And I hadn't really thought about that case. But I also think that the much more common kind of ordinary case is an attempt to get recognition or an attempt to have a good time in a way that's nonetheless compatible with continuing to observe the pragma. So some kind of petty rebellion in some other area that just makes everything worse.
Drug usage, alcoholism, these other things that they fuck your life up.
Yeah, they just fuck your life up, and gradually and slowly, and don't make it easy. In fact, make it harder to recode in a way that would unlock the other loves, because they create further problems in the material situation.
I will say, though, I think a lot of people go that route, and I think their death drive latches onto them because they are ways of killing yourself. They're slow forms. They're not, you're not putting a gun to your head, but it's also because people can't escape the actual symbolic position they're forced into, whether it's a shitty job or whatever, where they feel so stuck in their signifier, in their containment unit, that, yeah, it's like, well, fuck it. It is some sense of freedom to destroy yourself in a bad way, because you can't break free of the facticity of your signifier, of your symbolic mandate. And so,
Yeah, Dylan still had that energy, right? He still had that higher kind of energy, which he could then ally with the low. He could
yep.
do a high and low against the middle, but a lot of people are cut off from the high, and so they can't ally the high with the low against the middle.
No. And so their death drive just, rebels in the only way it can. And so this is where I would say, yeah, death drive, it's not just liberatory in some great sense. I mean, the different expressions, sometimes the Dylan example is one you want to go, yeah, fuck yeah. But the other examples we've mentioned, you don't want to give a fuck yeah to them. But this is where I think in terms of structure, where I'm like, yeah, but if people weren't stultified and stuck in these shitty symbolic positions without seeing any hope of breaking free of them, then we could allow the drive to flourish in ways that positive ways of destroying yourself.
Yeah, then there would be much more
negative.
often instances of the Dylan style,
yes,
using that higher energy to get out of the pragma when it has become limiting,
instead of the poisonous forms of death drive.
That's a wonderful horizon that we've gotten out of this discussion.
I think so too. That's why I loved what you wrote, and I was like, man, I was so excited. I'm like, it was so effortless. Where I'm like, okay, I don't have time to write a piece, but I know Sorge and affiliate, like it just all came together. Where I'm like, this is so fucking cool. So you want to know why you come to Theory Underground? Good luck finding this anywhere else on the internet.
Yeah, good luck getting into this kind of dialectic where your ideas actually get developed by other very interesting smart theorists who then cause you to have further better ideas. And look how quickly you make that move. You could spend 30 years in fucking books and not get there.
Yeah. Well, I think that you guys open up a nice little possibility, because when I was reading your piece, Benjamin, it's like I was thinking about how skole is the condition of possibility for staying in agape, but then that's kind of what Mikey said about agape could be a love of time energy itself. And so it's like there's an interesting thing there, but then also like Lacanians can go too hard line, and with this little origin story about losing full jouissance, retroactive fantasy, now you. And like this whole thing, and it's like, well, what you got at with your piece, Benjamin, is like the possibility. You make a distinction between repression and like reasonable management, and it's like I had talked about parents who are teaching their kid not to run out in the street because they love their kid and don't want their kid to die, versus the parent who's like, there's just rules. There's just rules, and I'm here to enforce them, because they're just so up in pragma that they're not thinking about like the ends that these means are supposed to serve. And so it's like, don't run in the street. But it's just like, no, you love that child. That's why you don't want them to run in the street. That's different, but they're both no. And so the no based in love versus the no that is just the bureaucrat. The parent gets reduced into the cop. That does happen. So does a teacher.
Sometimes the no starts in love, and then because the parent is beat down and tired, they give the no in pragma, and then it sounds like that, right? That no may have intellectually originated in love. The parent is worn down from the workday, is cut off from the storge, and so gives the no in pragma, right? And then after giving the no in pragma for 10 years, goes, fuck it, I'm out, and goes and goes out for cigarettes, something like that. That's how.
The Lacanian Zizekian response would just be like, but for the no to really take place and for it to be internalized, there is some sort of violent imposition of it on us, because if it's like reasonable, like, hey, little guy, I care for you. You can't do that. You might get hurt. A child interprets that as, my dad, I can still do it. Because he loves me, right? Real no's are imposed with a sense of like violent necessity. Like, no, you're not gonna fucking do that, or there's gonna be fucking consequences. And this is where everybody says, oh, see, it's fascist, it's authoritarian.
Yeah, no, sometimes love sounds like that. Sometimes love doesn't sound mushy. Sometimes it sounds firm. Sometimes it does. Yeah, people have to recognize that love is not like saccharine and weak all the time. That's not what love means.
And it sometimes it's like, no, the firm no is like, I'm not fucking around. And there's certain people on the left who think this is just intrinsically fascist or authoritarian, and I don't. I think the firm no it can actually be the act of love, because without it being firm, or you feeling like, no, I'm actually going to suffer some sort of punishment if I do this, then you think you can do it. It's not really a no. Like, there has to be a sense of this other who's in authoritative position is not fucking around. And that's for my own good, especially as a baby. Like,
yeah, there have to be consequences of some kind. Go to your room. Something's going to happen.
And so, yeah, I mean, this whole thing of just like, where they act like, oh, the no is just the worst thing. I just have never resonated with this. I just think it's so abstract, actually, and detached from like real parenting, where you're trying to, like, when I tell you don't go into the fucking street, I'm not fucking around. And it's not because I want to deprive you of some sublime enjoyment. It's because I don't want you to fucking die. And your little fucking ass doesn't register this. So do not go in the fucking street.
So on that note, Mikey, I'm gonna intercede here, and I'm gonna say, no, stop talking. We're actually out of time. We overflowed the allotted time for the day. But dude, yeah, this is great.
You fucking fascist.
Well, yeah. It looks like a duck. It talks like a duck. I'm a goose, bitch. This specific talk, the last 2 hours or so have been an example of kind of what we were talking about earlier when we were talking about braiding this rope that can withstand the collective weight of postmodernity and tug it like a little tugboat, toot, 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 into a human future. So those of you who've been watching in the audience, most of you have been doing a great job. Some of you've been acting up a little bit. You've got reprimanded. Oh. You've been admonished slightly, but we did it compassionately, and we gave you this loving no. So as to avoid having you all out here like polymorphous, perverted children saying crazy shit and doing too much and doing the most. But yeah, man, like today being part 2 of TU's 2nd birthday, I think it's been fantastic. We went through, we featured we featured the cadre. This is your facilitators, your instructors, your seminar leaders, your lecturers, your Sherpas as we climb Mount Understanding. Or what is it, Schloeder, like Mount Improbable? What?
Yeah.
Okay. So as we ascend Mount Improbable, we gave a good introduction to all your Sherpas. So you're welcome, YouTube. You're welcome, podcast audience. And I think we ended with a fantastic, like, this is an example of what we're doing and what we're able to do. We're able to kind of bring Deleuze and Lacan into dialogue with Plato. And it's shit, dude. I have tons of questions. Like, I'm over here thinking like, well, shit, now I want to write a paper about why I think Lacan is wrong about love. Like, I have a totally different idea. And, Plato's helping me see things that I don't know, previously couldn't put into words or whatever. But there's all this shit going on, and it's been great. But we are out of time. So you guys, thank you all so much for being here. YouTube, podcast audience, thank you guys and gals for your rapt attention and your, for the most part, constructive participation in the chat and in the comment section. But we are going to boogie woogie oogie unless Anne is available and she wants to pipe in real quick. I don't know.
I'll just say one thing, and that's that if you are a current subscriber at TU, I'm sorry that if there's been any complications getting you from the old site to the new site. So if people go to theoryunderground.com, you're good to go. Just subscribe the good old fashioned way. But if you're subscribed on the old site and the migration is still incomplete because I had to do the holidays and I had to step away for a little bit, well, in the next week, that's when we hope to really solidify the migration, meaning that people who are paying $30 a month, they get grandfathered in at the $50 a month level. And that grandfathering works for all the tiers all the way up. And that's why Jacob in the chat was talking about $30. Someone was like, wait, there's a $30 subscription tier? No, there's not. There's 50, 100, and 300 for now. It'll get more complicated later. We'll add stuff and subtract stuff and constantly hone it into our needs, your needs, the nice sweet spot between all of our needs. And so with that, thank you. The link is shared in the description for Benjamin's post, for subscribing, for everything. So awesome. It looks like Anne's not going to turn on. So Nance, thanks for closing this thing out. Mikey,
all right.
Benjamin.
Thanks all. And we are going to go.
Joy to the world. There we go. Yeah. You can support the free and public work at TU by becoming a patron over at Patreon. But if you would like to get involved and become a member at Theory Underground so that you can listen to special content that is not accessible to anyone else, or if you go up a subscriber level, actually join in the discussions, or at the top level, have us actually read your work, giving constructive feedback and ultimately paving a way to potentially being a part of what we call the turn, then you'll want to become a subscriber. That's how you will access the ongoing courses and seminars. We've brought together Benjamin Studebaker's experience in political theory and science and philosophy with my critical social theory, phenomenology, existentialism, critique of political economy, critical media theory approach, combined with Michael Downes's fault line theory, the CCRU versus Ljubljana School, or Žižek versus Land. And of course, how he brings those against one another and then transcends them through other thinkers like Baudrillard, who he'll be teaching an intro course to in 2025. All of us are teaching stuff in 2025 that rhymes or argues or goes together. And so the best way to accelerate your development getting into theory right now is to just become a subscriber at TU. Just go to the website, click get involved, and look, what I'm about to play for you all is a really special moment from our documentary that we're working on, an interview where Benjamin explains why he's supporting Theory Underground and getting involved as a active member here at the core of the teaching team.
Yeah, so the thing that I notice is that a lot of people criticize the university, they criticize the left, they don't build an alternative institution. They will go, the university sucks, but you know what's great? Substack and Patreon and YouTube, and they'll lean into that. But that is a negation, right? You guys don't do that. You guys are interested in sublating the university within the newly emergent media. Or you could frame it the other way, sublating the newly emergent media within the university, right? And so this, of course, will ultimately lead, if you take it where it goes, to a question of institutions and having actual economic, social role possibilities for theorists. This is the critical crisis, which is that there are still some very bright, very well-educated people, but they are not able to replace themselves. And because most of them have university positions, their level of interest in replacing themselves is to some degree compromised.
Yeah.
They don't have to worry that much about themselves. They don't have that much stake in it because they're already set up. However, because you aren't in the underground, you have some potential of being able to actually create an institution or structure which makes it possible for people to do theory in the future. This is something that, as far as I can tell, only you are doing. The thing about freeing Mikey from wage labor, this idea not only that your channel would free you from the Amazon job, but that this could grow in such a way that it could provide spaces for multiple people, and then those multiple people could interact in the way that they would in a monastery or in a university department. This is the revolutionary idea in terms of raising consciousness and making it possible for us to think in such a way that we could return even to the horizons of the tens and talking about things like Medicare for all in a not stupid, not bullshit way, in a serious way. To get to that point, we need to raise our level of ability to think. We need new intellectuals in our generation that are real intellectuals and not people who are running around scared of what the DSA or their university department thinks of them. You have the potential to actually make a real material intervention into not just knowledge production, but in Bildung, into the making of people. Yeah. This is something that we can do. There's a window right now where I am not in the university, and so I have a real reason to think very seriously about, can we do something else? Because I'm annoyed, myself with the whole process of trying to be in that. And I would like there to be something else, something better. I have all my critiques of it that come in part from being at Cambridge, in part from studying ancient thinkers. We could do something better than it. Not just something that is an imitation or steals some things from it and does the best you can with it, but something that actually is better and that produces the kind of theory that in modernity, how do you make a Hegel? How do you make a Marx? We have to reinvent this. It's no longer possible to do that. We've got to, I think, actually institutionalize in a material way, and this is the sense in which I will uphold the kernel of materialism. Actually giving a shit about the structure and what kind of structure is necessary to give rise to a form of life in which this kind of really, really good work can be produced.
Joy to the world. There we go.